Chapter 1 Marriage Match 100-Ton King? Beauty Talent Fusion System. This is a high-level martial arts world where alien races rise up and everyone has superpowers. Dragon Country. In the school district house near Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School. Gong Yuna was sweating profusely in the room, his sportswear was already soaked, and his slightly thin figure was reflected in the floor-length mirror. When he finished his shower and lay down on the bed, he was still muttering. Tomorrow I will be an adult and have a wife, and the day after tomorrow I will have to awaken my superpowers. Let's not talk about whether my wife is good or not. My current physique is only sea-level. What if I awaken a useless superpower? Before he lost consciousness, he turned over, put the pillow under his head, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Mother Lu Ruoying's urging voice penetrated the door. Yun Zhe. You have to get a number from the Civil Affairs Bureau as soon as possible. Gong Yuna rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, I know. I can go by myself. After washing up, Gong Yuna slightly adjusted his hair. Lu Ruoying sighed and said, such a handsome guy, I wonder which girl will give him the gift. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gong Yuna handed his ID card to the staff, who said with regret, hey, young man, a difference of one number can lead to a huge mistake. Gong Yuna had a black question mark on his face and thought, what's going on? What do you mean by a difference of one number leads to a huge mistake? This is my first time becoming an adult, please don't mess with me. While he was wondering, a figure appeared in front of him. There was a girl with a body as strong as an iron tower. When her duck-like voice sounded, Gong Yuna felt his eardrums vibrate violently. Hello, my name is Xiao Rongyu, and I'm your legal wife. Gong Yuna felt like he was struck by lightning when he heard this rough voice, and thought to himself, what? This 100-ton king in front of me is my wife? I simply cannot accept that. Seeing this, Gong Yuna's emotions collapsed. He pulled the staff to a corner and complained. What I'm asking is, can you give me a new one? It doesn't have to be pretty, but someone with a better figure will do. Upon hearing this, the staff member apologized and said, I'm sorry, sir. Marriage matching is a mandatory national regulation. Once matched, it cannot be changed at will. You're a step too late. The girl before was so beautiful. You just missed a number. Gong Yuna heard this and said in a tragic voice, the sky is falling. Oh my god. You are just playing with me like this. Although he was extremely devastated in his heart, his wife could not change her mind, so Gong Yuna appeared to be very kind on the surface. After all, Longwood does not allow men to initiate divorce. As long as she wants to be with him, it will be a lifelong thing. Well, Miss Xiao, I think you are so beautiful. I am not worthy of you at all. How about you choose someone else? Xiao Rongyu's lips curled up slyly when she heard this. She walked straight to Gong Yuna and put her thigh-thick arm around his wrist, still speaking in a hoarse voice. Hubby, I'm already yours, let's go home together. Gong Yuna sighed in his heart and said, alas. It's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Just accept your fate. But when Gong Yuna looked at Xiao Rongyu's face, he was suddenly surprised. Looking closely at her facial features, I feel she is still very pretty. She might be a potential stock. With this in mind, Gong Yuna quickly stamped the marriage certificate with Xiao Rongyu. At the moment of receiving the certificate, a sweet system voice echoed in Gong Yuna's mind. The host has been successfully married. Congratulations to the host for binding the Beauty Talent Fusion System. This system can merge the host's confidant's abilities with its own. The stronger the confidant, the stronger the host. The more confidants there are, the stronger the host will be. Host beauty test completed. Name, Xiao Rongyu. Favorability, 10 does not dislike the host. Relationship with the host, wife above the beauty, if the favorability reaches above 80, the host's fusion power strength will be doubled. Age, 18. Physical fitness, SSS-level. Ability, not yet awakened. Hearing this, Gong Yuna was overjoyed. Is this the legendary system? It can actually fuse superpowers. I didn't expect her physical fitness to be SSS level, worthy of being the 100-ton king. Seeing Gong Yuna's happy expression, Xiao Rongyu asked in surprise. Gong Yuna, you won't dislike me? After all, I'm so fat. Gong Yuna complained in his heart, fuck, I have 6 pieces of green armor but they are not as strong as you. Sister Yu is more powerful than you. But on the surface, Gong Yuna shook his head and said righteously and affectionately, "You are my legal wife. No matter you are rich or poor, beautiful or ugly, I will treat you well. Please take care of me for the rest of my life." Xiao Rongyu was deeply moved when she heard this. She never thought that her ugly appearance did not cause the slightest disgust from Gong Yuna. "I feel a little disgusted when I see myself like this, but he doesn't dislike me at all. He even said he wants to be nice to me." Thinking of this, Xiao Rongyu, who originally wanted to play a trick on Gong Yuna, seemed a little guilty and ashamed. So Xiao Rongyu asked Gong Yuna to say softly, "Husband, turn around, I will perform a magic trick for you." Gong Yuna turned his back upon hearing that. Xiao Rongyu took out a pill from her pocket and swallowed it, then she ended her transformation. "Hubby, you can turn your head now." Gong Yuna turned around and looked at Xiao Rongyu, who had returned to her original state. He was stunned. Xiao Rongyu in front of me saw that her breasts were full but not ostentatious, forming a soft undulation with her slender waist. Her standard perfect figure and that cool and extraordinary face made her even more beautiful. You are Xiao Rongyu from the elite class of superpowers. The legendary cold school beauty. What? Don't you like my changed back? Do you like my previous look? Thinking of this, Xiao Rongyu immediately took 2 steps back and looked at Gong Yuna with disdain. Just as Gong Yuna was stunned, Xiao Rongyu's phone suddenly rang, and a majestic and unquestionable voice came from the phone. "Rongyu, is your marriage going well? Your grandfather said he really wants to meet you and his grandson-in-law, so bring him over when you have time." Xiao Rongyu glanced at Gong Yuna and said with a sweet smile, "Okay. I'll take him home right now." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Rongyu said to Gong Yuna with joy, "Grandpa said he wanted to see you, but he hasn't been feeling well lately, so be careful with your words and don't make him angry." Gong Yuna asked curiously, "Your grandfather? What kind of person is he?" Xiao Rongyu corrected with a smile, "It's our grandpa." Gong Yuna touched the back of his head and smiled. Yes. Our grandpa." Xiao Rongyu nodded with satisfaction and continued. "Dragon Country military god, do you know?" "Of course. Xiao Zhantian, the military god of the Dragon Nation. He is famous throughout the world, who doesn't know him?" At this point, Gong Yuna suddenly said in surprise, "Wait. You mean Grandpa? The Dragon Country's military god? Could it be?" "Yes, I am Xiao Zhantian's granddaughter," Xiao Rongyu said with a smile. Gong Yuna was horrified and thought, "Then wouldn't I be the grandson-in-law of the Dragon Country's military god? Oh my god. Isn't this just an accident that I found a beautiful, rich, and white girl?" Thinking of this, Gong Yuna felt a little elated. Coming back to his senses, Gong Yuna asked, "Ahem, isn't it a bit too hasty for us to meet the parents so soon? I haven't even had time to buy a gift, so it's not appropriate to go empty-handed." Xiao Rongyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've prepared everything in advance. It's in the trunk. You can carry it up yourself later." Gong Yuna didn't expect Xiao Rongyu to be so thoughtful that she even prepared a gift for meeting her at her house. Along the way, the two chatted intermittently. The atmosphere was a little subtle, but not awkward. Half an hour later, Xiao Rongyu patted the sleepy Gong Yuna and pointed outside the car window and said, "Honey, we're here." Gong Yuna looked out along Xiao Rongyu's slender finger. Seeing the private garden that looked like a park and the magnificent Chinese-style courtyard in front of him, Gong Yuna was deeply moved. It's simply inhumane. Dozens of people gathered outside Xiao Zhantian's door. At first glance, these people all look dignified and extraordinary, and it is obvious that they are not ordinary people. They greeted Xiao Rongyu enthusiastically, but when Gong Yuna passed by them, a strong sense of oppression and inexplicable contempt suddenly burst out from their eyes. These eyes that looked like they were looking at an ant made Gong Yuna feel very uncomfortable, and he said in a bad mood, "Wow, that look, is this what it means to look down on others?" Finally, the two of them walked through the crowd and came to the door of the God of War's room. Xiao Rongyu knocked on the door gently. Boom boom. An old but still majestic response came from inside. "Enter." When Gong Yuna heard this voice, he suddenly became nervous and thought, "I just got the cheat and haven't had time to use it yet. Will the old God of War dislike me, his grandson-in-law with a C-level physique?" Chapter 2, Divorce Just After Marriage? Please add to the bookshelf. The moment the heavy carved wooden door was pushed open, the aroma of medicine mixed with a faint scent of mugwort hit me in the face. The old man lying on the bed had white hair and beard and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle. When that gaze fell on Gong Yuna, he suddenly felt as if he was stripped naked, as if all his secrets were exposed. Grandpa! Look! I brought you my grandson-in-law. When Xiao Zhantian heard Xiao Rongyu's voice, his eyes instantly became extremely gentle. Xiao Yuer, you are here, come and let Grandpa see you. Xiao Zhantian forced himself to sit up and looked at Xiao Rongyu and Gong Yuna with a peaceful expression. Xiao Rongyu's father Xiaoli, who was taking care of her, said anxiously. Dad! The doctor said not to move. Why are you sitting up? Xiao Zhantian waved his hand and said, I'm very happy to see Xiao Yuer and his grandson-in-law. Then Xiao Zhantian waved to Gong Yuna cordially and said, Grandson-in-law, come here and let me take a good look at you. Upon hearing this, Gong Yuna immediately walked to Xiao Zhantian and said respectfully, Hello, Grandpa. My name is Gong Yuna, and I'm Xiao Yuer's husband. Xiao Zhantian looked at Gong Yuna's handsome face and nodded. You look like a good match for our little Yuer. Can I take a look at your physique? Gong Yuna felt a little nervous when he heard this, thinking, the Dragon Kingdom's military god actually wants to personally examine my physique. Thinking of this, although Gong Yuna was very excited, he still refused. Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa. You should take a good rest first. It won't be too late to help me investigate after you recover. Xiaoli nodded secretly upon hearing this, thinking, you still know the importance of this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhantian waved his hand and said with a smile. It's okay. I know my body well. Stretch out your right hand and I'll check it for you. Seeing that Xiao Zhantian insisted on investigating for him, Gong Yuna quickly looked at Xiao Rongyu beside him and asked for help with his eyes. What should we do now? Xiao Rongyu responded with a sharp look, as if to say, if you dare to agree, you're dead. However, before Gong Yuna could react, Xiao Zhantian grabbed Gong Yuna's right hand and began to investigate on his own. Seeing that it was Xiao Zhantian who took the initiative to investigate for Gong Yuna, Xiao Rongyu and Xiaoli didn't say much. As Xiao Zhantian gradually explored, his brows frowned involuntarily, and then he was surprised. After the investigation, Xiao Zhantian sighed. Yunze, your physique is weak, and I'm afraid it's difficult for you to bear high-level supernatural powers. As the son-in-law of my Xiao family, you can't be too weak. So I will give you a chance. As he spoke, Xiao Zhantian pulled up Gong Yuna's right hand again, and at the same time shot streams of scorching flames into Gong Yuna's body. He groaned, feeling his meridians widening inch by inch as if they were iron wires being forged in a fierce fire, making crackling sounds. The flames moved along his limbs and bones, and Gong Yuna almost fainted from the pain. By the time that force was absorbed, Gong Yuna was already sweating through his heavy clothes, but he felt his limbs were lighter than ever before. Xiao Zhantian looked at Gong Yuna with satisfaction and said, although your physique is weak, your will is still strong. I hope you can take good care of Xiao Yuer in the future. Gong Yuna said solemnly, don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely take good care of Xiao Yuer in the future. Xiao Zhantian nodded, took off a black jade ring from his knuckles and put it into Gong Yuna's hand. This is my gift. There are a few old things in it. They helped me kill foreigners in the past. Now it's time for them to change owners. I hope that one day you can do what you can to help Dragon Country resist foreign invasions. Gong Yuna looked at Xiaoli, who was about to kill someone with a knife, and quickly refused. No. Grandpa, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Gong Yuna tried to refuse, but met the old man's sharp gaze. Grandpa told you to take it, so just take it. I don't see who dares to say no. After saying that, Xiao Zhantian glanced at Xiaoli meaningfully and put the ring back into Gong Yuna's hand. Okay, Yuna, Xiao Yuer, both of you go out. Grandpa has something to say to your father. Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu left Xiao Zhantian's room after hearing this. After seeing the two leave, Xiao Zhantian collapsed on the bed like a deflated ball. Xiaoli was horrified when he saw this and said, Dad. Xiao Zhantian waved his hand and said, I'm fine, just ask if you have any questions, I may not have much time. Your body is. Why did you go to so much trouble to help that kid forge his meridians, and even give him the ring that symbolizes the head of the Xiao family? Xiao Zhantian seemed to have guessed what Xiaoli was going to ask, and said solemnly, I used the astronomical technique to tell his fortune, but I didn't expect. I couldn't see through this young man's fate. Xiaoli was a little surprised when he heard this. Even my father can't see through it, doesn't that mean? That's right. His fate is higher than mine. He will definitely accomplish something amazing in the future. He is currently in the stage of lying in the shallows. My Xiao family's help to him is like sending charcoal in the snow. One day, when the dragon gets water, the Yangtze River will flow backwards. Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the first time I've heard my father praise a young junior like this. Ali, after I leave, all the affairs of the Xiao family will depend on you. Yunza's affairs are a secret of heaven and cannot be disclosed at will. Heaven and earth know, you know, and I know. Yes, son, I remember it. After saying this, Xiao Zhantian passed away suddenly, and his soul returned to heaven. Xiaoli slowly closed his eyes, tears silently rolled down his cheeks, and his clenched fists trembled in his sleeves. Father, rest in peace. The glory of the Xiao family will never be tarnished in my hands. The Dragon Kingdom in this world does not have the custom of the first 7 days of mourning. On that day, Xiao Zhantian's funeral was held secretly at the Xiao family cemetery. The black flag fell, and half of the military and political leaders of the Dragon Kingdom came in plain clothes, but no one dared to make a noise. Xiao Rongyu cried heartbreakingly, with broken sobs coming out of her throat, and every time she took a breath it seemed as if her internal organs were torn apart. Gong Yuna saw her crying, her face was covered with tears, and her lips were bloodless due to grief. He didn't know how to comfort her for a moment, so he just sat beside her and kept silent. Xiao Rongyu, who was crying so hard, saw Gong Yuna sitting next to her and couldn't help complaining. It's all your fault. If Grandpa hadn't tempered your meridians for you. She sobbed and tears welled up in her eyes again. He clearly said that he would wait until I awaken my superpowers. Before he finished speaking, his slender fists hit Gong Yuna's chest like a torrential rain, and each blow was wrapped in the burning pain of losing a loved one. Gong Yuna didn't move at all and let her beat him. When the girl's fists gradually lost their strength, he gently held her in his arms, his voice low and gentle. Life is a long journey, and we will meet again one day. Cry as much as you want. If you still feel unsatisfied, keep fighting until you calm down. Xiao Rongyu curled up in his arms, like a drifting boat sailing into a safe harbor. She no longer acted capriciously, but just lay quietly in Gong Yuna's arms. Her tears soaked the linen clothes on his chest, burning his heart. The warm memories of her time with Xiao Zhantian flashed through Xiao Rongyu's mind like a revolving lantern. Xiao Rongyu slowly opened her eyes, her tear-soaked eyelashes trembling slightly. If I hadn't listened to Grandpa and married him today, would Grandpa not have died? At least, he could have stayed with me for a while longer? After calming down, Xiao Rongyu broke free from Gong Yuna's embrace, her face indifferent as if she was meeting an enemy. Gong Yuna, maybe I shouldn't have come back to find you. If it weren't for you, Grandpa would never. I hate you. I want to divorce you. Chapter 3 Xiao Rongyu's decision. Mother's important matter? Please add to the bookshelf. When Gong Yuna heard that Xiao Rongyu wanted to divorce him, the blood in his body seemed to freeze instantly. His throat rolled over, and he was about to speak to persuade him to stay, but he saw Xiao Rongyu's face turn cold, and she pulled off his linen clothes and pointed in the direction of the Xiao family's courtyard gate. Go away, I don't want to see you again. Gong Yuna knew clearly that Xiao Zhantian's sudden death was closely related to the fire refining of his meridians for him. If he could go back in time, he would definitely try his best to refuse the old general's help. But there is no regret medicine in this world, and everyone must pay the corresponding price for their own choices. He looked deeply at Xiao Rongyu, his eyes filled with inextricable sadness and attachment. He had never imagined that losing Xiao Rongyu, with whom he had only been together for a short time, would leave a deep mark in his heart, and the separation at this moment actually made him feel pain to the bone. He took a deep breath and wanted to say something to keep her, but his words were stuck in his throat and ultimately turned into a long sigh. Gong Yuna bowed solemnly in the direction where Xiao Zhantian was buried. This bow was filled with the utmost respect for General Xiao, but also contained unspeakable guilt. Xiao Zhantian spent his entire life in military service, dedicating his life to defending the Dragon Kingdom against foreign invasions. Not only did he write the undefeated myth of the Dragon Kingdom's victory in thousands of battles, he also frightened other races so much that they dared not invade the Dragon Kingdom even a little bit. These are Gong Yuna's high respect for Xiao Zhantian. Gong Yuna felt guilty for not being able to fulfill Xiao Zhantian's request to take good care of Xiao Rongyu before his death. Standing up, Gong Yuna carefully took out the black jade ring from his shirt pocket and handed it back to Xiao Rongyu, saying, I haven't touched the things inside. I'll leave them for you to think about. Xiao Ronyu looked at the black jade ring and the tears in her eyes burst out again. Reaching out and carefully taking the ring handed over by Gong Yuna, Xiao Ronyu said softly. Thanks. Gong Yuna did not take this opportunity to keep Xiao Ronyu. He knew that Xiao Zhantian was Xiao Ronyu's most beloved relative. Doing so was tantamount to a threat and would only make her hate him more. The only solution now is to leave quietly. At least we haven't really reached the stage of divorce yet. Perhaps once Xiao Ronyu calms down, everything will return to normal. Gong Yuna originally wanted to say hello to Xiaoli before leaving, but seeing that he was attending a funeral, he did not go forward to disturb him. Xiaoli had heard the noise made by the couple a long time ago. He originally thought that it was just Xiao Ronyu's angry words because she was too sad, and it would be forgotten after it was said. But I didn't expect Gong Yuna to hand over the black jade ring and really leave the Xiao family. The funeral was at an auspicious time, which was also the most important moment. He had no way to withdraw and retain Gong Yuna, which made Xiaoli anxious like an ant on a hot pot. He could only complain in his heart. My dear little Ronyu. Please don't let my good son-in-law get angry and leave. Your grandfather sacrificed his last breath for this grandson-in-law. Xiaoli really hoped that Xiao Ronyu could go and persuade Gong Yuna to stay, but Xiao Ronyu just stood there clutching the ring, watching Gong Yuna's figure disappear around the corner of the courtyard gate. Seeing Gong Yuna gradually leaving his sight, Xiaoli almost spat out blood in anger. Ah, what is destined to happen will happen, and what is not destined to happen should not be forced. Let's take it one step at a time. I will talk to Rongyu alone later. After leaving the Xiao family, Gong Yuna walked back home somewhat dejectedly, thinking. Ah. I didn't expect that I would marry Xiao Rongyu, and I didn't expect that her grandfather would be the god of war. I didn't expect that the god of war would marry me. This day feels like a dream. The Lord God of War has passed away. If the foreign races suppressed outside the borders of Dragon Country knew this news, I'm afraid they would be ready to make a move again. After returning home, Gong Yuna turned on the faucet and kept rubbing cold water on his face, trying to calm his restless mood. Under the stimulation of cold water, Gong Yuna's thoughts gradually returned to rationality. System. Help me see how much Xiao Rongyu likes me. Okay. Checking Xiao Rongyu's favorability for the host. Name, Xiao Rongyu wife. Age, 18. Favorability, 20 hostile to the host, with a small chance of killing the host. Physical fitness, SSS-level. Ability, not yet awakened. Ah. Does she want to kill me? I am her legal husband after all. When he mentioned that he was her husband, Gong Yuna's mood suddenly became depressed. I almost forgot, she is going to divorce me, our relationship is now just in name only. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna asked. System, what will happen if Xiao Rongyu really divorces me? Xiao Rongyu's physical fitness is SSS level, and there is a high probability that she will awaken SSS level superpowers. If you divorce her, you will lose the opportunity to merge with Xiao Rongyu's superpowers. Of course, the system will send you a consolation gift package, which contains some small gifts to comfort you, and some of them can be heated automatically. Just when Gong Yuna didn't know what to do next, the door of his room was knocked from outside. Dong dong. Yunze, is it convenient for you to come in? Lu Ruoying asked softly. Gong Yuna stood up and opened the door, and saw Lu Ruoying looking at him with a smile. Mom, you don't need to knock when you enter my room. You're so polite. That won't do. This is the most basic courtesy and respect. You have the same personality as your father. You don't mind anything and always put yourself in a difficult position to make things convenient for others. This is not good. It hurts Mom to see it. I see, Mom. Do you want to talk to me about something? Lu Ruoying pretended to be angry and said. What? Can't Mom come and see you even if everything is fine? No, you rarely come to my room to see me. I just think it's a little unusual today. Lu Ruoying spoke in a gentle tone, and then changed the subject. Son, why didn't you bring your daughter-in-law home to see us today? I cooked for 3 people, but only saw you come home alone. Tell me what happened. Gong Yuna was speechless for a moment after hearing this and didn't know where to start. Seeing that Gong Yuna didn't want to talk, Lu Ruoying didn't force him and guessed. You don't like that girl? Gong Yuna shook his head. Is it that the girl doesn't like you? When she said this, Lu Ruoying looked a little surprised. Gong Yuna still shook his head. Or is her family dissatisfied with you? Dissatisfied with the conditions in our family? Gong Yuna shook his head again. Seeing Gong Yuna shaking his head like a rattle, Lu Ruoying sighed and said, "Hey, Yunza, if you don't say anything, how can Mom help you?" "Mom, this matter involves a lot of things, and it can't be explained in a few words." "I can't tell you for now." Lu Ruoying was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, "In that case, I won't ask any more questions. In fact, I have something very important to tell you." Chapter 4, My Father's Birthday Gift, My Mother Dragged Me to the Shao Family? Please add it to the bookshelf. As she spoke, Lu Ruoying took out a small and exquisite sandalwood box from her bosom and lightly twisted the clasp of the box with her fingertips. Just heard a click. A pill the size of a soybean, as translucent as a pigeon blood gem, caught my eye. Gong Yuna stared at the pill, feeling as if he had seen it somewhere before, but couldn't remember its name. Lu Ruoying gently placed the wooden box on the table, with a soft smile. "Yunze, this is a top-grade qi and blood tempering pill. Taking it can improve your physical fitness, which will be good for your awakening tomorrow." This is a top-grade qi and blood tempering pill. Gong Yuna's pupils shrank suddenly. The low and medium-grade qi and blood pills are already in short supply, and the high-grade ones are even more expensive. How can our family afford the best-grade qi and blood pills? Mom, do we have a mine? Am I actually a rich second generation? Lu Ruoying shook her head, her fingertips stroking the edge of the wooden box, as if she had made a great decision. "Yunze, haven't you always wanted to know about your father? Today is your adulthood day, and it's time for you to know the truth." Gong Yuna's impression of his father has always remained at the age of 7 when he just started elementary school. In Gong Yuna's impression, his father was a soldier with a hearty laugh and a mature and stylish demeanor. He always remembered that his father bought him 12 birthday presents before he left, and told him to open them in order every year on his birthday. At that time, Gong Yuna was as happy as an embryo. He only knew that his father bought him a lot of gifts. As time went by, Gong Yuna, who had not seen his father for many years, was inevitably confused. Whenever I asked my mother about my father, she always avoided the topic and made excuses. He only vaguely remembered the last time his father said goodbye to him and his mother, his father's reluctant eyes and his mother's crying while hugging him. Lu Ruoying's slightly proud words brought Gong Yuna, who was lost in his memories, back to reality. "This top-grade qi and blood tempering pill is your father's 12th birthday gift to you. It was also a special award from the military district for his great contributions on the front line. Isn't it amazing?" Gong Yuna nodded vigorously, his voice full of shock. "I didn't expect my father to be so powerful. How much military merit must one have to obtain this top-grade qi and blood pill? The textbook says that this pill is in short supply. At the last auction in Kyoto, it was bought by a wealthy businessman in Kyoto for 1 billion dragon people's yuan." Lu Ruoying took a deep breath, as if to dispel the haze that had accumulated for many years, and said, "Yunze, your father Gong Huijin was the former commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater. In fact, when you were 7 years old, he had already died on the battlefield against alien races." Gong Yuna was struck by lightning when he heard this. He had heard from his mother before that his father was carrying out a very important mission outside and therefore could not come home. He thought so for many years because he would receive a letter from his father sent back from the front every month. Not only did the letter contain a letter addressed to him, but the envelope also contained a thick stack of money. Even though his mother told him the news of his father's death herself, Gong Yuna still asked in disbelief, "Then what about the letters and money I received from my father before?" Lu Ruoying smiled bitterly and responded, "I wrote the letter when I asked the military commander to distribute the death pension to my family members every month." Seeing Gong Yuna's eyes lost, Lu Ruoying stepped forward and hugged Gong Yuna into her arms, touching his head and soothing him. "Yunze, I know you are the kind of person who likes to get to the bottom of things. Maybe I should wait until your awakening ceremony is over before telling you, but I can't deceive you about the true origin of this pill in my heart. Because this is the glory of your father, I don't want it to be tainted with the slightest stain, even if it is a white lie." Gong Yuna slapped his face with both hands, trying to calm himself down. His face became redder and redder, and the emotion called sadness was like a flood that broke through the dam, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. His father's blurry smiling face flickered before his eyes. Gong Yuna's nose couldn't help but twitch. He clenched his fists, and hatred for the aliens filled his entire chest. "Which alien race killed my father? I want to avenge him." "Yunze, calm down." Lu Ruoying hugged him tightly. Mom only has you, I just hope you are safe. Mom, I received a great favor today. He entrusted me with 2 things before he died. I have messed up the first one, but the second one is to do my best to resist the aliens. I must do it. And do it well. Lu Ruoying was confused and worried. Son, what favor have you received from others? You must have been deceived. My meridians have been reforged. Gong Yuna said solemnly, my physique was C-level before, but now it's at least S-level. What? Lu Ruoying was shocked. She immediately pulled up Gong Yuna's right hand and injected a gentle force to explore. After a careful examination, her pupils trembled violently and her eyes were filled with turmoil. This is actually the fire refining body tempering technique. This is a method that only top-level fire-type psychics possess. In Dragon Country, I can think of only one person who possesses such a heaven-defying method. Xiao Zhantian. Gong Yuna looked at his mother in shock. He didn't expect that she could immediately guess that it was Xiao Zhantian who forged his meridians. Guessing who was behind this, Lu Ruoying quickly deduced in her mind. In order to verify her guess, Lu Ruoying's first question scared Gong Yuna half to death. If I'm not mistaken, your marriage partner should be the granddaughter of God Xiao Jun. Gong Yuna stared at his mother in amazement and said in shock. Mom, you are not following me today. Your mother is not that boring. Lu Ruoying's eyes were sharp. Tell me. Did something go wrong after the god of war forged your body? Is it because of the unpleasantness between you and the Xiao family over the death of the old military god that you didn't bring your wife back today? When Gong Yuna heard this, even though the room temperature was only 27 degrees, which was quite cool, he felt cold sweat on his back. He could never imagine that his mother could guess almost everything that happened today just from the clues he accidentally revealed. Yes. Gong Yuna lowered his head and replied in a low voice. Lu Ruoying seemed to be thinking about something, and quickly took Gong Yuna's hand and said, Let's go. Come with me to the Xiao family. Gong Yuna was somewhat resistant when he heard this and asked, Why are we going to their house? They didn't invite us. Wouldn't it be rude to come uninvited? In this dragon country, there is no place that your mother and I cannot go. Come on. Mom will take you to find your wife and make peace with her. Gong Yuna widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Mom, how do you know? Don't ask anymore, just follow Mom. The Xiao family has been very kind to you, I like this in-law. Chapter 5, Misunderstanding Resolved. Promise with Xiao Rongyu. Please add to the bookshelf. At the same time, in the Xiao family manor. Xiao Rongyu covered her ears and said impatiently. I have already made up my mind about this matter. Please stop trying to persuade me. Xiao Li said earnestly. Rongyu, listen to your father's advice. He returned the ring to us, which shows that he has a good character. You should cherish it. But he killed my grandpa. Xiao Rongyu suddenly raised her eyes, pain welling up in her red eyes. As she spoke, she turned around and locked herself in the room. Xiao Li chased to Xiao Rongyu's door and explained through the door. He wasn't the one who killed your grandfather. The movement inside the door suddenly stopped, and Xiao Rongyu's voice sounded with doubt. In order to get me married and have children as soon as possible to continue the Xiao family's bloodline, can you even tolerate the person who killed my grandfather? Xiao Li's face darkened when he heard this, but he still suppressed his emotions. Your grandfather was actually cursed with death by the Shadow Demon clan 11 years ago. The reason why they are in a hurry to ask you to register for marriage today is because your grandfather's time is coming up. They want to personally see the character and qualifications of their grandson-in-law. With a click, Xiao Rongyu's door was pushed open from the inside. Her eyes were already swollen from crying, and she said in disbelief. Really? Is that really the case? Don't lie to me, or I will hate you too. I swear on the honor of the Xiao family that every word I said is true. Xiao Li's eyes were sharp and solemn. Xiao Rongyu knew that what her father valued most was the reputation of the Xiao family. Seeing that Xiao Li actually swore on the reputation of the Xiao family, she had to believe what her father said. She suddenly remembered what Gong Yuna said this morning, I will treat you well for the rest of my life, and her response, please take care of me for the rest of my life, and a strong sense of guilt suddenly surged in her heart. It's not that she is ignorant, but her grandfather's sudden death made her lose her composure. Now the truth is like sunshine breaking through the ice, allowing her to see through the paranoia that was carried away by emotions. Now that she has thought it through, she knows what she should do next. Father, I know I have wronged him. She wiped away her tears, her eyes gradually becoming firm, but I still want a divorce. I want to become strong enough to avenge grandfather with my own hands. Only then will I consider personal matters. Shaoli looked at his daughter's resolute expression and sighed. Well, since you have made a decision, I will go and talk to the child's family. Thank you, father. At this moment, Lu Ruoying and Gong Yuna rang the visitor video doorbell of the Shao family's gate. Ding dong ding dong. The Shao family's housekeeper answered the video call and wanted to persuade Lu Ruoying and Gong Yuna to leave. The woman in the lead had a graceful temperament, and the young man beside her looked familiar. It's getting dark. What are you two doing here at the Shao family? I am Gong Yuna's mother, and I have come here specially to visit my in-laws. Lu Ruoying's tone was gentle but dignified. Upon hearing this, the housekeeper suddenly remembered that Gong Yuna was indeed his young lady's husband. Thinking of this, the butler quickly responded respectfully. Please wait a moment, I will report to the head of the family right away. Half a minute later, the butler transferred the video call to Shaoli. When Shaoli saw Gong Yuna behind Lu Ruoying, he instantly understood what was going on. You are Yunza's mother, right? Shaoli asked. Lu Ruoying nodded and replied, yes, won't you invite us in to sit down? Shaoli was stunned when he heard this, then he said loudly, I'll ask the housekeeper to pick you up. The butler politely brought Lu Ruoying and Gong Yuna into Shaoli's reception room. When Shaoli saw Lu Ruoying, he was a little surprised, as if he had seen her somewhere before. I am Shaoli, Shao Rongyu's father. I haven't asked for my mother-in-law's name yet. Lu Ruoying. Hearing Gong Yuna's mother's surname, Shaoli's suspicion reached a new level, but it was inconvenient for him to ask directly, so he said. Yunze is a good boy, but my Rongyu has some misunderstandings about him. What I mean here is that I don't want to delay Yunze. Lu Ruoying heard the persuasion in the words and slowly said. I heard about this matter. Everyone knows that this is not Yunza's fault, so I want to have a good talk with my daughter-in-law. Shaoli suddenly raised his voice and said to the back of the wall, come out. Stop eavesdropping behind the wall. Shao Rongyu, whose secret plan was exposed, walked out from behind the wall with an embarrassed look on her face. Father, how did you find out about me? If I can't find you here, I'd better not be the head of the Shao family. While both parties are here, tell us whatever you think and we can discuss it together. When Shao Rongyu's eyes met Gong Yuna's, her heart skipped a beat. She had never thought that Gong Yuna would come back. But Gong Yuna spoke first, his voice trembling slightly, can we not get a divorce? Shao Rongyu's breathing stagnated when she heard this. After a moment of calmness and thought, she said. I'm sorry, Gong Yuna, I know you're not to blame for Grandpa's death, but I'm not going to consider personal issues until I avenge Grandpa. Who do you want to take revenge on? I'll help you. Gong Yuna stepped forward, Grandpa has helped me a lot. His enemies are my enemies. The enemy is too powerful, Shao Rongyu shook her head, her eyes dim, even if Grandpa trains your body, you may not be able to awaken SSS-level superpowers. What if I say I can? This sentence made Shao Rongyu raise her eyes suddenly. She saw the unquestionable persistence in his eyes, and her tone softened. Okay. In that case, as long as you can awaken SSS-level superpowers at the awakening ceremony tomorrow, I promise not to divorce you. As long as you can help me get revenge. I will obey you in everything. Gong Yuna was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He knew that he could become stronger through the system. But expecting him to awaken SSS-level superpowers tomorrow was like climbing to the sky with bare hands. Lu Ruoying suddenly stood up after hearing this, and said in a firm tone. Okay. It's a deal. It's getting late, so we won't disturb your rest. When he reached the door, Gong Yuna suddenly turned around and asked with a burning gaze. As long as they can help you get revenge, can anyone be your husband? Shao Rongyu shook her head and denied it. No, if that person is not you, I would rather live alone until the end of my life. That is, as long as I can help you get revenge, that's all, right? Shao Rongyu didn't understand what Gong Yuna meant by this, but she nodded slightly anyway. Gong Yuna nodded solemnly, and said with strength in his voice. Rongyu, I promise you. I will avenge my grandfather. I, Gong Yuna, will marry you. Chapter 6, The Phone Call Hidden for Many Years, Lu Ruoying's Compromise? Please add to the bookshelf. When Shao Rongyu listened to Gong Yuna's promise, ripples suddenly appeared in her heart. This feeling of being firmly chosen by someone touched her heart, and she thought. Yunze, it's enough that you have this intention, but revenge for Grandpa is too dangerous. Unless you have enough ability, I will never let you take risks. On the way back, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Gong Yunza's mind. Congratulations to the host for improving Xiao Ronyu's favorability. Please keep up the hard work. Check Xiao Ronyu's favorability. Name, Xiao Ronyu wife. Age, 18. Favorability, 40. I like the host a little more than friends, less than lovers. Physical fitness, SSS-level. Ability, not yet awakened. Seeing that Xiao Ronyu's favorability towards him had increased dramatically, Gong Yunza felt a little secretly delighted. As long as I perform better tomorrow, my favorability rating will definitely increase further. As soon as she entered the house, Lu Ruoying took out the top-grade qi and blood tempering pill from the sandalwood box. After taking this pill, your physique will have no problem breaking through the SS level. There's even a small chance that your physique will be directly raised to the SSS level. Gong Yunza took the pill without hesitation and drank it in one gulp. The pill entered his stomach, but the extremely painful refining scene he had imagined did not occur. The pill first slowly spread throughout Gong Yunza's body, and then the medicinal power seemed to be able to adjust automatically, adjusting the speed of release according to Gong Yunza's tolerance. 6 hours later, Gong Yunza absorbed all the medicinal power of the top-grade qi and blood tempering pill. Gong Yunza let out a long sigh, probably because Xiao Zhantian had helped him temper his meridians. There are almost no impurities in his body, which enables the medicine to exert its maximum effect. Due to his innate physical deficiencies, although he ultimately stopped at SS-level physique, he was only one step away from SSS-level physique. Lu Ruoying, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw this, thinking, "Still can't do it? Never mind. I can just go back to that house and get one for Zaire." Gong Yunza felt that his physical condition had made a qualitative leap, and immediately asked the system. "System, what level of physique am I at now?" Host panel. Name, Gong Yunza. Age, 18. Physical fitness, SS plus only a hair's breadth away from SSS. Ability, not yet awakened. Gong Yunza was very satisfied with the SS plus physique, but he was not sure whether he could awaken SSS level abilities. With his current SS plus physique, if he awakens an SSS level superpower, he may not be able to withstand the manic energy of the superpower entering his body, resulting in a failure of awakening. If that were true, then I would become a useless person and everything would be over. Thinking of this, Gong Yunza's heart couldn't help but tighten. He encouraged himself. "Gong Yunza, you can do it. Have a good rest now. Get in the best condition to prepare for the awakening ceremony." As he spoke, Gong Yunza fell asleep unconsciously. Lu Ruoying covered Gong Yunza with a blanket. Looking at Gong Yunza sleeping soundly, Lu Ruoying closed the door of Gong Yunza's room, took out her phone, and with trembling fingers, she dialed a number hidden in the deepest part of her address book that had not been dialed for more than 10 years. As soon as the call was made, it was answered immediately, but the other end of the phone remained silent. "Hey, father, how are you? After running away from home for so many years, you finally decided to call home? Father, your grandson will awaken his superpowers tomorrow. I would like to ask you for a top-grade qi and blood tempering pill to help him." When the person on the other end of the phone heard that Lu Ruoying was not missing her family but was asking for something from home, he immediately flew into a rage. "Humph. Don't call me father. My Lu family doesn't have a daughter like you. You and your bastard, get as far away from me as possible." No matter how strong Lu Ruoying was, her heart ached when she heard her father's hurtful words. "Father, I don't ask for your forgiveness, but, for the sake of our blood relationship, please help me this time." The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Hey. Ying, go home. Your mother misses you too." Hearing the gentle words from the other end of the phone, Lu Ruoying's eyes became moist, and her voice trembled as she said, "Well, I missed you guys too. Send me your address and I'll have someone deliver the stuff to you tomorrow. Remember to go home and see your mother when you have time." "Father, can you send someone to take it now? I'm afraid I won't be able to make it tomorrow." "Okay, then send it now. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as you point to a place on the Dragon Country map, my people will be there within half an hour." "Thank you, Dad." After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruoying sent the address of the express station downstairs to the other party, and waited in front of the express station for the person from the Lu family to deliver the pills. About 20 minutes later, 10 aggressive men in suits walked towards Lu Ruoying. Lu Ruoying could feel the aura emanating from these people. The worst of them were at least S-level psychics. Miss, the old patriarch asked us to ask you to go back. Where's what I want? The leading man in a suit held up the suitcase and said, the stuff is inside. Lu Ruoying reached out to take the suitcase, but the man in a suit at the head pulled the suitcase back and avoided Lu Ruoying's hand. Seeing that the man in a suit seemed to be playing a trick on her, Lu Ruoying narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice. What does this mean? How dare you tease me? I dare not, but I am just following the old patriarch's orders. Lu Ruoying frowned slightly and asked. What else does my father want? He asked us to take you back, young lady. Lu Ruoying's face suddenly turned ugly. She turned around and tried to escape, but was surrounded by 10 men in suits. The leading man took out his cell phone and opened a picture of Gong Yuna sleeping in the room, and said coldly. My dear lady, our family wants us to bring you back safely. We hope you can take the initiative to go with us, otherwise we will take your baby son with you. When Lu Ruoying heard that they were going to attack Gong Yuna, her eyes instantly turned icy cold. If you dare to touch my son, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide immediately. The leading man in a suit shook his head and said. Miss, don't worry. The old patriarch only asked us to take you back to Kyoto, so as long as you go with us obediently, your child will be safe, and we will leave the top-grade qi and blood-tempering pill to him. Lu Ruoying heard this and finally felt relieved and said. I need to go home and tell you something, is that okay? Can't. Then I can write a letter. If he suddenly can't find me, I'm afraid he won't be able to concentrate on awakening his supernatural powers. Soon, the man in the suit bought paper and pen from a nearby convenience store and handed them to Lu Ruoying. After writing the letter, Lu Ruoying placed the letter and the top-grade qi and blood-tempering pill on Gong Yuna's desk under the supervision of the man in the suit. Before leaving, Lu Ruoying took a deep look at Gong Yuna's sleeping face, trying to engrave his appearance in her mind. She knew that this separation might last for a long time, or even forever. After Lu Ruoying was taken away by the men in suits, a little snow-white fox, smelling the fragrance of the elixir, quietly crawled in through Gong Yuna's window. Chapter 7, Cheating? Being spoiled? Please add to the bookshelf. After Lu Ruoying was taken away by a group of men in suits, the night was as dark as ink. A little white fox with a snow-white body followed the scent of the elixir and nimbly slipped in through the gap in Gong Yuna's window, which was not closed tightly. Its pink nose kept twitching, and its furry tail curled up into a question mark behind it. Following the intoxicating scent of medicine, he leaped onto the desk as lightly as a snowflake, his obsidian eyes fixed on the gold-painted pill box on the desk. I can smell such a rich aroma through the box. It would be so blissful to open it and eat it. The little white fox did it right away. It pressed its 2 front paws against the lower part of the pill box and used its teeth to pry open the button of the pill box. The moment the box was opened, the little white fox was almost stunned by the refreshing fragrance. Wow! It smells so good. It swallowed, its whiskers trembling slightly with excitement, and when it was about to open its mouth, the fur on the back of its neck suddenly exploded. At this moment, the little white fox suddenly felt a slight movement behind it, and it was so startled that it quickly looked towards the place where the sound came from. I saw a man sleeping soundly on the bed in the corner. The moonlight sprinkled evenly on his handsome face, making the little white fox a little fascinated. After a while, the little white fox came back to his senses. Lust makes one lose his mind. It shook its head and focused its gaze again on the top-grade qi and blood-tempering pill that was emitting a rich aroma. After licking the saliva that was about to overflow from the corner of his mouth, the little white fox no longer hesitated and swallowed Gong Yuna's top-grade qi and blood-tempering pill in one gulp. When it swallowed the top-grade qi and blood-tempering pill, a violent medicinal force impacted the little white fox's limbs and bones. In just a moment, the little white fox's meridians felt as if a balloon was about to burst, and the severe pain made it roll around on the desk uncontrollably. It rolled and fell to the ground with a plop. The last thing it saw was the spinning stars on the ceiling. Before its consciousness sank into darkness, it had only one thought. I should have checked the goods first. At the same time, in the Lu family study, a middle-aged man held a cigar between his fingers and admired the beautiful river view of Yangzhou through the floor-to-ceiling windows. How is it? Did you accomplish what I specifically asked you to do? Lu Rui's voice was hoarse and sick, and the scarlet flame of his cigar flickered in the twilight. The man in the suit said respectfully. Don't worry, Patriarch. I have someone put a deadly poison in the pill. If that bastard takes it, he will explode and die. Lu Rue raised his lips slightly when he heard this, but he couldn't help but cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. The man in the suit quickly stepped forward to help, and said with a worried look on his face, "Master, are you okay?" "Well, even if I have to sacrifice half my life." Lu Rue wiped the blood foam from the corner of his lips, but his eyes were burning with paranoia. "I can never let that bastard get involved in the Lu family's business." When Lu Rue thought about his father taking Lu Ruoying and Gong Yuna back to the Lu family, he began to talk to himself frantically. Why did my old man father insist on taking them back? What does he mean by this? Is my son Lu Rue not as good as the offspring of a lowly person? He grabbed the medicine bowl on the table and drank it all in one gulp. The bitter liquid flowed down the corners of his mouth, leaving dark marks on his clothes. Once that evil creature dies, who can stand in Xiaofeng's way? My dear sister, if you hadn't run away from your marriage and insisted on marrying a low-class pariah, your family wouldn't be destroyed now. At this point, he suddenly laughed, with a morbid joy in his laughter. The river breeze outside the window rolled up water vapor, blowing that sinister smile away into the night. Early in the morning, in Gong Yuna's room, Gong Yuna woke up from his sleep, opened his eyes, and stretched his waist. Looking out the window, I could see the small words on the billboards 1,000 meters away clearly, and even my hearing improved several times. Gong Yuna couldn't help but sigh. My physique has broken through to SS+level, and my 5 senses have been greatly improved. No wonder everyone cares so much about the improvement of my physique. Gong Yuna was getting ready to get out of bed to wash up, and habitually used his feet to touch the slippers on the ground. Inadvertently, Gong Yuna's feet touched something soft and furry. Gong Yuna looked towards his feet curiously. Suddenly, he saw a little white fox with snow-white fur lying motionless on one of his slippers. He quickly picked up the little white fox and checked its condition. Feeling the body temperature and the rise and fall of the little white fox's abdomen, Gong Yuna finally felt relieved. It turns out it was just sleeping. I thought it was dead when I saw it was motionless. You're the one who made the mistake. A sweet female voice came from somewhere, startling Gong Yuna so much that he subconsciously took 2 steps back. He quickly looked around but didn't see any sign of anyone, which made Gong Yuna frown. Don't look around, the princess is in your arms, the little white fox said coquettishly. Gong Yuna looked at the little white fox in amazement after hearing this and asked uncertainly, "Are you talking?" "Who else could it be if not this princess?" the little white fox retorted. Gong Yuna was surprised when he heard this. "Oh my god, the fox spoke? Human. I am very weak now, so I am reluctantly accepting you as my pet. Please help me find some antidote." After figuring out what was going on, Gong Yuna said with disgust, "You are a demon, right?" The little white fox raised her proud little head and said, "Yes, I am from the noble fox demon clan. How about it? Human, feel honored to be the pet of this princess." Upon hearing this, Gong Yuna threw the little white fox to the ground and said coldly, "I have nothing to say to the demon tribe, so you're on your own. Also, this is my home, please leave immediately." Seeing that this human being was so rude to him, the little white fox said angrily, "I saved you from a disaster, and you're talking to your savior like this?" Hearing this, Gong Yuna said with some amusement, "I was sleeping soundly in bed, what could possibly happen? I didn't even see the ceiling collapse." The little white fox stretched out its claws weakly, pointed at the desk and said, "Look at the letter on the table and you'll know." Gong Yuna quickly followed the fox's claws and looked towards the desk, and saw that there was indeed a letter on the desk. Seeing that it was indeed his mother's handwriting, he immediately picked it up and began to read it carefully. After reading the letter, Gong Yuna was very confused. "Why would you go back to your parents' home? She said it would take a long time for me to come back and asked me to take good care of myself. She also told me to apply for the Fog City University of Supernatural Powers." Wait. The letter said there was a top-grade qi and blood tempering pill on the table. Where is it? Gong Yuna looked at the little white fox with suspicion, as if to say, "Could it be that you stole my pills?" When the little white fox saw Gong Yuna looking at him, he felt ashamed for a moment, then said angrily, "Human. This princess was seriously injured because she ate the poison pill on your table. If this princess hadn't blocked this disaster for you, you would have died today. Let me make it clear first, if you don't have one of the 9-leaf Scrofulariaceae and the 3-tailed snow lotus, this princess won't serve you." Gong Yuna looked at the little white fox speechlessly and said, "You little thief fox, how can you be so confident in stealing other people's things? Besides, how do I know if you have eaten the poison in my medicine? What about 9-leaf scrophularia and 3-tailed snow lotus? I also want you to compensate me with a top-grade chi and blood tempering pill. Chapter 8, The Promise with the Little White Fox. The awakening ceremony is coming. Please add to the bookshelf. The little white fox didn't know how to explain it for a moment. His fur stood on end and the tip of his tail trembled as he said, "This princess really didn't lie to you. Not only that, your mother didn't leave on her own but was taken away by 10 people. What? My mother was taken away by someone?" Gong Yuna was shocked and quickly picked up the phone to call Lu Ruoying. After making several calls and no one answered, Gong Yuna became anxious and immediately prepared to run out of the house to call the police. Seeing that Gong Yuna was going out to look for his mother, the little fox was afraid that he would leave him in this room, so he immediately added, "I heard that group of people calling her Miss. Your mother must have been taken back to her parents' home by them." Gong Yuna paused, frowned in confusion and said, "What young lady? Although my mother has never told me about her family, why do I feel like you are fooling me? Human, your mother will be fine. Since I'm testing poison for you, please save me first. If you don't save me, I'll be in trouble." The little white fox suddenly curled up into a snowball, pressing its front paws on the blue-black lines spreading across its heart, looking extremely painful. Seeing that it didn't seem to be faking its pain, Gong Yuna still shook his head. "Humans and demons cannot coexist. I will not save you. Besides, I only have a 2-digit balance in my bank account. How can I afford the antidote?" Hearing this, the little white fox became completely anxious. If it was an ordinary poison, it could dissolve it by itself. However, the poison in the pill is extremely vicious and requires certain detoxification drugs to assist in detoxification. Now it can't move at all. Gong Yuna is his last straw. It could feel that if it didn't take the antidote within half an hour, it would surely die. Thinking of this, the little white fox said, "Human, I'll tell you my real name, will you save my life?" The little fox's voice was shaking as if it was in vibrate mode. Hearing this, Gong Yuna felt very puzzled. "You think you're powerful? You can eat and drink for free just by signing up?" The little white fox said shyly. "Do you know that as long as we, the Fox Demon Clan, tell others our real names, we must be with the person who knows our names?" Gong Yuna showed little interest when he heard this. "I'm a human, and you're a demon. Even if we were together, there's nothing we can do. Am I going to hold you and stroke your fur all day?" That sounds like a good idea." The little white fox was speechless after hearing this, but the situation was urgent, so it asked hurriedly, "My dear, do you agree? If you agree, I will tell you my name reluctantly." Gong Yuna pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, but you have to promise me that if I save you, you will not hurt humans in the future." Seeing the little white fox nodded in agreement, Gong Yuna took out the 5 years awakening and 3 years simulation from his school bag and put the little white fox in it. "In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I'll have to let you stay in the bag for a while." "Human, I haven't told you my name yet," the little white fox reminded. Gong Yuna waved his hand and said casually, "I won't do anything like this, taking advantage of the fox's misfortune. Since the name is so important to you, you should keep it and tell it to the fox you really like." The little white fox was a little dazed after hearing what Gong Yuna said, thinking, "This human, why is he different from what my mother said? Why does he look so glowing now? Actually, when I look closer, he is really handsome." After Gong Yuna packed his ID card, admission ticket, and his mother's bank card, he put on the backpack with the little white fox in it and went out. 15 minutes later, Gong Yuna ran to all the drugstores and pill shops near his home, but since it was early in the morning, no drugstore was open. As for the hospital, they couldn't go there. If they found out that Tu Shanmeng was a demon, not only will Tu Shanmeng's life be in danger, but he might also be charged with colluding with the demon clan. Seeing Gong Yuna running and sweating, the little fox was very moved and took the initiative to comfort him. "You have tried very hard, I won't blame you." Just when Gong Yuna was frowning, a luxury car stopped in front of him. As the window of the back seat fell, a cold female voice said, "Why are you running around in the alley so early in the morning instead of resting and preparing for the awakening ceremony? My driver was almost dizzy because of you." Gong Yuna looked into the car window and saw the person who was speaking. He immediately showed his joy and said, "Ronyu, do you have any detoxifying herbs or pills?" When Xiao Rongyu heard Gong Yunza call her Rongyu, she was shy for a moment and then asked anxiously. Yes, you are poisoned? Gong Yunza shook his head and said, no, this little fox was poisoned. Then Gong Yunza took the little white fox out of his bag and showed it to Xiao Rongyu. Seeing the little white fox's listless appearance, Xiao Rongyu knew that its condition was serious. Seeing that it was Gong Yunza's request, Xiao Rongyu took out a pill from the storage ring and handed it to Gong Yunza without saying anything. This is a detoxifying pill, it has a strong detoxifying effect. After expressing his thanks, Gong Yunza took the pill and fed it directly to the little white fox. The effect of the elixir quickly spread throughout the little white fox's body, accelerating the dissolution of the toxins in its body. 5 minutes later, the little white fox was pleasantly surprised to find that he was almost healed. It didn't say anything, but just rubbed its head excitedly in Gong Yunza's arms. Seeing that the little white fox had recovered, Gong Yunza put the little white fox on the ground and said with a hearty smile, Little fox, go home quickly. If you don't go back, your family will be worried about you. The little white fox did not leave, but climbed up Gong Yunza's pants, onto Gong Yunza's shoulders and squatted down. When he was climbing up the trouser legs, if Gong Yunza had not been quick to pull up his trousers would have been almost torn off. The little white fox said in Gong Yunza's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. My friend, you have successfully attracted the attention of this princess. This princess has taken a fancy to you. Congratulations to the host for significantly improving Tu Shan Meng's favorability. Please keep up the hard work. Name, Tu Shan Meng Little Fangirl. Age, 18. Favorability, 80. I really like the host. Physical fitness, SSS-level. Ability, growth type S-level ability. Fox Spirit Clone can grow to SSS-level. Fox Spirit Clone currently can summon 3 clones with 60% of its own strength to fight side by side. Tu Shan Meng's favorability reaches 80 points. After the host awakens his superpowers can be merged. Hearing the system prompt, Gong Yunza was both delighted and speechless, thinking. So this little fox is called Tu Shan Meng. Being favored by a fox, what kind of thing is this? If she could transform into a human form, I would consider it. Gong Yunza was thinking. Xiao Rongyu looked at him with a puzzled look and said, Why do I hear the fox next to you talking? Gong Yunza pretended not to hear it and replied in confusion, No, why didn't I hear it? Xiao Rongyu frowned slightly, very puzzled. That's not right. I clearly heard a girl talking just now. It should be people talking in a nearby house. After all, your hearing is so good, it's normal for you to hear farther away. Xiao Rongyu looked at the little white fox suspiciously, but nodded and said, Indeed, having good hearing can sometimes be a problem. The two did not dwell too much on what Tu Shan Meng said. Xiao Rongyu invited Gong Yunza to get in the car and go to the awakening ceremony venue together. Gong Yunza, if you really awaken the SSS-level superpower, are you sure you can withstand the energy of the SSS-level superpower? Xiao Rongyu asked with concern. Tu Shan Meng thought to herself after hearing this, so his name is Gong Yunza, what a nice name. I'm about 50% sure. Although it's a bit risky, if it succeeds, all the risks will be worth it. Gong Yunza said with a firm look in his eyes. Seeing Gong Yunza's resolute gaze, Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but be moved. Yunze, if you can't bear the energy infused by the supernatural power, you must remember to call the teacher to help you stop awakening, okay? Well, I'll do my best. After hearing what Gong Yunza said, Xiao Rongyu felt relieved. She was afraid that Gong Yunza would risk exploding and dying in order to awaken his SSS-level superpowers. This was not what she wanted to see. Tu Shan Meng looked at Xiao Rongyu's concerned look towards Gong Yunza and couldn't help feeling a little jealous, thinking. Even if you gave me the elixir to eat, I would not easily give brother Yunza to you. Thinking of this, Tu Shan Meng jumped off Gong Yunza's shoulder, lay down across the middle of their seats, and looked at Xiao Rongyu with a provocative look. Xiao Rongyu naturally didn't notice Tu Shan Meng's look. Because although she was looking straight ahead, she would glance at Gong Yunza from the corner of her eye from time to time, silently observing his every move. Soon, the luxury car stopped at the entrance of the awakening ceremony venue. Xiao Rongyu glanced at her phone. Let's go. The awakening ceremony will begin in half an hour. Let's go and see the awakening platform that gave birth to countless powerful people. Xiao Rongyu suggested. Chapter 9 The Anger of the Weak. Add to bookshelf. At this moment, Gong Yunza's thoughts were tangled. First there was the agreement with Xiao Rongyu, then there was Tu Shan Meng who inexplicably called herself a princess, and then there was her mother's sudden return to her parents' home. Gong Yuna had never encountered such a difficult moment before. Almost all the troubles he had encountered in the past 18 years broke out in an instant in these 2 days. He rubbed his swollen temples and whispered to himself. Eat one bite at a time, do one thing at a time, and get through the awakening stage first. After entering the supernatural awakening ceremony venue with Xiao Rongyu, Gong Yuna looked at the solemn and sacred awakening platform from a distance. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Today is a major turning point in my life. If I cannot awaken my SSS-level superpowers, it means that my agreement with Xiao Rongyu will fail, and she will leave me. Do you know? Xiao Rongyu suddenly stopped, with a gleam in her eyes. Know what? Gong Yuna looked back at her, his eyes met those eyes as clear as a stream. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Rongyu paused on the words that were on the tip of her tongue, and her fingertips twisted the hem of her skirt unconsciously. Nothing. Nothing. Seeing her strange expression, Gong Yuna did not investigate further. Instead, he lowered his eyes and said softly, Actually, I have something to tell you. Xiao Rongyu's cheeks turned slightly red, and 18 small dramas instantly played out in her mind. What does he want to tell me? If he says he doesn't want to divorce me or something, should I agree to it? But I still want to avenge my grandfather, but I don't think I want to be separated from him either. I shouldn't have forced him to awaken his SSS-level superpowers. While Xiao Rongyu was daydreaming, Gong Yuna's heart was also beating fast, thinking. I'm a straight guy, I don't know how to say sweet words. But I do like Xiao Rongyu. How can I give up a top-notch beauty with SSS-level talent so easily? You stupid fool. Come up with some sweet words for me. Both sides were silent for a moment, and Gong Yuna finally managed to utter a few words that he himself was not sure if they were love words. Today, I will prove to you that I have the ability to protect you. I am qualified to be your husband. I want to be with you forever. Xiao Rongyu's brain suddenly stopped working for 2 seconds after hearing this. Coming back to her senses, Xiao Rongyu stammered nervously. Why are you suddenly saying this? Before she finished her words, Gong Yuna had already gently held her left hand. When her cool fingertips touched the warmth of his palm, Xiao Rongyu was so shocked that she wanted to pull her hand away, saying angrily. Gong Yuna. What are you doing? How can you? Xiao Rongyu resisted verbally, but her hands were very obedient. Maybe it was because she was nervous or for some other reason, but her fingers unconsciously clenched again, even exerting a little force due to nervousness. So holding hands, is this what it feels like? So warm, my heart is beating so fast. Xiao Rongyu thought to herself, and her cheeks had already turned red. Gong Yuna felt the delicate touch under his palm and marveled inwardly. Her hands are so soft, her skin is so soft and smooth, I really want to hold her hand forever. Tu Shanmeng, who was hiding in the backpack, witnessed this scene through the zipper gap, and jealousy instantly overwhelmed his reason. It fluttered in the bag, causing the fabric to tremble, but it could only suppress its resentment into a silent protest. Gong Yuna just thought it was taking a nap and turning over, and had no idea that Tu Shanmeng was experiencing the collapse of his emotional world. At this moment, the world in which only Tu Shanmeng was injured was achieved. Congratulations to the host for improving Xiao Rongyu's favorability. Please keep up the hard work. Name, Xiao Rongyu wife. Age, 18. Favorability, 60 likes the host and wants to be with the host. Physical fitness, SSS level. Ability, not yet awakened. The two of them walked side by side at the awakening platform, attracting many people's attention. Wow! Look! Isn't that the school beauty Xiao from the elite class? She's holding hands with a boy? I know that boy. His name is Gong Yuna, and he's the last in the regular class. He took a physical test 2 days ago, and his physique was barely C grade. What? Such a piece of trash can hold the hand of the campus beauty of Xiao University? I have a B grade physique. Doesn't that mean I can do it too? TSK. Forget it. Even though I'm a useless supernatural being, my face can still be rated SSS. It's an insult to Z to rate your looks as Z. Everyone was standing aside, pointing and talking about Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu was a little shy, her cheeks flushed as she said. Yunze, there are so many people watching. Don't you want to hold hands? Gong Yuna asked back. She buried her face lower in silence, but did not pull her hand away. Gong Yuna understood what she meant and gently stroked the back of her hand with his fingertips. Xiao Rongyu felt the power coming from Gong Yuna's hand, and suddenly felt very at ease. Gong Yuna raised his eyes and looked at the crowd, and said in a suddenly cold voice, "You can talk about me, but if anyone dares to talk about my wife Xiao Rongyu, I will fight him to the death." When Gong Yuna said this, everyone in the audience was shocked. They were not shocked by Gong Yuna's outrageous words. In their eyes, Gong Yuna was as weak as an ant. The anger of the weak will only make the strong sneer at them. They were shocked that Xiao Rongyu was actually his wife. After hearing the news, many boys who had a crush on Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but break down and mocked and abused Gong Yuna. "It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. That's right. How dare a loser like you get your hands on Xiao University's campus beauty? Divorce me now. You, Gong Yuna, don't deserve Xiao Xiao. Gong Yuna, I want a duel with you. If you lose, divorce me immediately." Suddenly, the noise of booing rose suddenly, even harsher than the previous whispers. Gong Yuna listened to the sarcasm and ridicule around him, and a sneer gradually rose in his heart. Everyone in the world is like this. They will trample you into the mud when you are weak, and become jealous when you are on an equal footing with them. Only by being 100 times stronger than them can you silence these noisy people and make them look up to you. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "Just wait, when I wake up, you'll know who the clown is." Xiao Rong's eyebrows were raised, and her cold voice pierced through the noise. "If anyone dares to speak rudely to my husband again, I will make him pay for it." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent, and no one dared to say anything more. There are only constant complaints. What merit or ability does Gong Yuna have to win the favor of Xiao Xiao? I was wondering why he suddenly became so tough. It turns out he's just a gigolo. Bah! You only know how to hide behind women. What kind of man are you? Chapter 10 Awakening. Death? Looking at Xiao Rongyu's frosty face, everyone didn't dare to say a word. Time soon came to the eve of the awakening ceremony. Next, let us warmly welcome the director of Yangzhou City's Supernatural Power Bureau Wen Junquan, the principal of Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School Wu Guangming, and the supernatural power professors from the top supernatural power schools. Please invite Comrade Wen Junquan, director of the Yangzhou City Supernatural Power Bureau, to give a speech to the students. I saw a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair, wearing a dark blue suit and with an elegant temperament walking up to the podium. Hello, colleagues, professors, and all the quasi-awakeners present. I am Wen Junquan. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. The power awakening ceremony can only be performed once in a lifetime. So it goes without saying how important this ceremony is. What I want to tell everyone is that the strength of awakened superpowers does not represent everything. I have seen many awakeners who have awakened a level or even S-level superpowers. They are arrogant and neglect to practice. In the end, they are defeated by B-level or even C-level awakeners in the superpower college entrance examination. Hearing this, hope lit up in the eyes of the middle school students in the audience. When Junquan continued his speech. So, please don't slack off because you awaken a high-level ability, and don't be discouraged because you awaken a low-level ability. The weak defeat the strong. This is the romance that belongs only to the awakened. Finally, I wish everyone can awaken the best superpowers. When Junquan's brief speech greatly inspired the students' confidence in awakening. There was thunderous applause. After brief speeches from the leaders, the host took the microphone and formally introduced. Today, it is an important turning point in the life of all those who are preparing to awaken. The levels of supernatural powers are from SSS to F, from high to low. If you awaken a superpower above level B, you have a high chance of being admitted to the superpower university for further study. If your superpower is lower than level B, don't be discouraged. As long as you practice diligently, you may still be admitted to the superpower university. There are all kinds of superpowers. After awakening, the awakener can develop the potential of superpowers on his own. Some inconspicuous superpowers may become top-level superpowers after development. The level of superpowers is determined by the awakened person's superpower value after awakening. The higher the superpower value, the higher the level. SSS level corresponds to 100 points and above, SS level corresponds to 90 points, S level corresponds to 80 points, and so on. Therefore, the minimum ability value threshold for entering the University of Superpowers is 60 points. Now I declare. The power awakening ceremony officially begins. Students in the ordinary class, please be the first to awaken. Gong Yuna was struck by lightning when he heard the news. Oh no! If the ordinary class awakens first, then I won't be able to integrate Rongyu's abilities when I awaken. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna immediately found the teacher of the class and asked, "Teacher, I have a stomachache. Can I go to the toilet?" When the teacher saw Gong Yuna, he said impatiently, "You are such a lazy person. You are not allowed to go. The awakening ceremony is sacred and cannot be insulted. The toilet has been sealed by the school. If you want to go, go home. But I can't guarantee that your awakening qualification will not be revoked." Seeing that he could not delay time, Gong Yuna had no choice but to sit back in his seat. Hey! Now that things have come to this, we can only bite the bullet and do it. On the awakening platform, a man with an extraordinary temperament took the lead in going up to the awakening platform. Everyone speculated when they saw him coming up. Hey! Isn't this Huang Xiang from Ordinary Class 1? He has an A-level physique. He is not much weaker than the students in the elite class. He is considered the ceiling of the ordinary class. That's right. With an A-grade physique, if he were in any other school, he would at least be in the elite class. That is to say, our school has a deep foundation and a long history. We have gathered the top talents from all over Dragon Country. S-level and SS-level are commonplace. We even have 2 of the legendary SSS-level. Look! Huang Xiang is starting to awaken. After hearing this, everyone looked towards the awakening platform. Huang Xiang walked to the center of the awakening platform, closed his eyes, held his breath and concentrated, and then a huge formation emerged under his feet. This formation is the unique supernatural awakening formation of the awakening platform. It can communicate between heaven and earth and grant the awakener a variety of supernatural powers. Usually after the formation is activated, the awakened person will have to endure the baptism of supernatural energy from heaven and earth. The baptism process will produce a strong sense of pain. Therefore, the stronger the physique, the longer one can persist in baptism, the more supernatural energy one will obtain, and the higher the level and strength of the supernatural power bestowed will be. After Huang Xiang activated the formation, the huge energy of heaven and earth began to impact his body. He has been training his physique for many years just for this moment of awakening. If you fail, you will die. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Everyone counted silently in their hearts, calculating the number of seconds Huang Xiang endured the baptism. Generally speaking, 1 second of persistence corresponds to 1 point of ability value. The longer you persist, the more pain you will have to endure. By the later stage of awakening, the pain almost doubled. 60 seconds. He is now qualified to enter the University of Superpowers. Huang Xiang has an A-grade physique. He has to last at least 70 seconds to not waste his talent. 66 seconds. 67 seconds. 68 seconds. At the 68th second, Huang Xiang almost fainted from the pain, but he relied on his strong willpower to fight against the energy. Huang Xiang encouraged himself in his heart. Only 2 seconds left. You must hold on. Suddenly there was a muffled boom. Huang Xiang could no longer bear the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. His pupils suddenly became dilated and he fell straight onto the stage. At the same time, the baptism of energy from heaven and earth also stopped instantly. But in the end he fell in 69 seconds. When the teacher went forward to check his injuries, he found that Huang Xiang had already died. The teacher who was checking the injury couldn't help but sigh. Oh! I didn't expect the first one to die. He could have saved his life if he had given up a second ago. What a pity! For a moment, the audience was in dead silence. 2 medical staff carried a stretcher and lifted Huang Xiang onto it. There was no rescue measure taken. They just casually covered him with a piece of white cloth and hurried off the stage. The bigwigs on the sidelines were already accustomed to this, and every person who came on stage and awakened was regarded as signing a life and death warrant. On the awakening stage, life and death are your own responsibility. This is the iron rule of the awakening ceremony. It is also the nightmare of countless awakeners. Countless young geniuses died on the road of awakening because of their arrogance and conceit. But there are also many people who have achieved nirvana in desperate situations. Awakening extraordinary powers. From then on, they counterattacked and reached the top, dominating the world. Chapter 11 Tianjiao Provoked. Forced to divorce? Seeing that Huang Xiang not only failed to awaken but also lost his life due to trying too hard, many people inevitably backed down in their hearts. Huang Xiang's physical test is always at the A level, but I didn't expect that he couldn't break the 70-second mark. It's really sad. When Huang Xiang was doing physical training, he was considered to be among the best in the ordinary class. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't withstand the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Then those of us who are not as good as him are in danger. Huang Xiang's death caused quite a stir at the scene. The next few students who awakened were all more or less influenced by Huang Xiang. Although nothing happened, none of them performed to their usual level. Many students with B-level physique stopped at C-level superpowers due to their excessive fear of death, and missed the opportunity to attend the superpower university. The teachers saw this and felt something was wrong. They frowned and said, "It's terrible. Huang Xiang's death has caused panic among the students. We must first send a few reliable students to calm the situation." Thinking of this, the teachers began to discuss among themselves. Soon, the results of the discussion came out. The host received a notice from the ceremony organizing committee and passionately said, "Next, please invite Yang Tianjie, a student from the elite class with an SSS-level physique, to awaken." The students in the audience all exclaimed when they heard this. "I didn't expect Yang Tianjie to appear early. I wonder if Xiao Rongyu will be the next one to appear. It is said that the two of them are a perfect match." "Brother, you just connected to the internet, right? Don't you know that Xiao Rongyu has married a loser?" "What? Who the hell is this?" "His name is Gong Yuna. I'll show him to you when he comes on stage. I'll show you how he makes a fool of himself in front of his wife." I didn't expect there would be something fun to watch today. I've already thought of some sarcastic remarks. I'm really looking forward to it. Wow. Look. It's Yang Tianjie. He's so handsome. Brother, take me. Tisk, what's so handsome about him? He looks even worse than me. In front. You make me feel sick. I feel full just by looking at your back. My brother works so hard. What can you compare with my brother? What? Yang Tianjie from the elite class is going to awaken early? Shouldn't he and Xiao Rongyu, both SSS-level students, be the last to appear at the awakening ceremony? How come he awakened early? Everyone was talking at once, continuously discussing all the strange and bizarre things about Yang Tianjie, and the conversation was getting more and more off topic. The host coughed twice and said to the students in the audience, "Ahem, everyone, be quiet. Yang Tianjie, one of our school's twin geniuses, is about to awaken. Please don't make any noise, so as not to affect Yang's awakening." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. However, Yang Tianjie did not go directly to the center of the awakening platform. Instead, he walked to the edge of the awakening platform closest to the crowd, looked down from above, and said loudly, "Gong Yuna. Watch carefully. See how I, Yang Tianjie, awaken the SSS-level superpowers. I will let you, a loser, know the gap between you and me. You will never be worthy of my sister Rongyu. Here, I'm giving you a piece of advice. Divorce my sister Rongyu immediately, and before that, you are not allowed to touch her again. Otherwise, you will be against me, Yang Tianjie." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my god. Who is Gong Yuna? He is actually married to Goddess Xiao. This boy is so brave. He actually dared to steal Yang Tianjie's girl. He is dead now. Who said it wasn't true? If you ask me, Gong Yuna has only one way out, and that is to divorce Xiao Rongyu. Otherwise, he won't even know how he died in the future. Hearing that all the discussions in the audience were in his favor, Yang Tianjie couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, as if his plan had succeeded. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Yang Tianjie raised his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. The students in the audience quieted down upon seeing this, and watched Yang Tianjie turn around and walk towards the center of the awakening stage. However, just as Yang Tianjie was about to stand in the center of the awakening platform to start awakening, a cold voice sounded. "Yang Tianjie, remember your arrogant look now." Gong Yuna stood up, his eyes like knives. "Soon you will understand who is worthy of standing beside Xiao Rongyu." Xiao Rongyu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She looked at Gong Yuna's tall back, feeling a mixture of excitement and worry. She was so moved because Gong Yuna actually took the initiative to challenge the genius Yang Tianjie for her. The worry is that if Gong Yuna forcibly awakens the SSS-level supernatural power, something unexpected will happen. As for Yang Tianjie, Xiao Rongyu has never been interested in him. Even though he was a genius with the same SSS-level physique as herself, Xiao Rongyu felt disgusted by Yang Tianjie's arrogant and philandering personality. The Yang family had proposed marriage to the Xiao family many times, but was decisively rejected by Xiao Zhantian. The reason for the refusal was simple. Xiao Zhantian believed that the Yang family and even Yang Tianjie were not worthy of her granddaughter. Although Yang Tianjie is extremely talented, his fate is mediocre and he is definitely not Xiao Rongyu's destined person. He once divined for Xiao Rongyu, and the divination showed that the man Xiao Rongyu was going to marry would be a man of extraordinary talent who spanned ancient and modern times. When the Yang family's marriage proposal failed, they resorted to despicable means and bribed the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau to directly arrange the marriage between Yang Tianjie and Xiao Rongyu. Fortunately, Xiao Zhantian discovered it in time and directly dismissed the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Only then did Xiao Rongyu escape from the clutches of Yang Tianjie. Otherwise, if he really succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Xiao Rongyu looked at Yang Tianjie with even more disgust. Tu Shanmeng saw that Gong Yuna actually stood up for Xiao Rongyu, and couldn't help but envy Xiao Rongyu. Oh, if only brother Yuna could be so nice to me. Upon hearing this, the classmates around Gong Yuna all looked at him as if he were a fool, mocking him. Gong Yuna, I think you should just divorce Xiao Xiaohua honestly. Why offend Yang Tianjie? A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Young Master Gong Yuna has given you a favor, so you must not be shameless. That's right. If you hadn't hindered young Master Yang's marriage, how could you be qualified to talk to young Master Yang with your rubbish? How dare a piece of trash brazenly challenge the genius Yang Tianjie? Who gave you the courage? Lin Chong? Chapter 12, 99 seconds? Failed to awaken SSS level? Please add to the bookshelf. On the awakening stage, Yang Tianjie heard Gong Yuna's provocative words, lowered his eyes and glanced at the audience. His eyes and eyebrows were full of icy contempt. You are a mere C-grade physique, and you think you are qualified to challenge me? You are nothing but a clown. After saying that, Yang Tianjie turned around and continued walking towards the center of the awakening platform. Everyone in the audience echoed. Gong Yuna, with his little talent, dares to challenge Yang Tianjie? Does he really think the awakening stage is the stage in his backyard? No. This Gong Yuna has no self-awareness at all. He actually wants to be compared with Yang Tianjie? Is he worthy? Don't worry about that loser, look. Yang Tianjie is starting to awaken. Seeing that Yang Tianjie was about to awaken, the audience suddenly became silent again, for fear of disturbing Yang Tianjie's awakening and being hated by him. Yang Tianjie walked to the center of the awakening platform, and the central magic circle was activated again. Soon, the energy of heaven and earth poured into Yang Tianjie's body, continuously flushing his meridians. 30 seconds. 60 seconds. 80 seconds. Yang Tianjie reached the 80-second mark with a relaxed look on his face, which meant that he could at least awaken an S-level supernatural power. The students in the audience all showed their envy for Yang Tianjie in their eyes. Yang Tianjie also looked at Gong Yuna with pride, his eyes revealing a hint of complacency and arrogance, as if he was saying to Gong Yuna, "What do you think? You piece of trash. I can easily reach a level that you will never be able to reach in your lifetime." Yang Tianjie's eyes were locked on Gong Yuna, but he saw him sitting there with his eyes closed, completely ignoring his silent provocation. This attitude of complete disregard made Yang Tianjie's pupils shrink suddenly, and the blood in his body surged. He thought to himself, "How dare an ant ignore me? Fine. Then I'll show you what a true genius is." The awakening is still going on. Until the 86th second, Yang Tianjie's expression still looks relaxed and confident. However, starting from the 87th second, Yang Tianjie's face showed obvious surprise. This isn't right. When I took the test at home, the pain didn't start until at least 95 seconds. How come it's only 87 seconds now? Something is wrong. There is something absolutely wrong with this awakening ceremony. The awakening time reached 89 seconds, and at this time the expression on Yang Tianjie's face had begun to gradually get out of control. It's only been 89 seconds and I'm already in so much pain. It will take at least 11 seconds to awaken the SSS level superpower. How am I supposed to get through this? Yang Tianjie was extremely anxious and had a huge question mark on whether he could survive these short 11 seconds. But now the arrow is on the string if he calls a halt. With every passing second, the pain Yang Tianjie felt was several times greater than the previous second. The time came to 94 seconds. At this moment, he was grinning, which formed a sharp contrast with his previous ease and indifference. The students in the audience saw that his facial features were twisted together like a donut, and they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The principal of Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School frowned and thought, "I feel like Yang Tianjie is about to collapse. Let's wait 2 more seconds. If that doesn't work, I'll have to interrupt his awakening. After all, SS-level superpowers can also run rampant in Dragon Country. And he's that man's child, so we can't let him get into trouble." At this moment, Yang Tianjie, who was being baptized by the huge energy of heaven and earth, cried out in his heart, "It's already 95 seconds. Damn it! It hurts so much. Why is time passing so slowly? Why are there still 5 seconds left? I can't take it any longer. 96 seconds. At this time, Yang Tianjie's eyeballs slightly raised, showing signs of rolling his eyes. 97 seconds. Yang Tianjie was seen trembling all over, shaking as if he had been electrocuted. 98 seconds. There was only a paleness left in Yang Tianjie's eyes, and he had lost consciousness. Seeing this, the principal could no longer hold back and took action. 99 seconds. Yang Tianjie fell to the ground, unconscious. At 99 seconds, the awakening ceremony was interrupted by the principal. He quickly helped Yang Tianjie up and began to check his vital signs. After some investigation, Yang Tianjie breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, I acted in time. If I was a second late, when the SSS-level energy fell, I would have been really dead." Sigh. I hope Tianjie won't blame me for interrupting his awakening. With this in mind, the principal personally took Yang Tianjie to the medical vehicle that had been prepared nearby for treatment. The people in the audience shook their heads and sighed when they saw that Yang Tianjie had only awakened SS-level abilities. Alas! I didn't expect that even Yang Tianjie couldn't awaken SSS-level superpowers. It seems that our school's hope of awakening SSS-level superpowers falls on Goddess Xiao. The school originally wanted Yang Tianjie to fight a good battle to encourage the next students who would awaken on stage. But unexpectedly, even Yang Tianjie had problems. Although awakening SS-level superpowers is extremely difficult, for a genius like Yang Tianjie who has an SSS-level physique. If you don't awaken the SSS-level superpower, you will be a complete failure. Such a good physical talent is wasted. As a result, Yang Tianjie's awakening not only failed to bring positive effects to his classmates, but also made the students in the audience even more panicked. Gong Yuna secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, Yang Tianjie didn't hold on until the last second. If he had awakened an SSS-level ability, he would have been really tricked. Although Xiao Rongyu was somewhat surprised to see that Yang Tianjie did not awaken the SSS-level supernatural power, she was more relieved. If Yang Tianjie really awakens an SSS-level ability, it will undoubtedly become a big trouble for Gong Yuna in the future. Now I just need to awaken my SSS-level superpower successfully. Even if Gong Yuna fails to awaken his SSS-level superpower, I have enough ability to protect him. Tu Shanmeng was in a good mood when she saw that Yang Tianjie failed to awaken, and almost laughed out loud. Seeing that the students were in low spirits after awakening, the head teacher of the elite class had no choice but to ask Xiao Rongyu. "Rongyu, the school would like you to be the first to awaken and boost the morale of your classmates. What do you think?" Xiao Rongyu thought for a moment, nodded and said calmly, "Good." Chapter 13. Xiao Rongyu comes on stage and awakens. Strange phenomena occur. The teacher nodded solemnly, his eyes burning as he said, "Rongyu, I'll leave it to you from now on." Xiao Rongyu nodded slightly, stood up and prepared to walk onto the awakening platform. Soon, the awakening host's voice resounded throughout the venue like a loud bell. "Next, please invite the genius girl from the elite class, Xin Xiao Rongyu, to come on stage and awaken." Before he finished speaking, the whole audience erupted into thunderous cheers. "Wow, it's the iceberg goddess Xiao Rongyu. Oh, what a pity, the good cabbage is eaten by the pigs. I hope she can awaken her SSS-level talent, otherwise our Yangzhou No. 1 middle school will lose face." Although her physical test results are the same as Yang Tianjie's, she always performs better than Yang Tianjie. Awakening her SSS ability shouldn't be a problem. Everyone was talking about it, their eyes closely following Xiao Rongyu's figure, and the words they wrote were full of expectations for her. Gong Yuna looked at Xiao Rongyu's back, stood up suddenly, and shouted at her. "Rongyu, come on! I believe you can do it." Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu turned her head and looked at Gong Yuna, smiling. Hearing the voice, Xiao Rongyu turned around and looked at Gong Yuna, with a faint smile on her lips. This smile was like the melting of ice and snow, or a spring breeze blowing on the face, instantly making the boys present feel excited. What a beautiful smile. It's been 3 years. I always thought that the campus beauty of Xiao University couldn't smile, but it turns out that her smile is so touching. If this picturesque smile blooms for me, I will be willing to die at this moment. Following Xiao Rongyu's gaze, everyone saw Gong Yuna. In an instant, countless jealous eyes were directed at Gong Yuna, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Gong Yuna looked at the countless hostile looks from all around him, but he didn't care. Instead, he secretly said in his heart, "No matter how envious you are, Rongyu is already mine." Looking at Xiao Rongyu, who was about to awaken on the stage, Gong Yuna was very excited. As long as she awakens, Gong Yuna will be able to integrate her special powers. But before Gong Yuna could be happy for long, he suddenly remembered something. The favorability between Rongyu and I is not yet 80. If I fuse in advance, won't I miss out on the double effect reward in vain? Thinking of this, Gong Yuna decided not to integrate Xiao Rongyu's supernatural powers for the time being. Xiao Rongyu, standing on the awakening platform, took a deep breath. When her jade feet touched the center of the awakening platform, the awakening formation slowly emerged from the awakening platform again. When the energy of heaven and earth was infused into Xiao Rongyu's body, everyone was nervously counting down for Xiao Rongyu in their hearts. 60 seconds. 80 seconds. 90 seconds. 92 seconds into the awakening, a strange look flashed across Xiao Rongyu's face. It starts at 92 seconds? I thought I could last at least 94 seconds. It seems I overestimated myself. 96 seconds into the baptism, Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but bite her lips lightly, and the piercing pain began to spread throughout her body. Time passes by. At 99 seconds, Xiao Rongyu's body began to tremble slightly, as if she would be defeated by the violent energy of heaven and earth at any time. When the baptism time reached 100 seconds, the already turbulent energy of heaven and earth became even more violent, rushing into her body like a flood breaking through a dam. Xiao Rongyu's whole body was shaking violently. The pain was like countless steel needles piercing her body and almost breaking her mind. Fortunately, she tried her best to maintain her facial expression, so as not to let the image of the ice goddess collapse. Gong Yuna couldn't help but feel his heart in his throat when he saw this. "Hang on, Rongyu. If you can hold on for a few more seconds, you will make a qualitative leap." 101 seconds. 102 seconds. Finally, at 103 seconds, Xiao Rongyu took the initiative to end the awakening ceremony. At this moment, a golden light poured down from the sky and merged into her body. After a few seconds, the golden light dissipated, and Xiao Rongyu walked out of the golden light, as if reborn from nirvana, with a new aura emanating from her body. Xiao Rongyu was very happy when she felt the earth-shaking change in her strength after awakening. The students in the audience were dumbfounded when they saw this strange sight. Xiao Xuewa's awakening result is only 3 seconds behind the genius who appeared out of nowhere 19 years ago. The 106-second record has not been broken so far. What skill has goddess Xiao awakened? Not sure, such a strange phenomenon in the world must be an SSS-level supernatural power. Why doesn't the school just announce the awakened abilities? Why does it insist on using time as the measurement standard? Isn't this very troublesome? Oh no! The college entrance exam for supernatural powers will be held in a month. Do you want everyone to know what your skills are and then target you? Okay. I didn't think it through. When Junquan, director of the Yangzhou Supernatural Bureau, was watching this scene with a look of satisfaction on his face and endless exclamations of praise. This classmate Xiao Rongyu is not only outstanding in appearance, but also outstanding in strength. She is truly a rare talent in Dragon Country. Wu Guangming, principal of Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School, said with a hearty smile. Ha ha ha. Director Wen, do you intend to recruit us? The little girl is indeed incredibly talented. I'm afraid the people who want to recruit her can line up from Yangzhou to Kyoto. In that case, after the awakening ceremony is over, go and ask her what she thinks. When Junquan nodded and smiled, that's exactly what I want. When Gong Yuna saw Xiao Rongyu walking down the awakening platform in high spirits, the nervousness he had felt for her instantly dissipated, and was replaced by sincere happiness and blessings. Rongyu, congratulations on awakening your SSS-level superpowers. Xiao Rongyu smiled brightly, thank you. I will cheer you up later. Promise me that you will never force yourself. Gong Yuna nodded heavily, yes. Don't worry, I have already made a perfect plan in my mind. After Xiao Rongyu successfully awakened her SSS-level superpowers, the confidence of the students behind her in awakening increased dramatically. But except for Xiao Rongyu, almost everyone who came on stage later had a lower score than usual. Wu Guangming couldn't help but frown deeply when he saw this, thinking, so many students' awakening results are totally inconsistent with their physical conditions. There seems to be something wrong with the awakening platform. Wu Guangming reported the possible problems with the awakening platform to Wen Junquan, which immediately attracted Wen Juanquan's attention. Then the two of them took a break during the awakening and began to check for abnormalities on the awakening platform. They checked it 10 times and found no problem on the awakening platform. We can only attribute the abnormal awakening of students to mentality problems. However, if there is a formation master present at this time, it is inevitable that they will find that the formation pattern of the awakening platform has been tampered with by a very sophisticated and difficult to detect method. After the intermission, the host's words resounded throughout the venue again. The next awakener is Gong Yuna from the regular class. Upon hearing this, Gong Yuna quickly zipped up his backpack and told Tu Shanmeng, little fox, stay here quietly and don't come out. Got it? Tu Shanmeng nodded and said, adjust the angle for me, otherwise I won't be able to see you awakening. Hearing this, Gong Yuna adjusted his backpack to a position where Tu Shanmeng could see the awakening platform. When he was about to stand up and go to the awakening platform, Tu Shanmeng said shyly, brother Yuna, keep up. Don't force yourself. Gong Yuna said softly, don't worry. I have my own way to deal with it. When Gong Yuna walked to the awakening platform, a cold and slightly anxious female voice called him. Chapter 14 Impact Level. The whole audience was shocked. Yunze, even if you don't succeed, I will never leave you. So, promise me, don't force yourself. Gong Yuna's heart warmed, and his eyes moved slightly. She has repeated this several times. It seems like she is really worried about me. In order not to worry Xiao Rongyu, he turned around and said, okay. But a burning determination suddenly ignited in his eyes. Rongyu, please look at me carefully. Not only will I awaken SSS-level superpowers, but I will also become the strongest awakener in history and bring all the glory of this world to you. The people in the audience looked at the undisguised concern in Xiao Rongyu's eyes, and the complaints in their hearts surged like a tide. Gong Yuna is a coward. He has very little ability but is very good at manipulating people's hearts. He boasted before, but now he is trying to save face by relying on a woman's words. Can he be considered a man? No. Gong Yuna, this gigolo. He really brings shame to us men. If I were him, I would have crashed my head against the awakening platform and died. This is weird. What kind of magic potion did he give to Goddess Xiao? How could our cold school beauty go so far as to cling to him? Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Not only is my marriage partner ugly, but he also has a twisted personality. How could Gong Yuna be so worthy as to marry a perfect partner like Xiao Rongyu? Fortunately, Gong Yuna is a loser, otherwise he would have taken all the good things and I would have had a cerebral hemorrhage out of anger. Once upon a time, Gong Yuna was just an unknown person on campus. However, because of his bond with Xiao Rongyu, he became the focus of public opinion overnight. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on him. Everyone had only one expectation in their hearts: they hoped that he would awaken a crappy superpower and become the laughingstock of the whole school, so as to comfort their resentment towards Xiao Rongyu for not being able to get her. The poisonous fire of jealousy spreads among the crowd, and the darkness of human nature is infinitely magnified. Gong Yuna slowly stepped onto the awakening platform. Every step is taken steadily, solemnly, and seriously. It was as if he was not ascending the awakening platform, but the throne that dominates the world. The people in the audience looked at Gong Yuna's resolute gaze and couldn't help laughing in their hearts. This stubborn little look is so real that if you don't know him, you would think he is about to awaken an SSS-level supernatural power. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm going to take a picture of his pretentious expression, then combine it into a picture of the moment when he fails to awaken, and then send the picture to Xiao Rongyu anonymously. I feel so happy just thinking about Xiao Ronyu seeing his frustrated look. Gong Yunza on the stage was walking to the center of the awakening platform. As the awakening formation flashed again, the energy of heaven and earth directly hit Gong Yunza's body. Feeling the energy of heaven and earth washing over his meridians, Gong Yunza was slightly startled. How come this baptism of energy from heaven and earth is exactly the same as the feeling when the god of war forged my meridians? Many people laughed when they saw Gong Yunza's shocked expression. Look! It's only been the first second and that loser is almost unable to hold on. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. I officially declare Gong Yunza the most entertaining person in Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School. I thought he could at least last 50 seconds to get a C-level ability, but I didn't expect him to have such an expression in the first second. He's worse than garbage. Everyone thought that Gong Yunza could no longer withstand the impact of the energy. However, as time ticked by, the ridicule of the crowd gradually got stuck in their throats. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. Seeing that Gong Yunza could actually hold on for 50 seconds, everyone was a little surprised, but that was all. With a score of 50 seconds, he couldn't even get into the University of Supernatural Powers, which only proved that Gong Yunza was just an ordinary waste. However, when they saw Gong Yunza's subsequent results, they became a little restless. Oh my god! Gong Yunza broke through 60 seconds. Is my eyes playing tricks on me? That's 60 seconds. At least he can awaken a B-level superpower. How can a piece of trash like him be admitted to the Superpower University? My time is 64 seconds. I don't want to be in the same supernatural university with this loser. Amid the discussion among the students in the audience, Gong Yunza's result reached 70 seconds. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this, and they all said in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he break through the 70-second barrier and awaken an A-level ability? Yes. This is definitely a shady deal. I want to report it. I want to complain. I demand a thorough investigation into whether Gong Yunza secretly used banned drugs. The students' noise attracted the attention of a group of supernatural judges. When Junquan took Gong Yunza's information and said with surprise, "This daily physical examination report shows that Gong Yunza's physique is only C-level. Why is he like nothing happened when he received a level heaven and earth energy?" Wu Guangming at the side was also very puzzled. I don't know either. This has never happened before in all these years. The other professors from the Supernatural University were also whispering to each other. It is unbelievable that a C-level physique can withstand a level heaven and earth energy. Is it possible that he got some kind of opportunity that made his physique stronger? Upon hearing this, all the professors nodded and said, This is the only explanation that makes sense. But the leap from C-level to A-level is a bit too big. The information shows that he is just from an ordinary family. How could he have such a heaven-defying method? Just when everyone was surprised at how Gong Yunza awakened his A-level talent with his C-level physique, one of the professors glanced at the awakening platform inadvertently, and an unbelievable voice suddenly rang out. Look! He actually broke the 80-second mark. Oh my god! A C-level physique awakens an S-level talent? This is enough to make national headlines. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Gong Yunza's result shocked everyone in the audience again. Even when Junquan, who had been very calm, suddenly jumped up from his seat, his voice trembling with excitement. 90 seconds. It's actually 90 seconds. It's an SS-level ability. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? After saying that, he pinched Wu Guangming's arm, causing the principal to scream in pain. Brother 1. Even if you are a high-ranking official, you can't kill someone. I'm sorry. Brother Wu, I'm really too excited. The surprise that Gong Yunza brought to me is no less than the surprise that young Tianjie awakened his SS-level talent. At this moment, a young man in the audience was staring at Gong Yunza with his fists clenched. Those eyes were filled with resentment and anger, and even a hint of murderous intent. Why? Why can he awaken SS-level superpowers? How can such a lowly person be on equal footing with me? Chapter 15, Fusion of Superpowers. Breakthrough and Breakthrough. Please add to the bookshelf. Why? Why can he awaken SS-level superpowers? How can such a lowly person be on equal footing with me? The one who roared loudly was none other than young Tianjie. After being seriously injured, he was rushed to the emergency room by Principal Wu Guangming. The school used the highest standard emergency drugs and deployed top healing awakeners to take charge. But in just a few moments, Yang Tianjie, who was already dying, recovered 70% to 80%. The doctor in the emergency room advised him to go back and rest early. He flatly refused and dragged his still unhealed body back to the audience seats, just to see Gong Yunza's embarrassing moment. However, Gong Yunza's performance of breaking through his limits time and time again had already caused his worldview to collapse, and he even began to doubt his life. I have been extremely talented since I was young. I am the proud child of the Yang family. I am the best among my peers. But now I have achieved the same success as an unknown pariah. I cannot accept this. Thinking of this, Yang Tianjie clenched his teeth, and his eyes flashed with cruelty as if he wanted to eat Gong Yunza on the stage alive. At this time, the time Gong Yunza on the stage had spent receiving the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth had reached 92 seconds. When Yang Tianjie saw Gong Yunza's gradually painful expression on the stage, he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Gong Yunza. I lasted for 99 seconds. Don't let me down. If you can't awaken SSS-level superpowers, you will never be able to surpass me. The baptism time came to 93 seconds. Gong Yunza's expression became more and more painful, and even his breathing became rapid. Seeing Gong Yunza's painful expression, Xiao Ronyu's heart tightened and she prayed silently in her heart. Yunze. Don't mess around. Your SS-level abilities are enough. Enough to fight alongside me. What Xiao Ronyu didn't know was that what Gong Yunza wanted was never to fight alongside her. Instead, it becomes a barrier that can protect her from wind and rain, and become her support when she is most helpless. This responsibility can only be carried by someone with SSS-level abilities. Therefore, he must awaken SSS-level superpowers. Tu Shanmeng saw Gong Yunza in extreme pain on the awakening stage, and turned around in his backpack anxiously. It scratched and grabbed Gong Yunza's school bag frantically, trying to break free from the bag and help Gong Yunza. But in the end, its reason prevailed. If I show up now and reveal my identity as a demon, it will only cause trouble for Yunza. I can only pray that he is safe. Thinking of this, Tu Shanmeng stood up, clasped his front paws together, and prayed continuously. 94 seconds. Gong Yunza's body was a little staggering, but he stood firm like a strong grass with his amazing willpower. 95 seconds. Gong Yunza's consciousness gradually faded, and he had obviously reached his limit. If Gong Yunza does not give up on awakening at this time, he will most likely follow in Huang Xiang's footsteps. Seeing that Gong Yunza was still holding on to the awakening platform with no intention of interrupting his awakening, Xiao Rongyu cried out in surprise. Yunze! Don't! Tu Shanmeng buried her head in fear, not daring to look at what was about to happen next. Seeing that Gong Yunza was about to collapse, Yang Tianjie raised the smug arc on his lips that was harder to suppress than AK. Just when everyone thought that everything was settled, Gong Yunza suddenly gathered his spirit and shouted in his heart. System! Fuse Tu Shanmeng's abilities for me. The host has successfully integrated Tu Shanmeng's supernatural powers. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level growth ability Spirit Shadow Clone. Spiritual Clone can summon 3 clones with 60% of your own strength to fight side by side. The moment he heard that the fusion was successful, Gong Yunza immediately summoned a clone to share the energy of heaven and earth with him. The moment the clone was summoned, half of the energy from heaven and earth that Gong Yunza received was instantly split away. He instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Just like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the camel shook off half of its back of straw. Seeing two Gong Yunza appear on the awakening platform, everyone present rubbed their eyes and said in disbelief. Wow! Am I dazzled? Why are there 2 Gong Yunza on the awakening platform? Hello 110? I want to call the police. Someone is blatantly cheating on the awakening stage. The one in front, you kill Bowie. The reporting number to the Supernatural Bureau is 10,086. Exclamations rang out one after another, and even the teachers nearby looked stunned. There is absolutely no possibility of cheating on the awakening platform. People who cheat will not be able to trigger the awakening array at all. Then he's not cheating. What's up with the other guy who's exactly the same? Perhaps he is a born supernatural being. When these words were spoken, all the big shots were shocked. Born with superpowers? How is that possible? Looking at the 1,000-year history of superpowers in Dragon Country, there is not a single person born with superpowers. Yes, Professor. Have you read too many exciting novels? But as far as the current situation is concerned, Gong Yuna did use his superpowers during the awakening process, which means that he is very likely born with superpowers. Oh my god. So this is Gong Yuna's own power, so the energy of heaven and earth did not reject it. If that's true, then doesn't that mean he can have two superpowers? This is simply too scary. Just as a group of important figures were discussing, a cry of surprise broke through the sky. Oh my god. It's been 98 seconds. Is Gong Yuna really going to awaken an SSS-level superpower? Everyone gasped when they saw this, their eyes fixed on the awakening platform. My dear. I didn't expect Gong Yuna to be so strong. Oh my god. I was too loud earlier. I hope Mr. Gong won't hold a grudge against me. Fuck you. You call this gifted child of heaven trash? Then what are we? A fighter among trash? Don't panic. He hasn't achieved SSS-level superpowers yet. The time from 99 seconds to 100 seconds is like an insurmountable chasm. It takes an SSS-level physique to resist. I don't believe he can survive 100 seconds. Yes. There is no way he can break 100 seconds. No way. Chapter 16 Breakthrough of Self. Reintegration. Please add to the bookshelf. 99 seconds. The timescale hit everyone's nerves like a heavy hammer, and the breathing of the whole audience stopped at this moment. Looking at the two Gong Yuna on the stage, most people did not hope that Gong Yuna could really last more than 100 seconds. Even more people secretly hoped that he would give up in the 99th second, or even be annihilated in the frenzy of heaven and earth energy in the 100th second. On the awakening stage, Gong Yuna suddenly felt the pressure from Pei-Ran-Mou. Seeing that awakening had reached the final stage, his eyes became stern and he no longer restrained himself, and directly summoned out the other two clones. Spiritual clones, open. Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, two more Gong Yuna appeared on the field. At this time, there are 4 Gong Yuna on the field. The 4 of them divided the pressure of the energy of heaven and earth into 4 equal parts. In this way, the pressure on Gong Yuna's body was suddenly reduced to a quarter, and the corners of his lips even curled up in a calm arc. The audience was stunned when they saw this. What the hell is this? He can actually summon 3 clones that are exactly like him. Could it be that he has a summoning ability? Oh my god. Summoning powers are as famous as elemental magic powers, space powers, and other top powers. Looking at Gong Yuna's relaxed expression, breaking through 100 is a foregone conclusion. It's over. I'm mocking the wrong person this time. The clown is actually me. At this moment, young Tianjie in the audience was already burning with jealousy and said angrily. Why? Why can he last for 100 seconds? Why does he have a superpower even though he hasn't awakened yet? This is not fair. Now young Tianjie only hopes that Gong Yuna will explode and die because he cannot withstand the tremendous pressure when the energy of heaven and earth descends in the 100th second. When young Tianjie thought of Gong Yuna being blown up by the energy of heaven and earth, his heart felt extremely clear and happy. The outcome is uncertain, and it's still unknown whether it's a dark horse or a dead horse. Gong Yuna, I don't believe that I can accomplish for you what I can't do. Yang Tianjie thought to himself as if he was watching a good show. The big shots on the stage were also watching Gong Yuna's every move intently, even his subtle expressions were within their sight. Seeing Gong Yuna's calm and composed expression, they all understood in their hearts it's a sure thing. At this moment, the time came to the 100th second. Boom! The energy of heaven and earth smashed down like a torrential rain. Gong Yuna felt this violent power of heaven and earth, and his expression suddenly became somewhat painful. But it was only a little painful and was far from the limit that Gong Yuna could endure. Seeing this, Xiao Rongyu's cold face suddenly had a hot teardrop flowing down for some reason. Yunze, you really did it. I knew it. I wasn't wrong about you. Congratulations to the host for improving Xiao Rongyu's favorability. Please keep up the hard work. Name, Xiao Rongyu wife. Age, 18. Favorability, 80. I really like the host. I want to get close to the host. Physical fitness, SSS level. Superpower, SSS level superpower absolute domain. Absolute domain, a circular domain with a radius of 20 meters can be expanded. All attributes within the domain are increased by 50%. All attributes of those marked by the Lord within the domain are weakened by 25%. Congratulations to the host for reaching 80 points of favorability with Xiao Rongyu. You confuse her abilities. When the favorability with Xiao Rongyu reaches 100 points, the Hongyan Mall will be opened. Note, the products in the mall are only for Hongyan. Hearing this, Gong Yuna was extremely excited. You've come just in time. I can feel my body being tempered by the energy of heaven and earth. If I can hold on for a little longer, all of my attributes will reach extremely terrifying values. It turns out that the energy of heaven and earth can not only help awaken superpowers, but also bring powerful strength to the awakeners. When Junquan, Wu Guangming, and a group of university professors standing by were so frightened that they were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. I didn't expect that he could actually last 100 seconds. This boy achieved SSS-level supernatural power with a C-level physique. He will surely be remembered for generations to come. Not only that, the summoning ability plus his newly awakened SSS-level ability can be said to be an unprecedented double SSS-level ability. Oh my god. As long as he doesn't die halfway, it won't be long before he becomes the first awakener in Dragon Country. The students in the audience also praised. Look! He caught it. He actually caught the destructive energy of heaven and earth brought by 100 seconds. It seems that Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School has produced another outstanding person. I am ashamed to say that I am inferior to him. I knew he could do it. He is worthy of being the man that Goddess Xiao likes. He is truly a rare talent. The one in front. Can you please have some shame? Who was it that wanted to challenge Master Gong in a duel? This. Stop arguing. Look. Master Gong is still going on. Everyone looked towards Gong Yuna on the stage, only to see that he was still being baptized by the violent energy of heaven and earth. At this time, the time has come to 102 seconds. Seeing that Gong Yuna's awakening of SSS-level supernatural powers was a foregone conclusion, Yang Tianjia's face was now distorted to the point of being deformed. He cursed in his heart. Gong Yuna! How dare a mere lowly person climb over my head and bully me? Fine. Just wait for me. So what if you have 2 SSS-level superpowers? As long as you don't grow up, you are still an ant that can be easily crushed to death in front of my dad. Thinking of this, Yang Tianjia left the scene angrily. Several students were knocked down by him but dared not say anything. They cursed in their hearts. Why are you taking it out on us when you can't beat Gong Yuna? I wanted to see other people laugh at me, but I ended up becoming a clown. It's so ridiculous. You're not as strong as him, no wonder your wife was taken away by someone else. You deserve it. At this time, Gong Yuna had been baptized by the energy of heaven and earth for 105 seconds. Gong Yuna once again felt the tremendous pressure squeezing his whole body. It feels like a plastic bottle being deformed when the air is sucked out of it. This feeling made Gong Yuna feel extremely uncomfortable. But he still persisted. The time finally came to 106 seconds. Oh my god. He broke the record of that senior from 19 years ago. 106 seconds. Oh. Damn. I'm going to eat this person. This is an alien. Xiao Rongyu felt very distressed when she saw Gong Yuna looking so miserable. She wanted to go forward but stopped. She knew that Gong Yuna had promised her that he would not do anything rash, so she clenched her fists tightly and worried about Gong Yuna quietly in the audience, not daring to make a sound to disturb him. At this moment, Gong Yuna felt that his body was about to be crushed. The other 3 clones were also on the verge of collapse. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna no longer hesitated, in order to absorb more energy from heaven and earth. Gong Yuna decided to integrate Xiao Rongyu's supernatural powers. So Gong Yuna roared to the system in his mind. System! Fuse Xiao Rongyu's abilities for me. Now! Immediately! Chapter 17 Awakening SSS-level superpowers? Mata. Please add it to the bookshelf. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating Xiao Rongyu's abilities. It is detected that Xiao Rongyu's favorability towards the host is 80 points, and the requirements for double the reward have been met. Congratulations to the host for awakening his superpower, SSS-level superpower Sacred Realm. Sacred Domain, a circular domain with a radius of 40 meters can be expanded. All attributes within the domain are increased by 100%. All attributes of the target marked by the Lord within the domain are weakened by 50%. Holy territory, expand. Gong Yuna shouted in a deep voice, and in an instant a brilliant golden light burst out, and the dazzling golden field covered the entire awakening platform like a dome. The four figures were simultaneously covered by the sacred domain opened by Gong Yuna. Gong Yuna clearly felt the pressure on his limbs and bones receding like the tide. Including the big shots on the side, everyone mistakenly thought that this was a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth caused by Gong Yuna. 107 seconds. He broke the school record. Wait. Look, he's still holding on. Oh my god. He's still holding on. Is this really something a C-class physique can do? C rank? Seeing how relaxed he looks, it's no exaggeration to say he has an SSS physique. Professors Wen Junquan, Wu Guangming and others were so shocked that their pupils shrank suddenly. I almost wanted to kneel down to witness the wonder of this baptism of energy from heaven and earth. It seems that 107 seconds is far from his limit. If he can break the 109-second record of my Dragon Nation, I will recruit him into my Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers without taking an exam. Professor Wang, this is probably not appropriate. Although Jingyi University is the leader among the four universities, it should at least respect the opinions of its students. That's right. We can't always monopolize the good seedlings by you guys at Jingyi University. No. Last year and the year before, the top spot was given to you, Jingyi University. This year, it should be our turn anyway. Professor Wang Yi of Beijing University of Foreign Studies made a startling statement. Well, I'll make the decision and give the top 3 champions to 3 professors. How about this Gong Yuna belongs to Jingyi University this year? The professors were speechless, cursing in their hearts. It seems that Kyoto Yida is not only the strongest among all the heroes, but also the shamelessness that makes people applaud. Okay. That's how you play it, right? Don't blame me for being ruthless when the awakening ends and I snatch the person away. At this time, Gong Yuna's baptism reached an astonishing 108 seconds. The pressure of the formation was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that a person with SS-level physique can stretch a finger from the edge of the awakening platform into the formation. There is a high possibility that his fingers will explode like a gun in an instant. Gong Yuna felt unprecedented pressure, and just when he was about to give up, suddenly, Gong Yuna discovered that there was a fast-moving unit in the field that could be marked by the field. The mark wandered around the edge of the awakening platform, but never left the platform, as if it was moving according to some pattern. When he looked with his eyes, he saw nothing but the mark moving. This strange discovery puzzled Gong Yuna, so he asked the clone closest to the edge of the awakening platform to move to the edge of the awakening platform with the powerful energy of heaven and earth. Soon, the mark moved in front of Gong Yuna's clone, and the mark moved very fast. Gong Yuna's clone seized the opportunity and kicked out fiercely with a certain degree of foresight. Just hear a loud bang. A crow that was originally invisible was kicked out of the awakening platform and revealed its true form. When Crow was kicked out of the awakening platform by Gong Yuna instantly felt that the oppressive feeling of the energy of heaven and earth was reduced several times. What the hell is this? After I kicked it out, the pressure actually decreased. This way, I can still hold on for a few seconds. The big guys standing by were dumbfounded when they saw this. What is this? Why is there a crow on the awakening platform? This is a rare energy-attracting crow. It can fly according to certain rules, thereby attracting the energy of heaven and earth. It's actually the energy crow. Why is it on the awakening platform? And it seems to be invisible. That's unknown. The ability to make creatures invisible is rare. I'm afraid it's a method used by aliens. The leaders frowned deeply. Although they didn't say it, they were thinking in their hearts. Good fellow. We checked several times but couldn't find any clues about the awakening platform, but this guy actually found it. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, but no matter what, this is a great achievement. The time quickly came to 110 seconds, and everyone was already paralyzed by Gong Yuna. If someone joked that Gong Yuna would ascend to become an immortal on the spot in the next second, some people would probably believe it. 110 seconds. What does that mean? This doesn't seem to be written in the supernatural textbook. This. Everyone no longer knew what to say, and silence was the awakening platform of this year. It can be said that the awakening platform has never been as quiet as it is now. No one dared to breathe. They are witnessing history. Witnessing a history that has never happened before and may hardly happen again in the future. Perhaps in the days to come, as long as they say that they have witnessed Gong Yuna's awakening, they will be praised by everyone. When Gong Yuna broke through 110 seconds, everyone counted silently in their hearts. 111 seconds. 112 seconds. 113 seconds. 114 seconds. 115 seconds. In the end, after 115 seconds, Gong Yuna could no longer withstand the violent energy of heaven and earth and took the initiative to end the baptism. The result stopped at 115 seconds. When the baptism of heaven and earth ends, the sky suddenly sparkled with bursts of colorful rays of light. The rosy glow faded away, and then dark clouds rolled in, covering the sky and the sun. A flash of lightning flashed by. Thunder rolled in like a tide, coming from far away and approaching, and then thunder roared in all directions. Every bolt of lightning seemed to strike deep into everyone's soul, and everyone present was shocked. What kind of vision is this? What a terrifying phenomenon! Even when Goddess Shao awakened her SSS-level supernatural power, there was no such spectacular momentum. This is probably beyond the scope of SSS-level supernatural powers. Am I really not dreaming? Holy shit! My hair! Man! Who on earth is this Gong Yuna? Not only did the students off the field exclaim in amazement at how awesome Glass was, but even the leaders and professors nearby were kneeling on the ground, looking at Gong Yuna with awe in their eyes. This is simply a miracle. Since I awakened, I have never seen such a horrifying phenomenon in heaven and earth. If he can grow up, the great revival of Dragon Country is just around the corner. I'm afraid it's not as simple as revival. As long as he grows up, I'll believe you if you say he can unify all races. Professors, what are you all doing on your knees? Professor Wang, aren't you kneeling too? Fortunately, there was a table blocking the way, otherwise it would have been very embarrassing if the news of all the professors kneeling together had spread. But at this time, these professors actually hope that this matter will spread. After all, being able to have some connection with such historical fragments written into history books can be regarded as leaving one's own mark in the long river of history. The strange phenomenon in the world dissipated, and Gong Yuna stood in the center of the awakening platform like a king returning, with lightning flashing in his sharp eyes. Congratulations to the host for awakening the SSS-level supernatural power Purple Thunder Body. Gong Yuna was stunned when he heard this, thinking, what the hell? This is ridiculous. SSS-level superpower? What the hell is this? Before Gong Yuna recovered from his shock, an anxious voice sounded beside him. Student Yuna. Are you interested in studying at Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers? I will let you study in the top class. You will enjoy twice the training resources of the top class. What do you think? Chapter 18. After awakening the SSS-level superpower, there will be a great scholar to debate for me. Please add to the bookshelf. Gong Yuna looked at the newcomer with a puzzled look on his face, thinking to himself. Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers? The first University of Supernatural Powers in Dragon Country, sounds good. Just as he was about to respond, a gentle voice sounded from the side. Professor Wang Yi, the awakening ceremony has not yet been completed. Let's talk about the enrollment after everything is over. Wang Yi turned around upon hearing the voice, his frown instantly relaxed, and he laughed out loud. Director Wen is right. I am eager to recruit talented people. Having said that, Wang Yi and Wen Junquan returned to the podium together. Seeing this, all the students in the audience cast envious glances at Gong Yuna. Hey! I wish I could be personally invited by Professor Jingyi. Let alone Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers, even if the Fog City University of Supernatural Powers, which ranks last among the 4 supernatural universities, invited me, I would be very lucky. The A-level supernatural power I awakened doesn't have high requirements. I just need to pass the exam to the 3rd-ranked Yangzhou Supernatural University. I have awakened an S-level superpower, so I have to go to the 2nd highest superpower in the Demon City. After Gong Yuna stepped down, he found that the way everyone looked at him had changed. Before he awakened his powers, everyone looked down on him. After awakening the superpowers, it seemed as if everyone had collective amnesia, forgetting Gong Yuna's past and only remembering his high-spirited self when his superpowers awakened. Hearing the blessings along the way and seeing everyone showing him friendly smiles that seemed to come from the heart, Gong Yuna couldn't help laughing secretly in his heart. In the face of absolute strength, dignity is worthless. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna ignored all those who sent him blessings with an indifferent look on his face. Some people saw Gong Yuna ignoring them and immediately started cursing. Isn't it just awakening an SSS-level superpower? What's so great about that? When the others heard this, they not only did not blame Gong Yuna together, but instead refuted him. A person with a level talent like you is worthy of the attention of Mr. Gong? Do you deserve it? Do you deserve it? That's right. He starts barking before he even licks it. He says the grapes are sour because he can't eat them. You are such a fool. If I awaken an SSS-level superpower, I'll be more arrogant than him. You are nothing. Seeing this, Gong Yuna sneered. Sure enough, after awakening the SSS-level supernatural power, no matter what I do, there will always be a great scholar to argue for me. The awakening ceremony is still going on. But after witnessing Gong Yuna's awakening, everyone lost interest in watching other people awaken. Instead, he turned his gaze to Gong Yuna, who was walking towards the elite class. After Gong Yuna stepped down from the stage, he did not return to his seat, but went straight to the elite class to look for Xiao Rongyu. When Gong Yuna walked to the exclusive viewing seat for the elite class, those geniuses in the elite class who used to look down on others were now as nervous as mice seeing a cat. As for why they were so nervous, it was naturally because they mocked Gong Yuna when he awakened. At this moment, their faces felt as if they had been slapped countless times, and they felt inexplicably hot. Gong Yuna naturally ignored these people. He quickly locked onto a beautiful figure in the crowd. That beautiful figure was none other than Xiao Rongyu. She stood there in a daze, her pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with endless affection. Gong Yuna walked towards Xiao Rongyu. The students in the elite class stood up one by one and moved aside, fearing that they would block Gong Yuna's way and upset him. Gong Yuna walked to Xiao Rongyu and said with a smile, "Rongyu, I did it." Xiao Rongyu's eyes were slightly red, and she nodded heavily. "Yeah. I knew my husband could do it." When others saw this scene, they couldn't help but envy. They are truly a perfect match made in heaven. Alas! If I could transform into senior sister Xiao. No, the guy in front, are you a Sichuan opera actor? With a stunning talent like Gong Yuna protecting us, what does Sichuan opera have to do with it? Fuck, brother, you. Hearing this, everyone covered their buttocks and moved away from the person who was speaking. All the mocking words directed at Gong Yuna turned into smoke and disappeared without a trace. All that is left is envy and blessings for the two talented men and beautiful women, Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu. The little fox saw Gong Yuna looking for Xiao Rongyu in the backpack and stamped his feet anxiously and said, "Gong Yuna, you bastard. How dare you leave me, the princess, alone to go find that woman? I'm so pissed off." Humph. Forget it. Since you survived a disaster, I will forgive you this time. Gong Yuna. Why don't you come back? I also want to be with you. It seems that I must let you see how powerful I am tonight. The awakening ceremony ended only when dusk fell. This year's Yangzhou No. 1 middle school is full of talents. More than 300 people have awakened B-level superpowers, more than 100 people have awakened A-level superpowers, 11 people have awakened S-level superpowers, 5 people have awakened SS-level superpowers, and 2 people have awakened SSS-level superpowers. Such a brilliant record is rare in a century, even in a place like Yangzhou No. 1 middle school where elites gather. Principal Wu Guangming gave a speech. The awakening ceremony has finally come to an end. Just as Director Wen said before, the level of superpowers is not the most important. Of course, the higher the level of supernatural power, the faster the training speed will be, but diligence and talent are equally important. Otherwise, you will be the Zhongyang of the supernatural world. Here, I wish all students excellent results in the Supernatural College entrance examination in a month. As soon as the awakening ceremony was over, Wen Junquan and professors from the 4 major universities of Dragon Country immediately found Gong Yuna. Wen Junquan smiled and congratulated. Congratulations to Mr. Gong for awakening his SSS-level superpowers. He has a bright future ahead of him. The 4 professors came forward and echoed him. Yes, yes. No, no, no. 1,000 words of rainbow fart omitted here. Gong Yuna smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliments. What do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing Gong Yunza asking directly, Wen Junquan also said directly, I came here to ask you, are you interested in joining the Superpower Bureau? When these words came out, the four professors were all shocked and thought. The requirements for joining the Supernatural Bureau are extremely strict. Many S-level university graduates do not meet the recruitment requirements. I didn't expect Director 1 to make an exception and recruit a high school student who just awakened his superpowers to join the Superpower Bureau. This is simply a step to heaven. The director of the Supernatural Bureau has personally invited me. This is over. It seems that we can't recruit such an outstanding student. However, Gong Yunza's response shocked everyone. I am grateful to Director 1 for his kindness. The Ability Bureau is the pillar of the country, so I am naturally very fascinated. However, the Ability Bureau is full of masters, and my strength is not enough. Joining the Ability Bureau like this may cause criticism. Wen Junquan nodded and smiled. Haha, not bad, not bad. You've already made such a consideration before I even joined the Supernatural Bureau. So, am I being politely rejected? Chapter 19 decided to take the Supernatural College entrance examination and spend a night with Xiao Ronyu? Please add to the bookshelf. Gong Yunza clasped his fists and bowed, and said in a serious tone. It's not that I can refuse, but my current strength is not enough for me to gain a foothold in the Supernatural Bureau. I hope to enter the Supernatural University for further studies before joining the Supernatural Bureau. As soon as these words were spoken, the four professors from the University of Supernatural Powers nearby were immediately delighted, and they could hardly hide the smiles in the corners of their eyes. As long as Gong Yunza does not join the Ability Bureau directly, they will have the opportunity to win Gong Yunza to their own school. If the school could recruit a student as talented as Gong Yunza, getting a promotion and a raise would be easier than drinking water. Wen Junquan took it very seriously and nodded repeatedly, his tone full of praise. There aren't many young people like you who are neither arrogant nor impatient nowadays. I'll do as you say. After you graduate from the University of Supernatural Powers, I'll come and pick you up in person. Thank you, Director 1, for your kindness. Gong Yunza bowed to express his gratitude. Wen Junquan handed over a gold-stamped business card. This is my business card. You can contact me anytime if you have any questions. See you later. After saying that, Wen Junquan stepped on tiptoe. The whole person disappeared as if blending into the void. Seeing the way Wen Junquan left, Gong Yunza was extremely shocked. Is this a spatial ability? This method of moving through space is really terrifying. After Wen Junquan left, the four professors immediately surrounded Gong Yunza and rushed to introduce him. I'm Professor Wang Yi from Kyoto University of Special Powers, the first of the four major special power universities. I've greeted classmate Gong before. What do you think of the previous conditions? Wang Yi's tone was determined and his eyes were full of anticipation. Yunze, don't listen to him. A professor in brocade clothes beside him interrupted. I am Professor Han Fei from Yangzhou University of Supernatural Powers. You are from Yangzhou, so it's natural for you to come to our Yangzhou University of Supernatural Powers. Everyone, stop arguing. A professor wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his lenses and said with a bit of arrogance, the most important thing for awakened people is cultivation resources. No matter what conditions they offer, our Magic City University is willing to pay double. This immediately angered Professor Wang from Kyoto. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a threatening tone. What? Magic City University wants to compete with us in financial strength? I'm telling you. This year, we at Kyoto University of Illusions will not be accepting new students. All the resources of the entire grade will be invested in him. These bold words shocked Gong Yunza, and the professors from Yangzhou and Modu beside him were speechless for a moment. As for Professor Wodu Yida, who was at the end of the list, he didn't even have a chance to interrupt. Unexpectedly, Gong Yunza said something shocking. I'm sorry, professors. I still want to take the normal process to take the college entrance examination for supernatural powers and fill in my application based on my scores. As soon as these words were spoken, Professor Wu Dui, who had originally been unable to get a word in, suddenly brightened up. I didn't expect this kid would give up on special recruitment. This way, I'll have another chance to talk to him. If we can win over a talent like this, Fog City University's ranking will definitely move up a notch. The other professors looked at Gong Yunza in surprise, thinking, I didn't expect that someone would refuse the invitation from 4 different schools. Young people are indeed a little too arrogant, but they do have the capital to do so. The professors from Kyoto, Magic City, and Yangzhou University wanted to persuade them again, but Professor Sukai from Fog City University spoke up at the right time. Yunzei, Wudu Yida respects your decision and welcomes you to apply for our Wudu Yida. He paused, his tone extremely serious. As long as you apply for Wudu Yida, you will receive the full training of Wudu Yida. As long as you don't kill innocent people, we will cover you up no matter what happens. Even if it costs us everything. Gong Yuna was moved when he heard this. Other schools only made concessions in terms of resources. And Wudu Yida really treated himself as his own son. You can tell who is strong and who is weak at a glance. Originally, Gong Yuna suspected that his mother's letter asking him to apply for Wudu Yida was written under pressure from someone. Only now did he have a certain judgment on the authenticity of the letter on the table. Thank you, professors, for your consideration. I will consider it carefully. Seeing that Gong Yuna did not make a decision on the spot, the professors present couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If Gong Yuna made the decision now, and his school was not chosen, the professors would not know how to explain it to the president. Now Gong Yuna's choice is actually the best choice. It does give everyone enough room for mediation. After saying goodbye to the professors immediately walked towards Xiao Rongyu. However, Xiao Rongyu's answer shocked the four professors. My husband sings and my wife follows him. Wherever my husband goes, I go. The four professors looked confused and asked. Excuse me, who is Rongyu's husband? But when Xiao Rongyu pointed with her jade hand, the four professors' eyes were once again focused on Gong Yuna. The moment they saw Gong Yuna, the four professors' eyes lit up instantly. That passionate gaze was like a person dying of thirst in the desert seeing water, and it made Gong Yuna feel goosebumps all over. Seeing this situation, the four professors made the same decision. Buy one get one free? I must get this Gong Yuna. Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu said goodbye to the four professors, returned to their seats and put their backpacks on their shoulders again. At this moment, Gong Yuna could clearly feel a chilling aura emanating from the backpack. It's like a ton of high explosives that may explode at any time. There was already a luxury car waiting in the square outside the awakening field. When Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu walked out of the awakening field, a luxury car slowly drove up to them. A white-haired old man in a tuxedo got out from the passenger seat. This person was the Xiao family's housekeeper. He walked up to Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu and bowed respectfully, saying, Miss. Uncle. You have worked hard. Please come up. Before the butler finished speaking, his cell phone, which was used exclusively by the head of the household, suddenly rang. This phone is used by the housekeeper to answer Shaoli's calls. When the butler heard that it was Shaoli calling, he immediately answered the phone and said respectfully, Master, what do you want? After a brief conversation, the housekeeper secretly glanced at Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu and replied in a deep voice. Don't worry, patriarch. I will definitely get it done. After hanging up the phone, the housekeeper apologized to Xiao Rongyu and Gong Yuna. Miss, uncle. The master said that the water pipe at home burst and the room was flooded. I want you to stay at my uncle's house first. I will go back to take care of the house. Goodbye. After saying that, the butler quickly got on the passenger seat, and the Maibei in front of him disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu were stunned and stood there at a loss as to what to do. Gong Yuna was speechless. What a cliched trick. Then he raised his mouth to a sly smile. Well, if that's the case, I'll just go with the flow. He turned to Xiao Rongyu, his tone was a little cunning. Rongyu, your house is flooded, why don't you stay at my place tonight? Chapter 20 A sudden call, Xiao Rongyu wants to take a shower at my house? Please add to the bookshelf. Okay. A light flashed in Xiao Rongyu's eyes, and her tone was filled with unconcealable anticipation. Ah. Gong Yuna's pupils trembled slightly, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Oh my god, she didn't refuse? Seeing him standing there in a daze, Xiao Rongyu frowned. We've already got our marriage certificate, so what's so weird about staying over at your house? These words were like a thunderbolt that split the chaos, and Gong Yuna's mind exploded. Damn! Xiao Rongyu, the iceberg beauty that I never dared to desecrate even in my dreams, now wants to go home with me to spend the night? Just as he was distracted, a slender index finger gently poked his cheek. What are you thinking about, husband? Xiao Rongyu said softly. No. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm calling a taxi on my phone. Gong Yunza replied. Oh. Xiao Rongyu didn't ask any more questions. The car stopped downstairs of the apartment building. The door opened with a click sound, and Gong Yunza smiled and said, "Come in." Xiao Rongyu stepped into the entrance hall and glanced across the smooth floor. The house is so tidy, even the handles of the water cups are facing the same direction. My mother has misophobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder. She always does everything neatly and strives for perfection. By the way, why didn't I see our mother? Xiao Rongyu asked. Gong Yunza heard this, his face darkened and he said, "She went back to her parents' home and won't be back for a long time, but I always feel like something is wrong." At this moment, the phone rang suddenly. The moment Gong Yunza saw the caller ID, his eyes lit up. "Mom! Why didn't you answer my call earlier? I was so worried." There was a hurried question from the other end of the phone. "Yunze, have you taken the top-grade qi and blood tempering pill on the desk?" When Gong Yunza heard this, he remembered that Tu Shan Meng had stolen his top-grade elixir and he became furious. "Mom! This makes me so angry. I woke up in the morning and saw a fox stealing the pill." Hearing this, Lu Ruoying breathed a sigh of relief. "Thinking about the big fight I had with my younger brother Lu Rue." Lu Rue said that Gong Yunza was dead, so she immediately called Gong Yunza. "Did the fox show any symptoms?" Lu Ruoying asked. The fox's chest was black, and it felt like it was poisoned. Fortunately, Rongyu rescued it. Hearing what Gong Yunza said, Lu Ruoying's eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of uncontrollable anger in her eyes, and she thought, "You are so good, Lu Rue. You actually did it so decisively. He deceived my father and forced me to marry the playboy of young family in Kyoto. Now he dares to poison my son's medicine. Ha, you play poison with me, I'll see if I can't kill you." Thinking of this, Lu Ruoying continued to say to Gong Yunza, "Okay. Mom got it. You have to take good care of the little fox and move as soon as possible. Mom won't contact you for a long time, so you have to take care of yourself." "Mom! Why on earth did you go back to your parents' home? Tell me where you are so I can find you." "Yunze, listen to me. I am safe at my mother's house. When you become strong enough to stand out from the crowd, I will tell you everything. Before that, you are not allowed to come to see me or call me. Do you hear me?" Gong Yunza knew that his mother would not joke with him, so he said seriously, "Okay. Mom, I successfully awakened my SSS-level talent today. I believe I'll be able to come find you soon." Gong Yunza did not tell Lu Ruoying about his awakening of SSSS. The main reason is that Lu Ruoying is currently in a rather complicated environment and is worried that her cell phone is being monitored. If such horrifying news about the SSSS-level superpowers were to be heard by someone with ulterior motives, then both herself and Lu Ruoying would be in big trouble. Lu Ruoying was very pleased to hear this. "Great. You are worthy of being my son. Okay, Mom has something else to do, so let's not talk about it for now." Before Gong Yunza could finish his words, a beep, beep, beep sound came from the other end of the phone. Putting down the phone, Gong Yunza finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Although my mother and I have reported that we are safe, I still feel that we have fallen into a huge vortex. Forget it, let me improve my strength first. When I am strong enough, I will go find Mom." Xiao Rongyu saw Gong Yunza end the call and asked softly, "Yunze, is our mother in trouble?" Gong Yunza shook his head. "It's not very clear, but my mother asked me to move as soon as possible. There should be some minor troubles. Why don't you move to my house? I don't believe anyone dares to cause trouble in my Xiao family." Xiao Rongyu said seriously. Gong Yunza thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then I'll live at your house for a month. After the supernatural exam is over, I'll move to the school." Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu asked, "Yunza, have you decided which university to apply to?" "The conditions offered to me at Fog City University of Supernatural Powers are not the best, but they are the most thoughtful." "Well, then I will go to Fog City University with you reluctantly." He, my wife is so nice." Xiao Rongyu's cheeks flushed immediately after hearing this. Where is the bathroom? I was sweating a lot when I woke up today, so I want to take a shower first." Gong Yunza stood up and said, "Follow me." Although Gong Yunza's house is not as big as Xiao Ronyu's, it is also a large flat, covering an area of 180 square meters. "We're here. This is it. Do you have a change of clothes? Xiao Rongyu nodded, and with a slight wave of her right hand, a set of JK uniform appeared in her hand. I have more than a dozen sets of clothes in my storage ring. Gong Yuna said enviously, it's great to be rich. I wanted to ask before, how much does this storage ring cost? I want to get one in the future. I don't know, this was given to me by my grandfather. Her voice gradually became lower and a trace of melancholy flashed across her eyes. Seeing this, Gong Yuna quickly changed the subject and said, put your changed clothes in the basket at the door. I'll take them to the washing machine and wash them for you later. Do you want to take it off at the door? Well, that's how it is in our family. Xiao Rongyu's cheeks flushed, she pinched the corner of her clothes with her fingertips and said shyly. Then turn around first. Oh. Upon hearing this, Gong Yuna immediately turned his back, and the devil in his heart suddenly emerged. The beautiful Lady Xiao is taking off her clothes behind me, why don't I just turn around and feast my eyes? We're already married anyway, she'll be mine sooner or later. Chapter 21 Secret Technique. Top-notch lung passing. The angel in Gong Yuna's mind suddenly kicked the demon to the ground with a sharp voice. Absolutely not. Gong Yuna, you are a gentleman. How can you do such a dirty and vulgar thing? Even if she is your wife and she didn't ask you to watch it, you have to hold it in. What if your favorability is lost? The demon roared in pain, listen to me. The angel leaped forward, punching the demon like a torrential rain, listen to me. The two thoughts kept tug at each other in my mind, like trapped beasts, refusing to give in to each other. While Gong Yuna was engaging in a fierce ideological struggle, Xiao Rongyu had already taken off her clothes and put them into the laundry basket. She looked back at Gong Yuna, who was still standing with his back to her, a sly smile appeared on the corner of her lips, and she thought. Fool. Before Gong Yuna could make a decision, the bathroom door slammed shut. Upon hearing the voice, Gong Yuna immediately turned his head and saw that the beautiful figure had already entered the door. Hey. Actually, it's okay to take a look. Forget it. Let's wash her clothes first. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna walked to the door and hugged the dirty clothes basket to his chest. When his eyes fell on Xiao Rongyu's underwear in the basket, his heart suddenly started beating fast. What a nice smell. It smells exactly like the light jasmine scent on her body. I can picture her appearance in my mind with just a slight sniff. The clothes in this clothes basket are like bound Xiaorong fish, waiting for me to pick them up. Gong Yuna carefully looked back in the direction of the bathroom, and seeing that there was no movement in the bathroom, he picked up a shirt of Xiao Rongyu with his hands. As the distance between his nose and the shirt shortened, a rich aroma came to his face. Touching the slightly damp shirt in his hand, he no longer hesitated. Secret technique. Secret technique, top-level lung passing. Sa-ka. Xiao Rongyu's body fragrance went straight into Gong Yuna's lungs through his nostrils. The refreshing scent of jasmine even made Gong Yuna's eyes a little dazed, as if he and Xiao Rong were having a passionate love affair. What are you doing? Xiao Rongyu stood at the bathroom door wrapped in a bathrobe. When she saw him put his shirt on his head, she covered her mouth in shock. Gong Yuna's body stiffened instantly upon hearing this, and he turned his head slowly like a stuck machine. Looking at Xiao Rongyu's shocked expression, Gong Yuna didn't know how to explain for a moment and could only stand there awkwardly. Xiao Rongyu was the first to speak. Gong Yuna, you wouldn't. Gong Yuna's heart tightened, thinking, it's over, it's really over this time, she must think I'm a pervert. You don't like wearing women's clothes, do you? Ah. Seeing Gong Yuna's panic look, Xiao Rongyu became more certain of what she was thinking. How about, I get you a bigger set? No. No need. Gong Yuna was ashamed and angry, I just think you smell good, that's why I. Gong Yuna thought, it's better to honestly confess my crime than to be mistaken for a crossdresser by Xiao Rongyu. When Xiao Rongyu heard this, her cheeks instantly turned red, and she said shyly. Really? Really? Gong Yuna said firmly. Then, smell it again. Don't smell the black silk at the bottom of the frame. That smell might be a bit strange. Gong Yuna stood there in a daze upon hearing this, and 1,000 alpacas flew through his mind in an instant. Fuck. This girl's train of thought is a bit outrageous. Shouldn't she step forward to stop me and say that I'm a pervert or something? She actually let me continue to smell it? After a brief silence, Gong Yuna quickly changed the subject and said. Rongyu, did you finish washing so quickly? No. No. I want to tell you that the shower head doesn't have hot water. Gong Yuna quickly responded, I'll go see if the water heater is broken. Gong Yuna walked straight into the bathroom. He glanced at the water heater. I found that the plug was a little loose, so I tightened it and then turned on the shower head to test the water temperature. Okay, go ahead and wash it. Looking at the hot air, Xiao Rongyu smiled brightly. Thank you, husband. Gong Yuna smiled and said, it's a small problem. Go wash it quickly. Xiao Rongyu smiled and nodded, then walked straight into the bathroom and gently closed the door but did not lock it. Soon the sound of water splashing could be heard in the bathroom, and Gong Yuna carried Xiao Rongyu's taken off clothes and stuffed them into the washing machine. Soon, Xiao Rongyu put on her clothes and walked out of the bathroom, saying happily, it feels so good after taking a bath. Husband, why don't you take one too? Gong Yuna waved his hand and said, it's okay, I'll wash it before going to bed tonight. He handed the folded clothes in his hand to Xiao Rongyu, the clothes have just been dried, let's go. Xiao Rongyu smiled and said, thank you, husband, it's folded very neatly. Then she picked up the phone on the cabinet and said, I'll ask my family to pick us up. Soon, Zhao's housekeeper brought people in a nanny car to Gong Yuna's house. Putting Gong Yuna's 2 suitcases into the trunk, the butler smiled and said, the head of the family learned that you, my son-in-law, were coming tonight, so he specially invited a Michelin 3-star chef to come to his house to welcome you. Gong Yuna was a little surprised and said, thank you, father-in-law, for your concern. I will have to toast him twice more later. The butler smiled and nodded, invited Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu to the back seat, and then sat in the passenger seat himself. Xiao Rongyu looked at Gong Yuna, who was sitting beside her with tenderness in her eyes. She took the initiative to hold Gong Yuna's arm and gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Feeling the sudden fragrance and soft touch on his shoulder, Gong Yuna was a little overwhelmed. He tried to put his arm around Xiao Rongyu's shoulders, and when he saw that Xiao Rongyu didn't reject him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The housekeeper looked through the rearview mirror and saw the sweet scene of the couple, and was moved. It's great to be young. At the same time, in the Liu family's study in Kyoto. Master, I just received news that 2 students from Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School have awakened SSS-level superpowers. Lu Rua said nonchalantly, it's just Xiao Rongyu and that young Tianjie. Don't bother me with this kind of well-known news in the future. No. Master, Yang Tianjie has not awakened the SSS-level supernatural power. The subordinate responded. Lu Rue raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and said with some surprise. Oh? None of the Yang family's prodigies have awakened SSS-level abilities? Then which family's prodigy has awakened an SSS-level ability? Yes, our Lu family. Our Lu family? Could it be Fenger? No. That's not right. Fenger is not a student of Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School, so who is it? It's the eldest lady's son. Gong Yuna. Lu Rue heard this with a look of disbelief. What did you say? He didn't die? He didn't take the pill? The subordinate wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and asked tentatively. Master, if you don't want him to continue living, then. As he said this, his subordinate made a gesture of wiping his neck. Chapter 22, No Sand in the Eyes. Lu Rue's secret room? Please add to the bookshelf. Lu Rue thought for a moment, his eyes solemnly said. No, I can't do it directly. The previous pill incident was already a risky move. If the old man catches me directly, it will be troublesome. So are we just going to let that bastard go? Asked the subordinate. Lu Rue said with a sinister look. Li De, you have been with me for 10 years. You know I can't tolerate any grain of sand in my eyes. Ahem. Ahem. After saying that, Lu Rue began to cough continuously, and every cough seemed to tear his lungs apart. Li De hurried forward to support him, and when the handkerchief was passed to his lips, it was stained with scarlet. Master. Are you okay? Take the lung moistening pills quickly. After taking the lung moistening pill, Lu Rue recovered half a minute later and took back the hand that was supporting Li De. He waved his hand and said. It's an old problem. If I'm not around anymore, Fenger will have to ask you to take care of him. These words made Li Da's eyes suddenly turn red. Master, there must be a way to cure your lung disease. Xiaofeng still needs your personal guidance. The Lu family also needs you to take charge, so that the status of the first family in Kyoto will not be coveted by other families. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Rui covered his lips with a handkerchief, and a sinister look came out between his fingers. That bastard will most likely choose Kyoto University of Abnormalities. Go inform the principal and follow the old rules. No matter what SSS-level abilities he has, as long as he stands in my way, Lu Rui, he will die. Li De nodded and said worriedly, what if he chooses Yangzhou Yida or Modu Yida? Except for Wodu Yida, the leaders of the other 3 Yida have all received favors from my Lu family to some extent, so it's not a big problem. What if he joins the Fog City? Li De continued to ask. Lu Rui sneered. Absolutely impossible. Although Fog City University of Foreign Languages was once glorious, it now ranks last among the 4 major foreign languages universities. Its faculty and resources are far inferior to those of the other 3 universities. Any SSS-level person with a little bit of brains would not jump into the fire pit. That's true, I think too much. Li De said ashamedly. You go ahead and do it. I need to rest. Yes. After Li De took his orders and left, Lu Rui looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and suddenly sighed. Sister, please don't blame me for being ruthless. If you hadn't run away from the marriage, you would be pregnant with the Yang family's heir. Why would you have to suffer this disaster? The one who is wrong is not me, but you, my dear sister. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the study door and it was pushed open without Lu Rui waiting for a response. A 1.75-meter tall young man walked in, his school uniform tie hanging loosely around his neck. Dad, I'm back. Today's awakening ceremony was so tiring. Looking at the beads of sweat on his son Lu Feng's forehead, Lu Rui's eyes were instantly filled with warmth. Fenger, how is it? What level of superpowers have you awakened? Lu Feng puffed out his chest and deliberately kept the secret. Dad, I'm telling you, I performed exceptionally well today. Guess what level of supernatural power I awakened? Hearing this, Lu Rui touched his chin and said with anticipation in his tone. SSS level? No. Dad, you think too highly of me. What about SS level? That's not right. The young man still waved his hand. The light in Lu Rui's eyes dimmed a little, but he still said patiently. That's S rank? Lu Feng still shook his head, no. That must be an A-level ability, right? After hearing this, Lu Rui began to feel a little nervous. But Lu Feng still shook his head. You guessed wrong. Dad, you think too highly of me. I'll tell you straight out. I've awakened a C-level ability. It's much stronger than the D-level ability I normally get during physical tests. Hearing this, Lu Rui's heart finally died. But he still smiled and encouraged, Fenger, you're awesome. You performed exceptionally well today. How about Dad rewarding you with a sports car? Lu Feng nodded and smiled, very satisfied. Dad. I awakened my C-level superpowers and you rewarded me with a big bull. To be honest, I have my eyes on a helicopter. Please buy me another helicopter. It will be so cool when I fly to Kyoto. Okay, then buy them all. Ask your Uncle Did to accompany you to choose, and then just swipe this card when you're done. As he spoke, Lu Rui took out a black gold card from his bag and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng excitedly took the black gold card and said excitedly. Woohoo! Long live Daddy! Looking at the cheerful Lu Feng in front of him, Lu Rui couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Seeing Lu Feng turning around and about to leave the study, Lu Rui tried to stop him and said. Fenger, can you chat with Dad for a while? Lu Feng waved his hand impatiently and refused. Oh, Dad, I'm so tired after waking up today. I'm going back to my room to rest. Oh, yes. Health is the most important thing. Go and have a rest. Lu Rui urged Lu Feng to leave, but there was a barely perceptible hint of disappointment in his eyes. Bang! As the study door closed again, only a lonely figure remained in the room. After locking the door, Lu Rui walked to the bookshelf in the study and took out a thick book. A mechanism button appeared in front of Lu Rui. Lu Rui stretched out his hand and pressed the mechanism, and the bookshelf suddenly moved slowly to one side. As the bookshelf stopped moving, a dark secret room appeared in front of Lu Rui. Lu Rui skillfully reached out and turned on the switch of the dark room. The bright chandelier illuminates the secret room, and numerous gold and silver treasures appear in every corner of the dark room. In the middle of the innermost part of the secret room, there is a table and a tablet, in front of which is a small incense burner and candle holder. Lu Rui lit 2 candles and 3 incense sticks, and inserted them into the candle holder and the small incense burner respectively, and said with a nostalgic look on his face, "Nana, Fomer has awakened his sea-level ability today. Are you happy for him? My health is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid I won't be able to see the day when he inherits our family business." After talking to the tablet for a while, Lu Rui moved the large box that stored valuables in the southwest corner of the secret room, and then lifted up a few floor tiles under the box. A golden Nanmu box was taken out from the space under the floor tiles. Lu Rui opened it carefully. Looking at the brilliant pill in the box, Lu Rui murmured, "Fomer, now that you have successfully awakened, this Nirvana pill can help you awaken a second time. As long as you awaken to a level or above, I will pass the position of the head of the family to you and no one will dare to gossip." At this time, Lu Feng was lying on his bed, sending a message to Chu Huairou, the school beauty of Kyoto No. 1 Middle School. "Huairou, I successfully awakened my sea-level superpower today. You said that you would agree to be with me as long as I could awaken my sea-level superpower." Lu Feng excitedly clicked the send button, looking forward to it. "Huairou. This time I can finally be with you." Chapter 23. The older you get, the more timid you become? Lu Feng waited for a long time, but Chu Huairou's dialogue box remained as silent as dead water. As the son of the first family in Kyoto, all the messages he sent were replied to immediately. No matter where he was, there were always famous ladies flocking to him. Only Chu Huairou was not interested in him at all. This rare sense of alienation aroused Lu Feng's curiosity like a magnet. He enjoyed dealing with her and regarded conquering Chu Huairou's indifference as a fun game. Just when Lu Feng's patience was about to reach its limit, Chu Huairou responded to his message at the right time. Lu Feng, who had just received the reply, was extremely excited, thinking that Chu Huairou was going to fulfill his promise. Unexpectedly, the words from the other party were like pouring a bucket of cold water on him, causing his enthusiasm to disappear without a trace in an instant. "I saw on the phone, in the conversation with Chu Huairou," I replied. "Really? Congratulations on awakening your sea-level ability, but I think you must have remembered it wrongly. What I said at the time was that I would be with you when you awaken your A-level ability." Lu Feng immediately replied, "Impossible. There is absolutely no way I heard it wrong. I have the recording as proof." Having said that, Lu Feng sent the recording of Chu Huairou's promise to the other party. After the recording was sent, Lu Feng was very proud and thought to himself, "Ha ha. You want to play tricks on me? You're far from it. In the end, you'll have to be my girlfriend and kneel down to sing Conquer to me. Ha 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 ha." Chu Huairou clicked on the recording and a helpless smile crept up on her brows. "Lu Feng, if your ears are not good, you can ask your family to buy you a hearing aid. The sound of the sea level is not mine at all." When Lu Feng saw Chu Huairou's reply, he thought angrily. "Chu Huairou, you can deny the facts right in front of you? Do you really think that I, Lu Feng, dare not touch you?" With this in mind, Lu Feng clicked on the recording and listened to it again with some doubt. However, he soon discovered the problem. From the beginning of the recording until the sea level, it was Chu Huairou who was talking. But when it comes to the word sea level, it's obvious that the voice is not from the same person. At the same time, in the recording, one can indeed hear Chu Huairou saying that he wanted to reach level A. After figuring out what was going on, Lu Feng blushed instantly. "Damn it! Who on earth is this guy who interrupted me? How dare you embarrass me in front of the goddess? I'm going to kill you." Lu Feng was filled with shame and anger and decided to reveal his true colors. "Chu Huairou, I'll tell you straight, I like you. As long as you marry me, when I become the head of the Lu family, you can use the family resources as you like." If other women heard such words, they would probably appear directly on Lu Feng's bed tonight. But Chu Huairou's family background is not inferior to Lu's. Although the overall strength is not as good as that of the Lu family, the Chu family's influence in Kyoto is comparable to that of the Lu family. The Chu family controls an intelligence network that covers the entire country. If there is any disturbance within the territory of Long Kingdom, the Chu family will be the first to know about it. This invisible information network allowed the Chu family to form alliances with many top families, and even the powerful Lu family did not dare to provoke them easily. Chu Huairou knew that Lu Feng was the young master of the Lu family, and usually he only forced a smile when greeting him politely. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family and an SS-level talent awakener, Chu Huairou had no need to rely on others, and she always maintained superficial courtesy in the face of Lu Feng's pursuit. What she didn't expect was that Lu Feng would shamelessly propose to her. At this moment, she felt as sick as if she had eaten a stink bug. Due to the inconvenience of family relations, Chu Huairou could only retreat and say, Lu Feng, I told you, as long as you awaken in a level or higher ability, I can try to be with you. This response completely ignited the powder keg in Lu Feng's heart. Lu Feng slammed his phone onto the marble floor, cursing as the screen shattered. You stinky bitch. I'm giving you face. You knew I was awakened at sea level, but you still used a level to cover it up. You're making fun of me, aren't you? After saying that, Lu Feng angrily opened the door and ran towards Lu Rue's study. At this time, Lu Rue had just come out of the secret room. He was holding a pill box containing the Nirvana pill in his hand and slowly sat down on the chair in the study. Suddenly, his door was twisted open again from the outside, but it was not pushed open because it was locked. Hearing that someone dared to pull his door directly, Lu Rue could not help but frown and said majestically, Who's outside? Dad, it's me. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Lu Rue's frown instantly relaxed, and he said with a smile on his face, It's Fenger. Wait a moment, I'll open the door for you. Snap. Lu Rue unlocked the door and opened it. He then saw Lu Feng, who looked depressed, and asked with concern, What's wrong, Fenger? Who made my son angry? Tell me and I'll kill his whole family. Lu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? Lu Rue said proudly. How could it be false? In this dragon country, no one dares to say otherwise than in my Lu family. Tell Dad and I will do you justice. Immediately afterwards, Lu Rue picked up the tea to moisten his throat. Seeing his father patting his chest and promising, Lu Feng immediately spoke like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Dad. I'm telling you, that Chu Huairou, the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Kyoto, is simply too much. Go and destroy her family. Then bring her back to me as my wife. Puff. The Biluakan tea that had just entered his mouth suddenly spurted out, and Lu Rue choked and coughed, his eyes reddened. Ahem. You, say it again? Which one? The Chu family in Kyoto. Lu Feng blurted out. Did the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Kyoto offend you, or did you offend the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Kyoto? Lu Rue asked solemnly. She must have offended me. Lu Feng said as a matter of course. Lu Rue felt more confident when he heard this, and asked. Tell Dad the exact situation. If the eldest daughter of the Chu family really bullied you, I will definitely seek justice for you. Lu Feng told Lu Rue the whole story and the chat records. Listening to his son's exaggerated narration, Lu Rue's face turned from astonishment to ashenness. Dad. Go and destroy the Chu family. I want to let that treacherous Chu Huairou know how powerful our Lu family is. Rebellious son. Get down on your knees. Cough 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 cough. Lu Feng was so scared when he saw his father suddenly get furious that he knelt on the ground, looking at Lu Rue's murderous eyes in horror. Lu Rue was so angry at Lu Feng that he couldn't stop coughing. His face flushed as he continued. What does this have to do with the eldest daughter of the Chu family? It's obviously you who is making trouble. Do you know the consequences of offending the Chu family? Lu Feng stiffened his neck and whispered. The Chu family is just a small family that gathers intelligence. Our Lu family can easily wipe them out. What's there to be afraid of? I think you are getting more and more timid as you get older. Chapter 24 Second Awakening? I'm not a waste. Please add to the bookshelf. Lu Feng stiffened his neck and whispered. The Chu family is just a small family that gathers intelligence. We can easily wipe them out. What is there to be afraid of? I think you are getting more and more timid as you get older, father. These words were like a sharp knife piercing Lu Rue's heart. He coughed violently and cursed. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Rebellious son. Although the Chu family is not good at direct confrontation, they are deeply intertwined with various major forces. If anyone dares to touch the Chu family, they will be enemies with more than 10 top families in Kyoto at the same time. Lu Feng said unconvincedly. Since the Chu family is so powerful, how can our Lu family still be considered the number one family? Why don't we just give the position of the number one family to the Chu family? Lu Rue felt a surge of blood rushing to his head and almost fainted. He roared in anger. How could I raise someone as stupid as you? From now on, you will be confined to the confinement room and face the wall for 3 days. If you dare to harass the daughter of the Chu family again, I will not let you off easily. Seeing that his father was really angry, Lu Feng didn't dare to act rashly anymore and walked towards the solitary confinement room that he was already quite familiar with. When Lu Feng was lying on the bedboard, an exquisite box was thrown in through the viewing window of the iron door. Pa! Along with the sound of the object falling to the ground, Lu Rui's voice like a huge bell came. Fonger, this is the Nirvana pill. After taking it, it will help you rebuild your physique and start your second awakening. The 4 words second awakening cut through Lu Feng's thoughts like a flash of lightning, and a blazing light instantly burst out in his eyes. He quickly picked up the box, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Thank you, Dad. I knew you would find a way. Snort. Lu Rui snorted coldly and left the confinement room directly. However, Li Du was arranged by Lu Rui to stay outside the confinement room to guard Lu Feng. Opening the pill box, Lu Feng said excitedly. With this pill, as long as I awaken my A-level talent, Chu Huairou will throw herself into my arms immediately? When he thought of this, Lu Feng could no longer suppress his excitement and swallowed the pill in one gulp. When Lu Feng swallowed the Nirvana pill, a strong phoenix force surged in his body. Soon his bones began to make crackling sounds as if they were recast by fire. The pain that penetrated into his bones soon followed, and Lu Feng rolled around on the ground in pain. Li De, who was outside the door, felt a little sorry to see Lu Feng in pain, but he knew it was a normal reaction to the drug, so he did not intervene. 10 minutes later, the violent effects of the drug gradually faded away. Although Lu Feng was on the verge of fainting, he managed to survive with his obsession with Chu Huairou, still muttering to himself. Huairou, when I awaken my A-level supernatural power, will you be able to look at me? I really like you. The medicinal power of the Nirvana pill was completely absorbed by Lu Feng, and his physique instantly jumped from C level to SS level. Feeling his body filled with unprecedented power, Lu Feng let out a long roar towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. Master, I did it. At this moment, a huge array pattern suddenly appeared on the ground of the confinement room, which surprised Lu Feng very much. Why does this array pattern look so familiar? Oh. That's right. This is the awakening array pattern. Am I going to awaken for the second time? After awakening in the confinement room, doesn't that mean the energy of heaven and earth cannot directly harm me? Thinking of this, Lu Feng was ecstatic. In this way, won't it be easy for me to awaken SS level or even SSS level superpowers? Boom! The energy of heaven and earth rapidly gathered above the confinement room, pouring down towards the roof like a waterfall. However, the confinement room seemed to be wrapped in an invisible protective shield, which absorbed all the violent energy and converted it into gentle power and injected it into Lu Feng's body. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was very excited. So there is such a method of awakening. Why didn't Dad use it on me earlier? Otherwise, I would have taken Chu Huairou home and beaten her up. But it's not too late now. As long as I awaken the SSS level superpower, who dares to look down on me? Who dares to disobey my words? With the continuous infusion of energy from heaven and earth, Lu Feng's meridians became more stable and his physique became stronger. Soon 70 seconds passed. At this time, Lu Feng had already reached the A-level supernatural power threshold that he had always dreamed of. This was a scene that he had never dared to imagine in his dreams. 75 seconds. 78 seconds. 79 seconds. 80 seconds. Oh my god. I can actually awaken S-level superpowers. Is this really not a dream? 82 seconds. 84 seconds. 86 seconds. 88 seconds. The time is gradually approaching 90 seconds. This is a qualitative leap from S level to SS level. At this time, the protective shield outside the confinement room was gradually unable to resist the impact of the energy of heaven and earth. At the 89th second, with a crackling sound, the protective shield of the confinement room collapsed instantly. The roof of the entire confinement room was directly pierced through by the powerful energy of heaven and earth. The moment the energy of heaven and earth came into contact with Lu Feng's body, he suddenly felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on him. The unbearable pressure swept over his whole body again. This feeling is exactly the same as when I awakened my C-rank superpower. Is this the end? I won't give up. I must awaken my SSS level superpowers. I want Huairou to look at me with new eyes. I want her to see the efforts I've made for her. Thinking of this, Lu Feng once again burst out with amazing willpower. The strong obsession turned into an amazing willpower, supporting him to continue to persevere. He wants to prove himself so much. After enduring humiliation for many years, he finally has a chance to turn things around. He told himself in his heart he must persevere no matter what. Soon, the time came to 90 seconds. 90 seconds. I did it. I really did it. Dad. Mom. Huiro. Did you see it? I am not a waste anymore. 91 seconds. At this moment, Lu Feng felt unprecedented pressure. The strong sense of oppression made Lu Feng's consciousness begin to become blurred. Just when he was about to cheer himself up, something strange happened. The veins on his body were bulging, like giant wriggling earthworms. The moment veins popped up, the skin all over his body began to change rapidly from yellow and white to purple and black. Li De, who was guarding Lu Feng on the side, secretly thought that this was not good when he saw this. Oh no! Master, this is a sign of poisoning. We must stop awakening. He acted decisively and interrupted the formation. However, the moment the formation stopped, the SS-level phenomenon that should have appeared did not appear. Instead, a black hole the size of a pinhole appeared in the sky, which could not be detected without careful observation. But the energy of heaven and earth absorbed into Lu Feng's body was constantly being devoured by the black hole. Li De was shocked when he saw this. This is a black hole of heavenly punishment that specifically punishes those who awaken using external forces. After figuring out what was in front of him, Li De said in fear, Master, run. Don't get sucked into the black hole. Chapter 25 Life-Saving Medicine? Killing two birds with one stone. Please add it to the bookshelf. However, the black hole of heavenly punishment was hanging over Lu Feng's head. It madly devoured the energy of heaven and earth in his body, and the surrounding objects and even sounds were all sucked in. Lu Feng failed to hear Li Da's cry, but instead mistook the black hole for the vision he experienced when he awakened his SS-level supernatural power. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that I, Lu Feng, would awaken a supernatural power that can devour everything. I will be invincible in the world. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't listen to his advice, Li De looked crazy and shouted. Master! What are you still standing there for? Run! Once the black hole devours all the energy in your body, you will be sucked in and crushed into dust. Li De called out many times but to no avail, so he made up his mind and gritted his teeth and said, Master! I'm here to save you. Li De forced his way into the awakening formation and used a rare space teleportation scroll to snatch the unsuspecting Lu Feng back from the black hole. The space teleportation scroll is a space teleportation tool made by top space array masters with great effort. It takes 3 months to make a precise space teleportation channel to create a space teleportation scroll, so it is extremely rare and precious. This space transfer scroll was originally Lu Rui's trump card for Li De to save his life when he was carrying out a special mission. Now that it is being used on Lu Feng, Li De feels that it is being put to good use. Young master! Are you okay? Li De looked at Lu Feng, who had an angry face, and his tone was full of concern. But these words took on a different meaning when Lu Feng, who did not know the truth, heard them. Li De! You are so brave! How dare you interrupt my awakening? You even destroyed the vision of heaven and earth. When I go back, I will definitely tell my father what you did. Young master, please listen to my explanation. Li De said aggrievedly. I won't listen. You! Li De! From today on, you will be expelled from the Lu family by me, Lu Feng, in the name of the future head of the family. Lu Feng interrupted harshly. Upon hearing this, Li De hurriedly said, Master! It's not what you think. Lu Feng didn't want to listen to Li Da's excuses. Suddenly, he realized that his physical condition was even weaker than before his second awakening. Lu Feng, who noticed something unusual, was immediately furious and pointed at Li De angrily. Li De! You are dead. You have ruined my life. Tell me. Which family sent you as a spy? My Lu family has treated you well, why are you trying to harm me? At this point, he suddenly remembered something and screamed. It's over. My SS-level superpower is gone. Huiro. My Huiro. No. BGM, snowflowers fluttering north wind whispering. Li De shook his head helplessly and consoled. Master, I will report your matter to the head of the family. I hope you can calm down first. Before Li De could finish, Lu Feng interrupted. Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? You've completely ruined me. Can I still be the head of the Lu family in this state? Without any pause, Lu Feng continued hysterically. Do you really think I'm cynical? Do you really think I don't care about anything? I'm telling you. I know it better than any of you. I know clearly that I am a waste. I know clearly that no one thinks highly of me. Even my father doesn't think highly of me. If I wasn't his only son, he would have kicked me out of the house long ago. Li Da's expression froze. He shook his head and said in a deep voice. Master, the master has always valued you. Do you know what the nirvana pill you took today was originally used for? This is the magic pill that my father prepared specifically for me to awaken my SSS-level superpowers. Lu Feng blurted out. Seeing that Lu Feng had no idea of Lu Rui's good intentions, Li De hesitated for a moment, and finally made up his mind. No, this pill is the life-saving medicine that the master originally prepared for himself. Lu Feng was struck by lightning and said in astonishment. What? This pill is my dad's life-saving medicine? Are you kidding me? My dad said it was just a normal cough. Young master, how can a normal cough cause coughing up blood? Li De said helplessly. Dad, he's coughing up blood? Isn't his cough just a dry cough? I've never seen him cough up blood. Young master. When the master was young, he accidentally entered the territory of an alien race while training outside. His right lung was pierced by them. Although he survived, this lung disease will accompany him for the rest of his life. Now the situation is getting worse. Lu Feng's heart twitched when he heard this, and his face was full of regret. Dad has done so much for me, but I always thought it was something he could just give me casually. Thinking of this, Lu Feng hurriedly asked. Do you still have this nirvana pill? Li De shook his head slowly. It took 10 years to gather all the ingredients for the nirvana pill, and the master alchemist has passed away. There is no second one now. Lu Feng's eyes were red, and he said mentally broken. So that's it. So that's it. I took my father's life-saving medicine, but in the end I became a waste? At this point, Lu Feng laughed at himself. Ha 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 ha. Lu Feng, Lu Feng. You've been arrogant and domineering since you were a child, relying on your family's power to stir up trouble everywhere. Now you even want to kill your own father. You are a complete waste. Ha 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 ha. After saying this, his eyes went dark and he fainted. In a hidden corner, Lu Ruoying watched all this with cold eyes, muttering. My dear brother, if you dare to touch my son, I will let your son taste the poison too. Because they were all members of the Lu family, she did not kill him. He just tampered with the elixir, causing the black hole of heavenly punishment to destroy Lu Feng's supernatural powers. Not long after, Li De took Lu Feng to Lu Rui's study. Seeing the two of them looking exhausted and abnormal, Lu Rui's heart suddenly skipped a beat and an ominous premonition came to his mind. What's going on with you guys? Why are you in such a mess? Li De recounted the process of Lu Feng's awakening from the beginning. The young master has awakened an SS-level supernatural power. When Lu Rui heard that Lu Feng had awakened an SS-level ability, he interrupted excitedly. Good. 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 I didn't expect my son to be so successful. He really didn't disappoint me. I'm going to have a big feast for a month. But the next second, Li Da's words made Lu Rui feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Later, at the last moment of the young master's awakening, a black hole of heavenly punishment appeared. It sucked all the energy of heaven and earth in the young master's body. The young master's ability level instantly dropped to what level has it fallen? Just tell me. Lu Rui said anxiously. D grade. Li De said guiltily. Hearing this, Lu Rui felt dizzy, his eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground. Master of the house. Master of the house. Seeing Lu Rui fainted, Li De hurriedly left Lu Feng behind and went forward to check, but saw that Lu Rui was breathing weakly, so he could only shout for help. Someone come quickly. The master of the family has fainted. Chapter 26, Torture. Please add to the bookshelf. Hearing Li Da's cry for help, all the Lu family servants gathered within a minute. Among them was Lu's family therapy doctor, Dr. Watto. After he hurriedly checked the condition of Lu Rui and his son. Upon hearing the news, Lu Guokong, the head of the Lu family, and other direct relatives of the Lu family followed closely. When Lu Guokong saw his son and grandson both fell to the ground, his eyes were filled with anxiety, and he asked Xiang Huadua anxiously. Mr. Hua, how are they doing? Huadou said solemnly. Reporting to the old master, he is just angry. I have already cast a recovery spell, I believe he will wake up soon. Lu Guokong heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then asked again. So how are my grandchildren doing? Huadou's eyes flickered, but he finally said frankly. Your grandson's situation is very difficult. I am at my wit's end. How could this happen? Lu Guokong asked anxiously, if even you, Elder Hua, can't cure it, who else in Longwei can? Hua Tu shook his head helplessly. Young master has been poisoned. Although this poison is not fatal, it will slowly eat away at the meridians. In addition, the young master's meridians seem to have been broken by powerful energy, and now he is no different from an ordinary person. After hearing this, Lu Guokong's legs went weak and he staggered back 2 steps unconsciously. Fortunately, someone supported him and he did not fall to the ground. His voice trembled a little. Mr. Hua, you must find a way to help Fenger. If he becomes a disabled person, our Lu family will be finished. Huadou shook his head and said helplessly. The young master is seriously injured, forgive me for my lack of skills. Hearing this, Lu Guokong took a deep breath and slowly closed his wrinkled eyes. Investigate it for me. Who poisoned Fenger? I want his family to be destroyed. Hearing this, Li De looked worried. I was with the young master throughout the entire process of being poisoned, and I didn't find any problems. Who could it be? However, Lu Guokong keenly caught Li Da's worried look and asked sharply. Li Da. What on earth is going on? When Li De heard Lu Guokong asking him questions with a serious expression, he told him the whole story in detail. Lu Guokong was full of questions after hearing this, and asked doubtfully. According to what you said, no one intervened in the whole thing. Did Fenger become like this on his own? Li De also replied somewhat embarrassedly. Yes, it's like this. At this time, Lu Ruoying, who was standing aside, sneered. Li De, are you treating us Lu family members as fools when you say this? If no one else had harmed him, why would Fenger be in this state? Lu Ruoying did not mention Li De by name when she said that it was Li De who murdered Lu Feng, but everyone who heard Lu Ruoying's words subconsciously turned their blame towards Li De. Lu Ruoying's second uncle Lu Jianye said bluntly. Li De, as long as you tell us the truth about who is behind this, my Lu family will leave you with an intact body for the sake of our long-standing master-servant relationship. Li De was so frightened when he heard this that he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. It really wasn't me. My loyalty to the Lu family is evident to all. You are still denying when you are about to die? Come here, tie him up and whip him. Beat him until he confesses. Lu Jianye shouted angrily. Li Da's eyes widened with disbelief. No. No. Don't. I am loyal to the Lu family, you can't do this to me. Ah. 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 As the screams reached everyone's eardrums, Li De didn't say a word because he had nothing to say. Soon, Li De was beaten half to death and fainted from the pain on the spot. Lu Jianye didn't give him any chance to breathe and even asked someone to pour alcohol on Li Da's wound. Li De, who had just fainted, was awakened again by the severe pain from his wound and let out a heart-wrenching scream. I didn't betray. I didn't. Li De cried out for justice at the top of his lungs, but no one believed a word he said. Seeing this, Lu Guokong actually felt a little admiration and said, I don't know what benefits they gave you to make you work so hard for them. After another round of fire whipping, due to the effect of alcohol, Li De was burned by the flames and endured excruciating pain, and was beaten to a bloody mess. But he never opened his mouth. He could have casually said something about a family shifting the blame to others, but he didn't do that for the sake of the Lu family. If he starts biting randomly, the situation that would have required only him to die would turn into a bloody fight between the two major families. If the truth comes out in the end, the power and prestige of the Lu family will be damaged. He would rather die than drag down the Lu family. Just when Li De was dying, Lu Rue happened to wake up. Seeing Li Da's miserable state, he shouted sternly, Stop it! Ahem! When the executioner heard that it was Lu Rue who spoke, he immediately stopped what he was doing and said respectfully, Master, you finally woke up. This Li De plotted to murder the young master, and the old master ordered me to torture him and make him confess the person behind it. Lu Rui frowned and asked, "Did he confess?" "He's very stubborn. He won't confess even if he's beaten to death." Lu Rui kicked the executioner and said angrily, "Li De will never betray the Lu family. He would rather die than confess, I believe him. Untie him quickly and send him to the best hospital in Kyoto." The executioner heard this and stood up, holding his stomach in pain, and said timidly, "Yes, the head of the family." Soon, Li De was sent to Kyoto Hospital by several servants of the Lu family. Watching Li De being carried away, Lu Rui sighed deeply. "Ah! Is the Lu family going to be destroyed by my lineage?" At the same time, Gong Yuna was at the Shao family's banquet, enjoying the delicacies prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef. Shao Li raised his glass and said happily, "Yuna, Rongyu. Congratulations on your successful awakening of SSS-level superpowers. I never thought that my Shao family would one day produce two peerless geniuses. Come on. Cheers." Cheers, everyone's face was filled with relaxed and happy expressions. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Shao Li asked with concern, "Yuna, which strange university are you planning to go to?" "Rongyu and I decided to go to the foggy city of Yida." "What? You guys are going to Fog City International University?" "I heard that Fog City International University is about to be squeezed out of the top 4 international schools." "Have you really decided?" "A lean camel is still bigger than a horse," Gong Yuna said. "Even though it is in decline now, it is still a top school for supernatural powers. Now that it is facing the risk of being replaced, it will definitely do its best to cultivate Rongyu and me, the 2 life-saving straws." Shao Li nodded and said, "That makes sense, but Kyoto University of Foreign Languages is still the best choice. The teachers and resources are top-notch." "Dad, we have already made up our mind, so please stop trying to persuade us." Shao Rongyu interrupted. "Okay. It's a good thing for young people to have their own ideas. If you really want to go to the Fog City, I only have one thing to tell you." After a pause, Shao Li continued. "Next year will be the quadrennial National College Supernatural Competition. You must represent Fog City Supernatural University and get a top 4 score. The higher the ranking, the more resources you will get. Otherwise, the resources allocated to Fog City Supernatural University will be greatly reduced." Chapter 27 Skip Section. Gong Yuna nodded and said, "It's going to start next year, it seems we have to hurry up and practice." Shao Li said seriously, "The speed at which SSS-level abilities absorb the energy of heaven and earth is 50% higher than that of SS-level abilities, 100% higher than that of S-level abilities, and 150% higher than that of A-level abilities." And so on. Gong Yuna was very interested in this knowledge and asked, "Dad, can you tell me more about this cultivation knowledge?" Hearing the word dad, Shao Li laughed out loud, with warmth in the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. "Of course. Before high school, you were all learning how to awaken advanced talents. This training knowledge will not be taught until college." Shao Li cleared his throat and continued. "Your awakened abilities are equivalent to your talents. The higher the level of awakened abilities, the stronger the abilities will be and the stronger your cultivation talents will be. As I said before, the training speed of SSS-level superpowers is 350% higher than that of F-level superpowers, and the strength and properties of SSS-level and F-level superpowers are also very different. For example, for both fire-related abilities, the power of an SSS-level ability is several times greater than that of an F-level fire-related ability. There are currently 9 known realms of supernatural power cultivation, and each realm has 9 minor realms. They are as follows. First level Awakening Realm. Second level Alien Realm. Third level Alien Realm. Fourth level Alien Master Realm. Fifth level Alien King Realm. Sixth level Alien Emperor Realm. Seventh level Alien Realm. Eighth level of the Alien Realm. Ninth level of the Holy Realm. He changed the subject. If you want to win the top 4 in the National College Supernatural Competition, you must at least reach the first level of the Third Order Supernatural. Gong Yuna asked, "How long did it take you to become a third-level alien master?" 2.5 years. Shao Li's eyes flashed with a sharpness. It's a pity that there was a pervert in Wudu Alien University. He reached the 3rd level of alien in just 1.5 years, otherwise I would be the record holder for the fastest breakthrough. Hearing this, Gong Yuna exclaimed, "Your cultivation speed is so fast, it must be an SSS-level ability." "Of course. Your father-in-law is now a 5th-level alien king, only one step away from a 6th-level alien emperor. Shaoli said proudly. Shaoli continued to introduce. You know, a 5th-level person can govern a province, and a 6th-level person can enter the Kyoto Grand Hall to discuss national affairs. Your grandfather, a 6th-level alien emperor, was called the Dragon Kingdom's military god. A 7th-level alien sect can even break the shackles of life, with a lifespan of at least 200 years. A realm above the 8th level is beyond the reach of ordinary people like us. Gong Yuna quickly sorted out the information in his mind, but his brows gradually furrowed. There is only 1 year left until the National College Supernatural competition. The fastest person to cultivate to the 3rd level of Supernatural took a year and a half. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna was a little troubled. If he went to the other 3 schools, he wouldn't have to worry about training resources. But he knew that there must be a hidden meaning behind Lu Ruoying asking him to choose Wudu Yida. So after a fierce ideological struggle, Gong Yuna still chose Wudu Yida in his heart. Since the fastest way to break through to the 3rd level is 1.5 years. Then I, Gong Yuna, will achieve it in 1 year. Seeing Gong Yuna's shocked expression, Shaoli asked. Yunze, how is it? After listening to my story, you should have made up your mind, right? Gong Yuna nodded and said. Yes. I have made my choice. Shaoli was very satisfied when he heard this, and thought. Now you should know to choose Kyoto University. I guess it's not in vain that I've given you so much valuable information. In a happy mood, Shaoli elegantly picked up the goblet and drank the 1982 Lafite in it. I still decided to choose Fog City E-Day. Gong Yuna said firmly. Puff. After hearing what Gong Yuna said, Shaoli spat out the Lafite in his mouth and looked at Gong Yuna in disbelief. Lafite wiped the corner of his mouth and said seriously. Yunze, you have to think it through. Once you join Wudu Yida, if you change your mind and transfer to another school later, the treatment you receive may not be as good as they offer now. Gong Yuna also said seriously, Dad, I have thought it through. I want to break through to the 3rd level of alien within a year. Shaoli was a little dissatisfied after hearing what Gong Yuna said. What? Breaking through to the 3rd level in 1 year? Yuna, don't joke with me. Just choose Kyoto University of Extraordinary Beings, this is the right path. Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider Rongyu. Gong Yuna had no choice but to tell Shaoli about Lu Ruoying's situation. Shaoli's pupil shrank when he heard this, and after a while he cried out in shock. I remember now. I said your mother-in-law looked familiar. When I was young, I went with my father to attend the young family's wedding in Kyoto. On the wedding day, the bride ran away from the wedding, and the Lu and Yang families fell out because of this. Later, I saw your mother's photo on the bounty issued by the Lu family, and I still remember it clearly. At this point, Shaoli first glanced at Gong Yuna in surprise, and then said solemnly. It seems that your mother was found by the Lu family and brought back to the Lu family. Don't worry. Since you have married Rongyu, my Shao family will protect you. Even if Lu Guokong, the 9th stage of the 6th level alien emperor, comes in person, I will not hand you over. Gong Yuna was very moved when he heard this, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Dad. When Shaoli helped him up, his tone was already somewhat sighing. The Lu family is very powerful in Dragon Country, so your mother had no choice but to let you go to the Fog City alien world. In this case, I will not persuade you anymore. If you need resources, just tell your family. The foundation laid by your grandfather is enough for you and your wife to cultivate to the 5th level alien king. Dad, don't worry. I will practice hard. I will definitely break through to the 3rd level alien within a year. Gong Yuna said with a burning gaze. Shaoli knew that it was extremely difficult to cultivate to the 3rd level in 1 year, but he did not underestimate Gong Yuna. Instead, he patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Just go for it. The Shao family will always be your strong backing. Gong Yuna nodded seriously, his eyes full of gratitude, and said, yes. I will definitely cultivate to the 3rd level of alien within a year. Xiao Ronyu looked at Gong Yuna's serious expression and raised her glass. As long as we work together, we will succeed. Shaoli called Gong Yuna to his side and said. Yunze, stand still. I'll see if you've skipped a step after awakening. Gong Yuna asked doubtfully. What does it mean to skip a paragraph? The awakened ones rely on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. When awakening their superpowers, a large amount of energy from heaven and earth enters their bodies. Awakened ones who awaken superpowers above S-level will most likely directly become the second to third stage of the first-level awakening realm. This is called skipping levels. Shaoli explained. Gong Yuna suddenly realized, so that's how it is. After I awakened, I really felt that the energy in my body was much stronger than before. Shaoli heard this, his eyes flashed and he said, Then it's most likely that you have skipped a level. Release your newly awakened power and let me see how many levels you have skipped. Chapter 28, I'll sell everything I own to support your cultivation. Heart-shaped red mole? Please add it to your bookshelf. When Gong Yuna nodded, he immediately used his spiritual shadow clone. In an instant, 4 figures emerged like reflections in a mirror, surrounding Shaoli in the center. Although Shaoli had heard of Gong Yuna's special abilities a long time ago, he still felt a little surprised when he saw such a unique ability of clone. Yunze, is this a summoning ability? Judging from the overall energy fluctuations, you should be at the 5th stage of the First Order Awakening realm. If you count the other 3 clones, your strength can rival that of an awakener at the 6th stage. Gong Yuna said modestly, it seems that the foundation is not bad. Seeing this, all the Shao family members at the table were shocked beyond words. The highest jump record in Dragon Country is only the 3rd stage of the 1st stage, but Yuna actually reached the 5th stage of the 1st stage right after awakening? Reaching the 5th stage of awakening right after awakening? Is this really an SSS-level ability? Poet grip. At this moment, Shaoli's eyes suddenly turned cold. Yunze, as far as I know, you have awakened 2 superpowers. What other cards are you hiding from me? Gong Yuna smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Don't dare, I will release my second superpower right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Yuna directly unfolded his sacred domain. The domain quickly spread out in a circular shape with Gong Yuna as the center. When the domain completely covered everyone, Shaoli's expression instantly changed from serious to surprised and then to shocked. At this moment, Shaoli's eyes were filled with shock. Incomparable shock. There was a storm in his heart. He said, What kind of domain is this? It's even more powerful than the absolute domain inherited from my Shao family's bloodline. How can a First Order Awakener's domain weaken the power of a Fifth Order Awakener by half? This is too outrageous. The other members of the Shao family felt the power of the domain and the significant weakening of their own strength, and they felt like they were struck by lightning. Is this right? Isn't this the bloodline ability of our Shao family, the absolute domain? Why does he also have it? And it seems to be 3 times more domineering than the Shao family's absolute domain. Poet grip. Seeing this, Shaoli swallowed hard, rubbed his hands, and asked with a curious smile. Good son-in-law, can you tell me the effect of your supernatural power? When he asked this question, the majestic image that Shaoli had maintained before suddenly disappeared, and his eyes were filled with only admiration and satisfaction for his son-in-law. Before Gong Yuna could speak, Shao Rongyu couldn't help but frown and said, Dad. The effects of supernatural powers are an unspeakable secret to every awakened person. How can you rely on your identity to pry into other people's privacy? Shaoli's face turned red when he heard this, but his eyes were still fixed on Gong Yuna. Although both are domain abilities, the Shao family's absolute domain ability can only be used against enemies 1 level higher than itself. Gong Yuna's incredible cross-level weakening and weakening effect are simply a dimensionality reduction attack on the Shao family's territory. Now Shaoli is just glad that Gong Yuna is his son-in-law, otherwise if such a powerful domain ability grows up, the Shao family will be overwhelmed in the future. Thinking that Gong Yuna actually possessed such a heaven-defying domain, Shaoli thought in his heart. In this way, Yuna not only has superior combat power, but can also weaken the enemy's strength by half. Wouldn't the increase and decrease make him much stronger than his opponent? Perhaps he only needs to reach the 6th level of the Second Order Alien Disciple or even a lower level to lead the Fog City Alien University to the top 4 in the competition. Thinking of this, Shaoli couldn't help but take a breath and exclaimed. A person with dual awakened powers is indeed extraordinary. Yuna, just focus on your cultivation. We will support you even if we have to sell everything we have. Hearing this, Gong Yuna stood up and took the initiative to toast. Thanks, Dad. I did it, you can do whatever you want. Then Gong Yuna drank the red wine in the glass. Seeing this, Shaoli also drank the wine in the glass generously. When the other members of the Shao family saw Gong Yuna display such great talent, they all came forward to toast him. Yunze, get along well with Rongyu from now on, and try to give birth to a big fat boy as soon as possible. Yes. You two SSS-level geniuses will definitely give birth to an excellent child. Hearing this, Gong Yuna glanced at Xiao Rongyu who was sitting beside him. Xiao Rongyu lowered her head with a blushing face, her ears gradually blushed, and she said coquettishly, "We haven't even graduated from college yet, it's too early to talk about this." Seeing that Xiao Rongyu was a little shy, Gong Yuna quickly took over the conversation and said, "There is a long way to go, it will happen sooner or later." The banquet gradually came to an end amid the hearty laughter of the Xiao family. Gong Yuna carried the drunk Xiao Rongyu on his back and walked to Xiao Rongyu's room under the guidance of the housekeeper Zhou Fu. "Son-in-law, your room is right here. Please go to bed early. Call me anytime if you need anything." Gong Yuna nodded and thanked. "Yes. Thank you, Uncle Fu." The moment he opened the door, he was stunned. The room was filled with big red characters and dragon and phoenix candlesticks, clearly designed as a wedding room. Could this be the wedding room for Xiao Rongyu and me? Gong Yuna swallowed secretly. At this time, Xiao Rongyu on his back also began to feel a little restless. Her arms were tightly around Gong Yuna's neck, her hot cheeks pressed against his ears, and waves of hot breath gently caressed his cheeks. Gong Yuna called out to Xiao Rongyu who was in a drunken dream in a low voice, trying to wake her up. "Rongyu, wake up quickly, your hands are holding too tightly." As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Rongyu's hands not only did not loosen but tightened a little bit, muttering, "Yunze, I am finally with you." Gong Yuna was a little curious, finally together? What does this mean? But before he could think further, a strong feeling of suffocation forced him to get Xiao Rongyu off his body first. After struggling for a while, Gong Yuna panted heavily, as if he had survived a disaster and said, Who, his arms are so thin, but his strength is amazing. If I'm not at the 5th stage of the 1st level, Xiao Rongyu will be a widow when she wakes up tomorrow." At this time, Xiao Rongyu was lying on the bed with her eyes closed and a silly smile on her face. She said drunkenly, "Yunze is my husband, he. As she spoke, Xiao Rongyu turned over. As she was sleeping on the side of the bed, Xiao Rongyu turned over and was about to fall to the ground. Gong Yuna hurriedly leaned over to help, but Xiao Rongyu took the opportunity to hook her neck. Xiao Rongyu, with drunken eyes, looked up at him with a sly smile on her lips. "Hubby, let's sleep together." He. Gong Yuna was shocked by her innocent and naive look, which was totally different from her usual cold and aloof look. He thought to himself, "Is this the legendary contrast wife? She will completely let herself go once she opens her heart?" Shaking his head, Gong Yuna slowly put Xiao Rongyu on the bed. Just as Gong Yuna covered her with a blanket, he suddenly discovered that there was an inconspicuous heart-shaped red mole on Xiao Rongyu's shoulder. The heart-shaped red mole was faintly visible in the candlelight, and it perfectly coincided with a certain mark deep in his memory. His fingertips trembled, and a vague image flashed through his mind. He said with some surprise, "She actually has the same mole in the same place as her. Could it be? No, how could Rongyu be her?" He shook his head, trying to dispel the absurd speculation, but when he turned around, he heard a mumbling in his sleep behind him. "Yunze, I miss you so much, Yunze." Chapter 29 Memories of the Past, asking for an explanation. Please add it to the bookshelf. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna's thoughts suddenly fell back to his childhood. When he was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, a girl briefly broke into his world, but was deeply embedded in his memory. After school, it was raining heavily. He was walking by the alley with a mottled plastic umbrella in hand, when he saw a few senior students as tall as iron towers cornering a girl. The girl's backpack straps were scattered in the mud, and she curled up like a frightened young bird. The blood in Gong Yuna's chest instantly boiled, and he immediately rushed forward indignantly and shouted, "Stop it! How can a group of people bully a girl?" The group of senior students glanced at him with contemptuous smiles on their lips. "Mind your own business, little brat. Go cool off. If you meddle in other people's business again, I'll beat you up too." Facing the threat from the senior class, Gong Yuna did not flinch, but shouted loudly into the distance, "Principal Su! I'm here. Someone is bullying female students here." Before he could finish his words, those figures disappeared in the rain in panic. When the girl raised her head, there were stains of mud on her forehead and water droplets on her eyelashes. Gong Yuna squatted down, stretched out his wet palm in front of her, and said with a smile, Don't be afraid, I scared them away. Ha ha ha. The little girl's face was a little dirty because she fell while being chased, covering up her originally pretty face. Looking at Gong Yun's bright smile and the hand he extended to me who was helpless. For the first time, the little girl felt warmth from outside her family. She was introverted and quiet since she was a child. As a result, he was ostracized by his classmates, and even the desks and chairs of the students who liked to play pranks were moved to the corner of the classroom. I didn't make any friends until 3rd grade. She hesitated, rubbed her muddy hands on the hem of her skirt again, and then carefully held his fingertips. Gong Yuna asked, "Which class are you from? What's your name?" The little girl didn't say anything, but just held Gong Yuna's fingers tightly. "Where do you live then? I'll take you back." The little girl nodded and pointed in the direction opposite to Gong Yuna's house. Gong Yuna took the little girl's hand and prepared to send her home without saying a word. But at this moment, something strange happened. The senior students who were scared away by him before turned back angrily and shouted at Gong Yuna from a distance. "You little brat! How dare you lie to us? We'll beat you to death." Then, they rushed straight towards Gong Yuna. Gong Yuna pulled the little girl and ran wildly, their rain boots making a hurried drum beat on the concrete road. However, after running for a while, the little girl's strength gradually ran out. The distance between the two and the group of senior students was also rapidly shortening. Looking back at the senior students who were at least a head taller than him, Gong Yuna felt very troubled. He knew that if they continued running like this, they would be caught up sooner or later, so he decisively let go of the little girl's hand and said, "You go first. I'll stop them." The little girl did not run away by herself, but clenched her hands even tighter, with a firm look in her eyes as if to say, "I won't leave you alone and run away." Seeing the determined look in the little girl's eyes, Gong Yuna had to give up the idea of going back alone, and then pulled the little girl and ran forward with all his might. But in the end, he was overtaken by senior students due to lack of physical strength. After the senior students surrounded them, the senior student in the lead was named Chen Tao. He pointed at Gong Yuna and said viciously, "Run! Why don't you run anymore? Weren't you able to run very fast just now?" After saying this, he continued to speak to the two accomplices beside him. "Go find a stick and break his legs. Let's see how he can run away from now on." Soon, the two students found a wooden stick as thick as an arm from nearby. At this time, Gong Yuna was pinned to the ground by 3 other students, unable to move. Seeing the 2 men retrieve their weapons, Chen Tao picked up a wooden stick and walked towards Gong Yuna with a sneer. He held the stick in his right hand and repeatedly hit his left hand lightly, saying proudly, "Today, let me teach you a life lesson. Stay out of other people's business." As he said that, he hit Gong Yuna's calf hard with a stick. The pain from the blow was so intense that Gong Yuna kicked the 2 senior students who were pressing on his feet away. Then he bit the student who was holding him down with his teeth. The student felt pain, and Gong Yuna took the opportunity to turn over and throw him off his body. Gong Yuna, who had regained his freedom, limped towards the senior student who was holding the little girl and shouted, "Let her go. Didn't your father teach you not to bully girls?" The senior student holding the little girl saw Gong Yuna rushing towards him. He let go of the little girl and kicked Gong Yuna hard in the chest. Gong Yuna reacted extremely quickly and dodged the sidekick from the senior student by just turning sideways. The senior student felt ashamed and angry when he saw that his kick missed, and wanted to kick again. However, Gong Yuna did not give him any chance and shouted, "Take this kick from me." Then he kicked the student in the crotch. Gong Yuna then used the same method to deal with other students. The severe pain made the senior students roll on the ground, holding their crotches. Seeing that Gong Yuna had subdued several senior students, the little girl opened her eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Gong Yuna turned his head to look at the little girl, gave her a thumbs up and said with a hearty smile, "How's it? Awesome, right?" While bragging, Gong Yuna was thinking, "My dad taught me the fighting skills. I didn't expect them to be so useful." However, before Gong Yuna could be happy for long, the little girl suddenly shouted anxiously, "Watch out behind me." Before Gong Yuna could react, the wooden stick in Chen Tao's hand struck like lightning. The wooden stick fell on Gong Yuna's back in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Gong Yuna let out a howl and fell to the ground in pain. Looking at Gong Yuna, who was wriggling in pain on the ground, Chen Tao showed an evil smile. "You've injured so many of my good brothers, Today I'm going to let you have a taste of what it's like to have your head exploded. After saying that, Chen Tao didn't hesitate at all, raised the wooden stick and smashed it hard on Gong Yun's forehead. The force of this blow was so great that if it hit Gong Yun's head, he would at least have to be admitted to the ICU. At this moment, a thin figure suddenly rushed over and protected Gong Yun's head with his back. Ah! The little girl's back was hit hard by a wooden stick. The blood seeped through her white school uniform and formed shocking flowers in the rain. But she still used her body to protect Gong Yun's head and said regardless, "I won't allow you to bully him." Gong Yunza was deeply moved when he saw that the little girl actually sacrificed herself to block the attack for him. It was at this moment that he saw the heart-shaped red mole on the little girl's shoulder. Seeing that the little girl felt sorry for Gong Yunza, Chen Tao threatened, "As long as you come with me, I'll let him go." How about that? The little girl was very conflicted when she heard this. She knew in her heart that the place this senior student was taking her to would definitely be disadvantageous to her. But she felt sorry for the boy who stepped forward to protect her at the critical moment. After hesitating for a moment, the little girl stood up and agreed. "Okay. I agree to go with you, but you are not allowed to hurt him again." Chen Tao smiled and said, "That's natural." Hearing this, Gong Yunza, who had recovered from his shock, struggled to his feet again and shouted, "No! You can't go with him." Seeing that Gong Yunza was not behaving himself, Chen Tao raised the wooden stick without saying a word and hit Gong Yunza's arm hard again. Ah! Gong Yunza screamed at the top of his lungs again and collapsed to the ground weakly. The other students who were kicked in the crotch by him also recovered and surrounded Gong Yunza. The little girl was horrified when she saw this and said, "What are you going to do? Didn't you say you wouldn't hurt him?" Chen Tao sneered. "Oh, I only promised you that I wouldn't hurt him, but I didn't promise them not to hurt him." Upon hearing this, the little girl cursed, "You are a liar. You dead liar," and then rushed towards Gong Yunza to be with him. However, she was held tightly by Chen Tao. "Come with me, I promise you to leave him a breath." Just when the students were about to attack Gong Yunza, a female voice like thunder cut through the rain. "Who dares to touch my son?" Seeing Lu Ruoying rushing over, Gong Yunza hurriedly shouted, "Mom! I'm here. Save that little girl." After saying this, Gong Yunza seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength and fainted on the spot. When Lu Ruoying saw Gong Yunza being pinned to the ground by 4 men, with bruises all over his back and hands, she immediately became furious. She didn't take action, but approached with her phone raised, the camera scanned every panicked face, and then said in a cold voice, "I am Gong Yunza's mother. I am telling your parents that if you don't come to apologize to me today, the consequences will be very serious. Alright, get out of here." When those students saw Lu Ruoying coming towards them angrily, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, they were so scared that they ran away. Lu Ruoying carried Gong Yunza and the little girl to the hospital for treatment. The little girl's injuries were relatively minor and she recovered after a simple treatment by the doctor. Gong Yunza had consumed too much energy from the fierce battle with senior students and would not wake up for a while, so he needed to stay in the hospital for a day. After asking the little girl what happened, Lu Ruoying sent her back to school and asked the teacher to contact her parents. Then she sat at home waiting for Chen Tao and other parents of students to come and apologize. She sat at home waiting silently with a gloomy face, but only received a phone call. "Hello? Is this Gong Yunza's family member?" The other party's tone was condescending, without any politeness at all. Lu Ruoying narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard this, and replied calmly, "Yes, who are you?" The other party heard Lu Ruoying's cold voice and was silent for 2 seconds before continuing. "I am Chen Lang, the president of the Lang Tao Awakener Guild. My son Chen Tao told me about your son's matter. Name a price and how much money do you want to extort from me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoying's eyes instantly turned icy cold and she said, "President of the Lang Tao Guild, right? Let me tell you, many things cannot be measured by money." Chen Lang said with disdain. "Ha, in this world, apart from life and death, there is nothing that cannot be settled with money. How about 2 million dragon people's yuan?" When Lu Ruoying heard Chen Lang's words, she did not feel any emotion at all and said coldly, "It's 2036 now. If you don't come to my house and apologize in person before 2400 hours today, you will bear the consequences." Hearing Lu Ruoying's arrogant words, Chen Lang was also extremely displeased. "Are you going to make this matter so humiliating that both sides will not let it go? I just want justice for my son. I won't agree to any other conditions except an apology in person. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang thought Lu Ruoying was a lunatic, so he hung up the phone directly and did not take the matter to heart. Until after 2400 hours, Lu Ruoying had not received another phone call, let alone anyone coming to apologize. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoying said with a frosty face, "You won't come, right? Great. Since you won't give me an explanation, I will ask for one myself." Chapter 30, The Unsolved Case That Shocked the Dragon Kingdom? Please add it to the bookshelf. Lu Ruoying sent the previously recorded video to a mysterious person, and then dialed a short code. Soon, the other party answered the phone. "Madam, what can I do for you? You received the video, right? I want all the information about their family within half an hour. The more detailed the better." "Yes. Ma'am." Only 10 minutes later, Lu Ruoying received a detailed information about everyone in the video and their family members. It is no exaggeration to say that the ancestors of everyone in the video have been thoroughly checked. At noon the next day, public opinion in Longwu was in an uproar. The sudden death of Chen Lang, the president of the well-known Awakener Guild, Langtao Guild, and the sudden deaths of 4 high-ranking executives of the 3 major financial groups in Yangzhou broke out on the same day like a blowout. The modus operandi was exquisite and impeccable. The local supernatural police station mobilized all the police forces in Yangzhou. After spending 2 full months, I still didn't find any clues. The case can only be listed as an unsolved case and will be investigated at a later date. It is widely speculated that these dead people must have offended some powerful and influential person, which led to their murder. However, only those few students knew that this was most likely done by Gong Yuna's mother. But they were very secretive about it and dared not reveal it to anyone. Until the day when the 5 students came of age, Lu Ruoying did not forget to give them a gift. After many years, the same method of committing the crime was used again in Yangzhou, but it did not cause much waves. The Yangzhou supernatural police believed that this was a revenge murder. The method of committing the crime that even they could not find out must have been committed by a top supernatural person. If the situation does not escalate any further, they can only choose to turn a blind eye. The dead are all descendants of the 5 unsolved cases from many years ago. Although this incident was somewhat shocking, it also made everyone feel relieved. After all, this supernatural boss only killed his enemies and did not kill indiscriminately. Since it was none of their business, everyone naturally turned a blind eye. After dinner, people would only discuss what kind of hatred could make a superpower boss think about them for so long. In fact, the reason why Yangzhou Police Department turned a blind eye to this case was that there is another factor, and it is this factor that quickly suppressed the heat of the unsolved case that shocked the whole country. This factor is exactly the relationship in the little girl's family. After this incident, the little girl was arranged by her family to transfer to Kyoto Elementary School to continue her studies. Therefore, Gong Yuna never met the little girl again after he was discharged from the hospital. He also often regretted why he didn't ask the little girl's name. Whenever I think of the little girl using her body to block the fatal blow to her head, Gong Yuna always felt a little warmth in his heart. Although the girl looked ordinary, she left a deep mark in Gong Yuna's heart. Until the night before Gong Yuna's match and marriage, he was still thinking how nice it would be if his marriage partner was a little girl. After graduating from elementary school, the little girl finished junior high school in Kyoto. Because her family had promised her that they would tell her the boy's identity as long as she finished junior high school in Kyoto. When she learned the boy's identity from her family had originally arranged for her to continue her studies at Kyoto No. 1 Middle School, the best middle school in Longwu, but she flatly refused. She resolutely returned to Yangzhou, not only because she missed her family, but also because she missed the boy. At the opening ceremony of Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School, the little girl finally met the boy she had been dreaming about, the hero who stood up for her when she was in danger. Seeing that the boy she liked has become a super handsome guy, she was even more delighted. A little girl in high school is naturally very different from when she was little. Now she has an angelic appearance, a succubus-like figure, a JK school uniform with a pair of black stockings and small leather shoes. As soon as she appeared in school, she was like a star surrounded by people. Her personality became optimistic and outgoing after that incident, but she still had a cold face to outsiders. With her beauty and talent, almost everyone wants to be friends with her. After the opening ceremony, she specifically sought out Gong Yuna. However, Gong Yuna did not recognize the girl he had been thinking about because her face had changed so much. She felt a little disappointed, but she did not reveal her identity. Instead, she expected Gong Yuna to discover it himself. Her private meeting with Gong Yuna unexpectedly brought trouble to Gong Yuna. When many male classmates learned that she had met with Gong Yuna alone, they threatened Gong Yuna to stay away from her. After she found out about it, in order not to embarrass Gong Yuna, she suppressed her emotions and just watched Gong Yuna's every move quietly from a distance. After investigation, it was found that Chen Lang and others were driven by the interests of the alien race. He sent his son to the little girl's school, intending to abduct the little girl and use her as a bargaining chip to threaten the Dragon Kingdom's military to withdraw. Fortunately, Gong Yuna and Lu Ruoying discovered it in time and stopped it, so the aliens' evil plan did not succeed. And the little girl was none other than the cool school beauty Xiao Rongyu from Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School. Xiao Zhantian, the military god of the Dragon Kingdom, is an extremely proud man. The reason why he risked his life to build meridians for Gong Yuna was to repay this favor. P.S. Chapters 29 and 30 are flashback chapters. In order to return to the main story as soon as possible, no long description is given. If any friends like the story here, please comment here. I will write a side story after the main text is updated. Chapter 31 You Are So Sexy. Please add it to the bookshelf. His thoughts suddenly came back to reality. Gong Yuna looked at the figure on the bed, and a slight ripple rose in his heart. I wonder how she is doing now, maybe she has already become someone else's bride. His eyes fell on Xiao Rongyu, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Her sleeping posture with her nose furrowed was somewhat similar to the little girl in his memory. But when his eyes traced her impeccable features, he secretly shook his head and denied this absurd guess. Suddenly, there was a thump sound, and the quilt that had just been covered was kicked to the ground. Gong Yuna laughed in silence, thinking to himself. I didn't expect Rongyu to kick off the quilt when sleeping. He gently covered her with the quilt again, then leaned on his side with his chin propped up, quietly tracing her sleeping outline with his eyes. Just as I was getting sleepy, a sweet but angry voice sounded from behind me. Man, you should give me an explanation. Tu Shanmeng appeared beside the bed like a ghost, startling Gong Yuna so much that he almost fell off the bed. Why are you here? Go home quickly. This is the home of the Dragon Country's military god. If your identity is discovered, you'll be dead. Tu Shanmeng raised her furry chin, her tone full of pride. TSK. I'm not afraid. My people have been living among humans for many years, so they are naturally very skilled at hiding their demon auras. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's military god stood in front of me, he would only think I was an ordinary white fox. Seeing her confident look, Gong Yuna believed it a little, even though he had some doubts. Suddenly, Gong Yuna felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Hiss. It hurts. He gasped and saw Tu Shanmeng biting his arm hard. Gong Yuna said angrily, Tu Shanmeng. What are you doing? Humph. Who told you to leave this princess alone for so long? Tu Shanmeng's amber fox eyes were filled with grievance. After saying that, the little fox was startled at first, then his eyes widened, and he looked at Gong Yuna in disbelief and said, Human. How do you know my name? At the moment when the little fox responded, the originally snow-white little white fox suddenly turned into a little lowly with snow-white skin, delicate and charming, and 1.6 meters tall. Her eyes and eyebrows were full of childishness, yet also revealed an alluring charm. Gong Yuna was stunned and it took him a while to find his voice. You can really transform into a human? I just said it casually that day, I didn't expect it to come true. He looked up and down unconsciously, but saw Tu Shanmeng's cheeks flushed and she hurriedly protected herself. What are you looking at? Why don't you find some clothes for this princess? Gong Yuna quickly took off his coat and handed it to him, but Tu Shanmeng kicked him on the leg and scolded him. You pervert. Lolita control. Gong Yuna was kicked over by Tu Shanmeng, and his coat fell to the ground. Tu Shanmeng turned around and walked to Xiao Rongyu's closet and started choosing clothes she liked. Gong Yuna rubbed his thighs, but his eyes were a little blurry. The action she just took, isn't this completely naked? Is this something I can see as a young adult? Tu Shanmeng deliberately chose a set of JK black silk school uniform that Xiao Rongyu usually wears. Although it is a bit big, it doesn't look out of place on her. What do you think? Who looks better in this dress, me or Xiao Rongyu? She tilted her head, a cunning light flashing in her eyes. Gong Yuna frowned slightly when he heard this. Why are you wearing Rongyu's clothes? Unexpectedly, Tu Shanmeng suddenly threw herself into his arms, her fingertips brushed across his collarbone, and her tone was bewitching. This is exciting. If Sister Rongyu knew that I took advantage of her sleep, wore her clothes, and hugged her husband in her room, would she be so angry that she would divorce you? Then do you belong to me alone? Gong Yuna looked meaningful and said with shame. You're so flirty. Whatever you say, our Tushan Fox Demon clan is charming and attractive. I will take it as a compliment. Gong Yuna fell silent again after hearing this, and said after a moment. Stop messing around and go back to your Tushan. It's really dangerous here. Tu Shanmeng looked at Gong Yuna with resentment. You know my name, but you still want to chase me away? Are you planning to abandon me after having sex with me? You ungrateful man. Gong Yuna was confused and said. How did I become a heartless person? Tu Shanmeng pouted her lips and said with grievance, You already know my real name, you must be responsible for this princess. Gong Yuna had heard Tu Shanmeng talk about the importance of names before, but he just called out Tu Shanmeng's name in a hurry. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna regretted his decision and said. Hey! Tell me, how can I be responsible for you? Tu Shanmeng said excitedly. Human! Since you are going to be responsible for this princess, from now on, this princess will be your fox. You have to buy me a lot of delicious food and a warm love nest. Gong Yuna widened his eyes and said, But I already have a wife. Tu Shanmeng said with disdain, TSK. You are a coward with the intention of stealing but no guts. This princess doesn't dislike you, do you dare to dislike this princess? But I didn't do anything to you. You asked me to marry you just because you called me by your name. This is totally unacceptable. Hearing this, Tu Shanming's face showed a sad look, and she cried. Wow, you are such an ungrateful man. You know someone's name but you don't want her anymore. Don't think I don't know the laws of your dragon country. Although you advocate monogamy, you don't forbid having multiple wives in order to ease population pressure. Gong Yuna was speechless when he heard this. You know this too? I don't even know. Of course. I also know. Just as Tu Shanmeng was speaking, Xiao Rongyu, who was sleeping soundly beside him, suddenly said. Yuna, Yuna. Tu Shanmeng was so frightened upon hearing this that he immediately hid behind him, and his previous arrogance disappeared completely. Gong Yuna turned his head and saw Xiao Rongyu was still sleeping soundly. He just muttered his own name in his dream, and then he felt relieved. He turned and said to Tu Shanmeng who was hiding behind him. Didn't you just say you weren't afraid of being discovered? Why are you hiding behind me now? The little fox stiffened his neck and said in defense, I am doing this for your own good. Aren't you afraid? Gong Yuna held his forehead and sighed. Hey! I'm really scared of you. Hurry up and turn into a little fox. I can buy you delicious food and build you a warm home, but humans and demons are different. If you want me to marry a demon. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to obey you. These words were like a basin of ice water poured on Tu Shanmeng's head. The light in her eyes instantly went out, and tears welled up in her eyes. Gong Yuna! You bastard! If you don't want to marry me, why did you save me? Why are you so nice to me? Why did you call my name? Mother is right. Human men are really heartless. Before she finished her words, she had transformed back into a white fox and jumped out of the window. Her snow-white figure disappeared into the dark night in an instant. Gong Yuna chased to the window and saw only an empty courtyard. That lively snow-white figure had long since disappeared, leaving behind a feeling of melancholy that quietly permeated the room in the silent night. Chapter 32, Capture. Collusion with aliens? Please add to the bookshelf. Seeing Tu Shanmeng leave in anger, Gong Yuna thought of Tu Shanmeng's aggrieved look just now, and a dry sigh rose in his throat. Hey, I think I just said too much. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he shook his head violently and said firmly. Humans and demons are on different paths. Even if she can transform into a human, a demon is still a demon after all. But in a flash, all those tiny fragments of my time with Tu Shanmeng came flooding back like a tide, and I thought. She is straightforward and honest, totally different from the cruel and bloodthirsty characters described in textbooks. At this moment, the roar of the Shao family guards suddenly sounded downstairs. Someone come quickly. I caught the demon tribe. Gong Yuna's heart suddenly sank, cold sweat instantly crawled down his back and covered his clothes. It can't be such a coincidence. If Tu Shanmeng was really captured, once her identity as a demon was exposed, given the Shao family's hatred of alien races, she would have no chance of survival. If I go to save her, I might be regarded as a spy colluding with alien races. What should I do? After thinking for a while, Gong Yuna felt a little desperate. Humans and aliens cannot coexist. This is a dead end. But he knew that if he did nothing, Tu Shanmeng would be dead. I can't care about that anymore. I can only take it one step at a time. Tu Shanmeng saved my life, I can't just watch her die in front of me. Even if I am considered to be colluding with aliens, I will accept it. Without having time to think about countermeasures, he had already rushed towards the sound. However, as he got closer, the sight before him almost froze his blood. I saw Tu Shanmeng's fox body being pinned to the ground by two guards. There was a wound on her back so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood kept flowing out of it, staining the floor tiles blood red. The Shao mansion, which had been quiet just a moment ago, was now in turmoil due to the shouting. Long before Gong Yuna arrived, the Shao family had already surrounded them in 3 layers, led by Shao Li. Seeing Gong Yuna, Shao Li's face was filled with apologetic expression. Yunze, I'm sorry. It's a rare occasion for you to come to my house and you're attacked by the demon tribe at night. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Go back to your room and get some rest. Gong Yuna shook his head slowly, his voice resounding. How can this be possible? The demon clan can be killed by everyone. How can I just stand by and watch? Shao Li laughed out loud upon hearing this and patted his shoulder heavily. Well said. You are worthy of being the pillar of our dragon country. Yuna, I think you have never killed a monster before, so I will teach you a lesson today. After that, he pointed at the fox demon in the pool of blood, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. Yunze, you will be the one to kill this fox demon tonight. When the time comes, hand over its body to the Supernatural Bureau and you will receive a generous reward. Just use it as pocket money for your college education. Gong Yuna felt as if his heart was crushed by a huge rock. How could he feel any joy at all? Looking at Tu Shanmeng lying in a pool of blood, dying, his internal organs seemed to be crushed. Tu Shanmeng is in this situation because of me. I must save her. With his mind made up, Gong Yuna walked straight to the guard and said, Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. The 2 guards looked up at Shao Li, and seeing Shao Li nod slightly, they handed a long sword to Gong Yuna. When the seriously injured Tu Shanmeng heard the familiar voice, his originally dim eyes suddenly lit up. He came to save me. I knew he had me in his heart. But when she tried her best to open her heavy eyelids, what came into her sight was the solemn figure of Gong Yuna coming with a sword in hand. First there was bone-chilling panic, which then turned into dead despair. Tu Shanmeng slowly closed his eyes, with a bitter self-mockery rising in his heart. I was so naive. I actually thought that a human would come to save me. Gong Yuna. You saved me once. If I die in your hands, I, Tu Shanmeng, will take the blame. Gong Yuna walked slowly to Tu Shanmeng. He raised his sword high, but it froze just inches away from the fox's body, and he never cut it down. The Shao family members around them suddenly started whispering. What's the use of being a genius? When you see the monsters, you're still so scared that you freeze in place. Alas, you are still too young. You still need to gain more experience outside and see more of the world. Wouldn't it be better if you just cut it off? Wouldn't it be better if he could just go back to bed early? Shao Li's brows had already twisted into knots, and he shouted sternly. Yunze! What are you hesitating about? Why don't you swing your sword quickly? How can a man from the Shao family be so indecisive? Listening to everyone's discussion, Gong Yuna was unable to make a move no matter what. Tu Shanmeng waited for about a minute and was safe and sound. Curiosity drove her to open her eyes again, only to see the long sword shining with cold light being slowly put down by Gong Yuna. In an instant, ecstasy rushed through his body like an electric current, and Tu Shanmeng cried out silently in his heart. I knew, Brother Yuna would never hurt me. But in Shao Li's eyes, this scene was seen as unforgivable cowardice. He stepped forward in anger. Yunze! How dare you be so cowardly? I am so disappointed. Anyway. Get out of my way, I will do it. Before he finished speaking, he had already snatched the sword from Gong Yuna's hand and stabbed it straight into Tu Shanmeng's throat. Gong Yuna was shocked when he saw this and shouted. Don't want. As he spoke, he flew forward and tightly grasped Xiao Li's right arm that was holding the sword. When Xiao Li saw that Gong Yuna was trying to stop him for the sake of a demon, he immediately widened his eyes and shouted angrily. Gong Yuna! What do you want to do? Are you trying to protect the evil monsters? Do you know how many awakened warriors who guard the border of Dragon Country have died in the mouths of monsters? I know. But this fox demon is different. She promised me that she would never hurt humans. Gong Yuna argued. Xiao Li heard this, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and sneered. Yunze, don't you know that my Xiao family is a military family? What my Xiao family hates most is the alien race. Among the alien races, we hate the demon race the most. I didn't expect that you actually know this demon race. Come. Capture this evil son-in-law Gong Yuna for me. Gong Yuna knew he was in the wrong and did not resist, so he was simply grabbed to the ground by the two guards. Seeing Gong Yuna being captured by the Xiao family in order to protect himself, Tu Shanmeng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, thinking silently. Yunze, why are you so nice to me but you won't accept me? Just at this moment, Xiao Rongyu was awakened by the noise outside and hurried over following the sound. Soon, she saw Gong Yuna being pinned to the ground by his family members, looking like he had committed a heinous crime. Seeing this, Xiao Rongyu hurriedly ran to Xiao Li and asked. Dad! What happened? Why did you ask people to capture Gong Yuna? Seeing Xiao Rongyu, Xiao Li immediately became furious and said. Look at the good husband you chose. He actually colluded with the demon clan in secret. My Xiao family is full of loyal and brave people. No matter how outstanding he is, we will not tolerate such a thing that will bring disgrace to the family. Tomorrow I will kill my own relatives for the sake of justice. I will personally send him to the supernatural police station. Xiao Rongyu stamped her feet anxiously. Dad! He's your son-in-law. You sent him to the police station. Do you want me to be a widow? What are you afraid of? Even if your husband is gone, your father will support you for the rest of your life. But even if our Xiao family dies in battle, we cannot be branded with the crime of colluding with alien races. This will be stabbed in the back by all Long people forever. Hearing her father's firm words, Xiao Rongyu fell to her knees with a plop, tears streaming down her face. Dad, please. Don't send Yunze to the police station yet. This must be a misunderstanding. Let's figure things out before making a decision, okay? Chapter 33: A Crisis of Trust. Tu Shanmeng was rescued. After hearing what Xiao Rongyu said, Xiao Li's voice instantly turned cold as ice. Gong Yuna just admitted in person that he was colluding with the demon clan. Everyone present here is a witness. There is no misunderstanding at all. Dad! Xiao Rongyu shouted urgently, but was interrupted by Xiao Li's sharp voice before she could finish her words. If you plead for this Dragon Nation traitor again, I will immediately have someone lock you in the training room and never let you take a single step out. Xiao Rongyu showed no fear at all. She suddenly took out the black jade ring left by Xiao Zhantian, raised it above her head and said loudly to everyone. Seeing this black jade ring is like seeing the head of the Xiao family in person. I order you to release Gong Yuna immediately. Xiao Li was so shocked when he saw this that his face suddenly changed and he shouted. Rongyu! Do you know what you are doing? Sheltering aliens and their accomplices is a capital crime punishable by death for all of your clan. Dad! Xiao Rongyu's eyes were like torches, and every word was sonorous. Grandpa personally handed this ring to Yuna. Don't you believe in Grandpa's vision? I believe in Grandpa, and I believe in Yuna's character even more. When Xiao Li heard this, his eyes were filled with surprise and doubt, and the Xiao family members around him were in an uproar. What? The old patriarch actually gave the black jade ring to someone outside the clan? The old patriarch's astronomical skills are superb. He can tell good and bad fortune with just a flick of his finger. How could the person he has chosen be a traitor to the Dragon Nation? Is there really something hidden here? Listening to everyone's discussion, Xiao Li's frown relaxed slightly, and he turned to look directly at Gong Yuna, his tone still stern. Gong Yuna, I'll give you one more chance. Have you colluded with alien races to endanger the Dragon Nation? Gong Yuna, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke in a firm voice. I, Gong Yuna, have never colluded with alien races. And I will never do anything to let my motherland down. Then why did you hesitate to kill this fox demon before? Xiao Li asked. Because it saved my life. Gong Yuna straightened his spine and looked at me with a clear gaze. Although I hate aliens, I also know how to repay kindness. I can't kill the person who saved my life with my own hands. Xiao Li sneered when he heard this. Gong Yuna. If you're lying, you should at least make up a decent excuse. Would a demon be so kind as to save an unrelated human being? That's simply unbelievable. The rest of the Xiao family heard this and said with disdain. That's right. You can't even tell a lie that's convincing. Hey. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. It really makes things worse. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Xiao Li's brows gradually relaxed a little. Upon seeing this, Gong Yuna simply told the whole story of how the fox demon stole the elixir. After hearing this, Xiao Li just sighed. Ah. What a bad fate. Well, I'll believe you this time. But this fox demon must die today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save it. Before he finished speaking, the sword in his hand was raised again, and the cold light was directed towards Tushan Meng. Gong Yuna hurriedly tried to stop him, but was pushed by Xiao Li, who was prepared and staggered back, flying several meters away. In a hurry, Gong Yuna suddenly opened up his sacred domain. All of Xiao Li's attributes were instantly weakened by half, but the long sword still slashed towards Tushan Meng with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. At the critical moment, Gong Yuna summoned 3 clones and rushed over like crazy to block the fox demon. But merely weakening the attributes was not enough to restrict Xiao Li's actions, and the long sword still slashed straight towards Tushan Meng's body. Gong Yuna summoned 3 clones in an instant and pounced on Tushan Meng like crazy. Swish! The crisp sound of the sharp blade tearing flesh was ear-piercing and shocking, and the first clone was instantly split in half. The other 2 clones remained fearless and used their bodies to protect Tushan Meng. A cold light flashed in Xiao Li's eyes, and he swung his sword continuously. There were 2 more crisp sounds, and the 3 clones all turned into flying smoke. The moment the last clone disappeared, Gong Yuna's real body had already rushed forward. He held Tushan Meng tightly in his arms, his eyes as determined as iron. If you want to kill her, you have to step over my dead body first. Tushan Meng nestled in his arms, tears instantly blurring her vision, and she choked up and said, "You are so kind. You are the best person to me besides my mother. You should kill me. Otherwise they will never let you go." Gong Yuna had no time to pay attention to Tushan Meng's words, and was quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. Seeing that Gong Yuna dared to protect Tushan Meng, Xiao Li was furious and said, "You are such a good bastard, Gong Yuna. Since you insist on protecting this evildoer, I will kill you too." Seeing that Xiao Li did not seem to be faking it, Xiao Rongyu immediately rushed in front of Gong Yuna and said, "Dad, if you want to kill Gong Yuna, kill your daughter first." Seeing Xiao Rongyu suddenly blocking Gong Yuna, Xiao Li quickly retracted his strength and turned the sword. The sharp sword brushed past the ends of Xiao Rongyu's hair, lifting up a few strands of hair that slowly fell down. He glared at Xiao Rongyu, his eyes as cold as ice. "Rongyu, in your heart, is the reputation of my Xiao family, which has lasted for 100 years, not as good as that of a traitor who colluded with alien races?" Xiao Rongyu just straightened her back and said word by word, "I believe in Yuna." Xiao Li was so angry that he laughed and threw his sword to the ground. The sword hit the stone slab with a sharp sound. "Gong Yuna, no matter what your reasons are, harboring aliens is an enemy of the Xiao family. From today on, your marriage with Rongyu is off the table, and tomorrow I will take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. I will never divorce Yuna." Xiao Rongyu's voice was filled with unquestionable firmness. Okay. Xiao Li was so angry that he was shaking all over, his chest heaving violently. "Then I will expel you too." Before he finished his words, there was a sharp tearing sound in the sky, as if something was being torn apart. Everyone looked up. I saw that a 3-meter-high wedge-shaped crack had appeared in the sky 100 meters above the Xiao family, and purple-black void turbulence was surging in the crack. A figure slowly walked out of the crack, wearing a purple-gold crown on his head, a scarlet robe on his body, his silver hair falling like a waterfall. His face was more beautiful than jade, and 9 fluffy fox tails swayed slowly behind him, and every strand of hair was sparkling. Xiao Li's pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in shock. "Tear the void! Spatial displacement! 9 fox tails! You are the queen of Tushan? How dare you trespass into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom? Have you forgotten the covenant between the demon race and the strongest awakened human being? Queen Tushan only glanced at Xiaoli indifferently, and seeing that he was only at the peak of the 5th level of cultivation, she looked away and her cold gaze fell on Tushan Meng and Gong Yunza's arms. Feeling her daughter's faint breath, she waved her jade hand lightly, and Tushan Meng was steadily moved into her arms. She put a shiny healing pill into her daughter's mouth, her voice full of heartache. Xiao Bai, who hurt you? Seeing Tushan Meng remain silent, Tushan Shui said angrily. Xiao Bai, I told you before, foxes are bullied when they are kind. If you don't tell me who did it, I will kill them all. Tushan Meng knew that his mother had a vengeful nature. If he didn't tell the truth, everyone present would be in trouble. She raised her weak fox paw and pointed at the Tushao family guards not far away. It's those 2 guards. Queen Tushan looked in the direction she pointed, frowning slightly. The people who hurt his daughter who was at the 3rd level of cultivation were actually 2 2nd-level heretics? Your strength has already reached the 3rd level. These 2 are definitely not your opponents. How could you be seriously injured by them? I promised someone that I would never harm humans, so I didn't kill them, but they ambushed me instead. Tushan Meng explained in a low voice. At this moment, Queen Tushan's eyes moved slightly, sensing that several powerful auras were rapidly approaching from 100 kilometers away, and were expected to arrive within 10 minutes. She stroked Tushan Meng's head and said helplessly. Xiao Bai, come home with me. From now on, I will no longer mention marriage with the Silver Fox clan. Tushan Meng looked down at Gong Yunza, his eyes full of reluctance. She wanted to stay with him so much, but she knew that if she insisted on staying, it would only bring more trouble to both of them. Finally, she nodded gently. Well, I'll go back with you. Queen Tushan looked at her always unruly daughter with some surprise, thinking to herself. Although I suffered this time, I have become much more sensible. It is true that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Before leaving, she cast a cold look at the 2 guards. The 2 men's eyes suddenly became dull and they started fighting each other like crazy, and they were both killed in an instant. After confirming that the guard was dead, Queen Tushan was about to break through the void again, but Tushan Meng grabbed her sleeve and asked softly. Mother, please help, and seriously injure the person who just hugged me. Chapter 34 Seriously Injured and Dead? System protects the master. Please add it to the bookshelf. Mother, please help severely injure the man who was holding me. But please do not damage his cultivation foundation. Tu Shanxue raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She didn't ask the reason, but just looked at Gong Yunza with a playful look on her face, thinking. He looks handsome, but his cultivation is only at the 5th stage of the 1st order. It's normal for Xiao Bai to care about appearance at his age when he is just beginning to fall in love. At the same time, Xiaoli saw that Tu Shanxue seemed to be leaving, so he immediately stepped forward, jumped high, and shouted angrily. How can you come and go as you please in Dragon Country? Absolute domain. Expand. Take my punch. Tu Shanxue, who was looking at Gong Yunza with a bit of an anti-smile, heard Xiaoli's challenge and a hint of displeasure suddenly flashed across her flawless face. Humph. You came just in time. Before he finished speaking, Tu Shanxue had teleported to Xiaoli's side and slapped him on the chest. Although Xiaoli saw her movements clearly, his body was too late to react. He couldn't even launch a defense and was knocked away by the palm. Xiaoli flew out and hit Gong Yunza right on target. Gong Yunza wanted to hide, but the opponent was too fast. In desperation, he once again summoned 3 clones to act as cushions. Bang! With a loud noise, Gong Yunza and Xiaoli fell heavily on the wall of Xiao family and fell into coma instantly. After completing the task assigned by her daughter, Tu Shanxue tore open the void and disappeared on the spot with Tushan Meng. Xiao Rongyu saw that her father and Gong Yunza were seriously injured and unconscious. He immediately asked Niafeng, a 4th-level awakened healer from his home, to provide emergency treatment for the 2. After checking the injuries, Niafeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, the patriarch wasn't seriously injured, thanks to this guard who cushioned some of the force. If he hadn't been there to cushion him, the patriarch would have been more than just unconscious. When Xiao Rongyu heard that her father's injuries were not serious, she felt relieved and asked, what about my husband? How is he? Niafeng widened his eyes, pointed at the seriously injured Gong Yunza and asked, this is actually your husband, miss? Yes. Uncle Nia, how is he? Xiao Rongyu asked anxiously. Miss. My brother-in-law. Niafeng looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak. Hurry up and tell me. What happened to him? He seems a little bit dead. Niafeng had cold sweat on his forehead and his voice was trembling. Xiao Rongyu looked at Niafeng in disbelief, her voice trembling. What did you say? He's dead? Niafeng lowered his head and smiled helplessly. Yes. Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu collapsed to the ground like a punctured ball, muttering to herself. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? Xiao Rongyu roared, not believing that Gong Yuna would die so easily. She forced herself to cheer up, rushed to Gong Yuna, knelt on her knees, and pushed Gong Yuna, who was lying motionless on the ground. Yunze, are you kidding me? If you keep pretending to be dead, I will ignore you. Seeing that Gong Yuna didn't move, Xiao Rongyu's tone softened instantly. Yunze, please stop messing around. Open your eyes and look at me. Having said this, Xiao Rongyu saw that Gong Yuna was still motionless, and even the color of his lips was a little paler than before. Seeing this, she could no longer hold back her tears, and they poured out like a flood breaking through a dam. Whoa. Yunze, we agreed to read Fog City Strange together, are you lying to me? Yunze. Wake up. I beg you. Please wake up. She kept begging, her cries heartbreaking. She sobbed on Gong Yuna's chest and beat his shoulders with her hands, but Gong Yuna showed no signs of waking up. Hearing Xiao Rongyu's crying, Xiaoli slowly woke up from his coma. When he saw Xiao Rongyu throwing herself on Gong Yuna and crying bitterly, he instantly understood everything. Xiaoli raised his hand and patted her on the back, comforting her in a hoarse voice. Rongyu, it's Dad's fault, I failed to protect Yuna. Xiao Rongyu suddenly shook off his hand and roared with red eyes. What's the point of apologizing? Can apologizing return Yuna to me? I've already said that Yuna is not a traitor. Why don't you believe it? If he is a traitor, why doesn't he go with Queen Tushan? With Tushan's power, isn't it 1,000 times better to cultivate a talent like him than to keep him in our Shao family? Xiaoli was speechless after being asked. He was usually eloquent, but at this moment he couldn't say a word. He just kept repeating in his mind. Rongyu is right, I was the one who killed Yuna. At the same time, the system's urgent alarms sounded in Gong Yuna's mind. Warning, warning. The host is on the verge of death. All system energy will be consumed to activate the host protection mode. After the host protection mode is activated, the system will temporarily enter a dormant state. During the hibernation period, the host retains the acquired superpowers, but cannot integrate new superpowers before the system is restored. Xiao Rongyu held Gong Yuna's gradually cooling hands in her own palms, trying to warm them up, as if doing so could wake him up. Seeing that Gong Yuna still didn't wake up, Xiao Rongyu suddenly had a fairy tale flash through her mind, and she thought, maybe if I kiss him, he'll wake up? As soon as the thought came to her mind, she no longer hesitated, leaned over and gently kissed Gong Yuna's pale lips. The warm lips kissed Gong Yuna lightly on his lips, but Gong Yuna still showed no sign of waking up. Just when Xiao Rongyu was completely in despair, a faint blue light suddenly appeared around Gong Yuna. Before Xiao Rongyu could react, she saw that Gong Yuna, whose life was originally cut off, began to rise and fall slightly. Yunze? Xiao Rongyu's crying stopped abruptly, and she trembled and sniffed his breath. A faint stream of air brushed across her fingertips, causing her to instantly burst into a scream of ecstasy. He's breathing. Uncle Nye. He's alive. Niafeng was shocked and rushed over to take the patient's pulse. Gong Yuna's pulse was as weak as a gossamer at first, but it became strong within just a few breaths, and his originally cold skin gradually warmed up. At this time, Gong Yuna's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he finally slowly opened his eyes. The eyes were blank at first, and then replaced by intense pain. Hiss. I feel like I was run over by a truck. Yunze. Xiao Rongyu hugged him fiercely, tears bursting out again, but with great joy. You scared me to death. I thought you. Knowing that it was Gong Yuna who had taken the blame for him, Xiaoli also hurried forward and asked with concern. Yuna, you're awake. Gong Yuna suddenly started coughing violently, and a mouthful of bloody air sprayed onto Xiao Rongyu's shoulder. Cough, cough, cough. His fingers suddenly curled up, and his fingertips unconsciously grabbed Xiao Rongyu's sleeve. Xiaoli hurriedly shouted, Niafeng, don't just stand there. Treat him quickly. Yes. Patriarch. Chapter 35 Lost my daughter and my army? Please add it to my bookshelf. After Niafeng's full treatment, Gong Yuna quickly recovered 70% of his injuries. Gong Yuna slowly sat up, his eyes swept over Xiao Rongyu, whose eyes were slightly red beside the bed, and a weak but gentle smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Rongyu, I'm fine, I'm sorry to have made you worry. Xiao Rongyu quickly clenched his bandaged hand, the temperature of her palm was shockingly cold. Yunze, it's good that you woke up. Take a good rest first and don't talk so much. When your injury is healed, I want to chat with you every day until dawn. Xiaoli, who was standing beside him, suddenly coughed lightly, his tone carrying an awkwardness that was difficult to conceal. Yunze, I was narrow-minded before. You put aside the past grudges and sacrificed yourself to protect me. This broad-mindedness really makes me ashamed. I wronged you. Gong Yuna didn't want to pay attention to Xiaoli, but turned around and continued to talk to Xiao Rongyu. Rongyu, I'm planning to move out. You have to practice hard while I'm away, okay? Xiao Rongyu nodded first, then shook her head vigorously, her voice filled with pleading. Is it okay not to leave? Gong Yuna shook his head and said, I'm still not used to this feeling of living under someone else's roof. How could it be? You are the son-in-law of my Xiao family. The Xiao family is your home. How can you be living under someone else's roof? A nest of gold or silver is not as good as your own doghouse. Although the words are a bit rough, it is the truth. I don't have a sense of belonging in the Xiao family. All I feel are strict rules and restrictions from the elders. I yearn for freedom and don't like being constrained. Then I'll go with you. Gong Yuna was slightly startled, then said in a deep voice. You should stay in the Xiao family and practice well. Even if you are admitted to Wudu Yida, the competition within the school is very fierce. If your strength does not match the resources allocated by the school, the resources you get may be reallocated. But I just want to be with you. Xiao Rongyu looked up at him, her eyes full of stubbornness. Seeing that his daughter was going to elope with Gong Yuna, Xiaoli quickly interrupted. Yunze, why don't you move? Dad has to go on a business trip this month, so you and Rongyu can just stay at home. Gong Yuna sneered secretly. Can you be a little more fake? You made it so difficult for me before, but this time I have the initiative, I will treat you like a Japanese. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna cleared his throat and said to Xiaoli with a helpless look. Didn't you want Rongyu to divorce me before? Then I would have no reason to live in the Xiao family. Xiaoli's mouth twitched suddenly when he heard this, and he thought to himself. Didn't I apologize to you before? Why are you bringing this up again? Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, Xiaoli still patiently apologized. Everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding. I was too stubborn and misunderstood my son-in-law. I hope he can forgive me. Xiaoli has been in a high position for many years, and it has always been others who apologize to him. It is rare nowadays to apologize to a younger generation with such a sincere attitude. But Gong Yuna didn't care about that. If everyone who offended me only had to give a verbal apology without paying a heavy price, then others will follow the example of the former and continue to cause more harm to themselves. So when Gong Yuna faces someone who hurts him, whether physically or mentally, when someone apologizes to him, he never smiles and says it's okay. Instead, you must seek redress for the injustice you have suffered from the other party. Gong Yuna naturally didn't completely accept Xiaoli's apology, so he covered his chest with both hands and said with a look of deep sorrow. Your previous misunderstanding of me hurts me. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts so much that it cannot be soothed by words alone. Xiaoli felt a little guilty at first, but after hearing Gong Yuna's next words, he was speechless and thought to himself. After all this time, this guy not only wants me to apologize, but also wants me to make amends. Well, this plan has blown up your father-in-law's face. Understanding Gong Yuna's intention, Xiaoli immediately took out a black and gold card from his storage ring and said. Yunze, I was wrong before. This card is a black gold card from the exotic treasure auction house. There will be an exotic treasure auction at 10 a.m. tomorrow. You can pick one that you like. How about that be my apology to you? Gong Yuna nodded and put the black gold card into his trouser pocket, but his eyes fell on the ring on Xiaoli's finger, pretending to be amazed. Dad, your ring is quite unique. Xiaoli heard this and said proudly. Of course. This storage ring of mine was forged by a space forging master after 7749 days. Not only does it look exquisite, it also has a full 500 cubic meters of storage space inside. Seeing that Xiaoli didn't understand what he said, Gong Yuna said again with envy. Dad! Your ring is so beautiful. I like it very much. Xiao Li understood this time, and struggled in his heart for a while, then gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and thought to himself. You really? I'm crying. You really want everything? Oh. Never mind. Since you almost lost your life for me. Xiao Li felt extremely painful in his heart, but on the surface he took off the ring very cheerfully and handed it to Gong Yuna, saying, Since you like it, I'll give you this storage ring. Upon seeing this, Gong Yuna hurriedly took Xiao Li's storage ring with both hands and put it directly on his right index finger, fearing that he would regret it the next second. Seeing that Xiao Li seemed to have something to say, Gong Yuna immediately thanked Xiao Li. My dad is so generous. Not only did he give me such a precious ring, he also gave me the things in the ring. Dad is so good to me. Xiao Li's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he was going crazy. Okay. You put me up high and blocked my mouth so I can't get the things in the ring back, right? What's wrong with this kid? Why is he eating and taking things at the same time? He really won't accept any loss at all. Considering that the things in the ring were just ordinary things, Xiao Li did not ask for them back. Seeing her father being repeatedly cheated by Gong Yuna, Xiao Rongyu secretly rejoiced in her heart. Yunze is so bad, I like him so much. If Xiao Li knew about this idea, he would definitely complain on the spot that his little cotton-padded jacket was leaking air. Seeing Xiao Li spending so much money to compensate him, Gong Yuna's anger towards Xiao Li finally subsided. He yawned and said, Dad, Rongyu and I are going back to our room to sleep first, you should get some rest too. As he said that, Gong Yuna took Xiao Rongyu's hand and walked towards Xiao Rongyu's room. Xiao Li looked at the two people's backs as they left and sighed in his heart. Alas, the ring is gone, and my precious daughter's heart is also stolen. I have lost both my daughter and my army. In Xiao Rongyu's boudoir. As soon as Gong Yuna sat down, he was tightly embraced by a warm body. Honey, I just want to ask, can you not hold me so tight? Humph. Who told you to be so scary today? This is my punishment for you. After saying that, Xiao Rongyu hugged Gong Yuna tightly like a sloth and refused to let go. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu didn't let go, Gong Yuna said with a wicked smile. Oh, okay. Then I'm going to take a shower, you come with me. Xiao Rongyu's cheeks instantly turned red, but she forced herself to raise her chin. Let's go together. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 36 Xiao Rongyu made breakfast? Encountering a love rival. Please add it to the bookshelf. Gong Yuna's blood boiled when he heard this. He glanced at Xiao Rongyu's hot body and laughed a few times. Hey, let's go. Before he finished speaking, he had already picked up Xiao Rongyu by the waist and went to the bathroom. The girl suddenly panicked and put her slender fingers on his chest. Oops. I'm not mentally ready yet. Besides, I want to be somewhere more romantic. Gong Yuna raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. I'm just kidding, were you just thinking? Shut up. Xiao Rongyu hurriedly covered his mouth. Her fingertips touched the warm lips and she suddenly remembered the hasty kiss just now. That was her first kiss. Her ears instantly became hot enough to fry an egg, and she stared at him in shame and anger. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Seeing Gong Yuna shut up tactfully, she withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, turned around and fled to the bed. You take a shower, I'm going to sleep first. Before he could finish his words, he had already crawled into the bed, wrapping his head and body like a cocoon. Gong Yuna looked at the shivering quilt and couldn't help laughing. It turns out that this aloof goddess is actually such a pure girl at heart. 5 minutes later, Gong Yuna, who had finished bathing, walked to the bedside. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu was still buried in the quilt, he reached out and lifted a corner and whispered. You are so old, but you are still holding your breath like a child. If you keep doing this, you will run out of oxygen. Beneath the quilt, the girl had already fallen into a deep sleep, her breathing as light as the flapping wings of a dragonfly on a lotus leaf. Gong Yuna looked at Xiao Rongyu's beautiful sleeping face, and inexplicably had an urge to kiss her. But the petite figure of Tu Shan Meng suddenly flashed through my mind. Gong Yuna, who wanted to do something bad, suddenly calmed down and thought. I wonder how Tu Shan Meng is doing now. Thinking about what had happened in the past few days, Gong Yuna slowly lay down beside her and soon fell asleep. At the same time, in Xiao Li's reception room, 2 old men were sitting upright. Among them was an old man with silver hair as white as snow, wearing a gray plain dress. He had a thin face and a frown on his face, but his cloudy eyes were shining with a sharp light. He asked in a deep voice. Shaoli, where are the aliens? Upon hearing this, Shaoli immediately responded respectfully. I hope you are well, seniors. The one who came is Queen Tushan, she has already escaped through the sky. Queen Tushan? The two old men's expressions changed at the same time. The old man in plain clothes suddenly clenched his fists, and the blue veins at the places where his sleeves slipped down were like a coiled red snake, and tiny bursting sounds suddenly rang out in the air. I didn't expect Queen Tushan to break the contract and trespass into Dragon Kingdom. The old man who spoke was none other than the highly respected 6th-rank peak supernatural emperor Flame Dragon Reverend Qin Song in the Dragon Kingdom's supernatural world. Shaoli hurriedly explained. She came here to look for her lost daughter and did not seek any trouble. The other old man, wearing a black cloak with gold patterns, had a hunched back but exuded a sense of majesty. His withered face was covered with dark brown spots, and his narrow eyes glowed with a cold hawk-like light. This person's name is Nangon Lai. He is from the Dragon Country's formation family, the head of the Nangon family. He frowned and thought for a moment, then said, even so, we can't break the rules. Shaoli's palms were sweating with nervousness after hearing this. He hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. My two seniors, this matter was caused by me. This is what happened. Shaoli told the two elders how the guards had captured Tushan Meng. After hearing this, the two old men relaxed their frowns slightly. Nangon Lai nodded and said. It turns out that Queen Tushan was very protective of her daughter, so she managed to get through it. Qin San looked at the bloodshot at the corners of Shaoli's mouth and said earnestly. Shaoli, there is nothing wrong with eradicating the demon race, you did the right thing. But Queen Tushan's strength should not be underestimated, you will not gain anything by fighting her head-on, remember not to act rashly in the future. Junior will keep your teachings in mind. Shaoli bowed in response. Qin Song waved his hand slightly and said with a smile. Since Queen Tushan is not here to cause trouble, let's end this matter here. Then he changed the subject and asked. Shaoli, I heard that you have found a rich son-in-law. Not only is he born with supernatural powers, but the phenomena he created when he awakened were earth-shattering, and he even broke the awakening record of Dragon Country. Nangon Lai's eyes sparkled when he heard this, and he asked curiously. Oh? Is this true? I would like to meet this young man. Shaoli heard this and said respectfully, Yunze has already gone to bed. I'll call him and ask him to come over. After that, Shaoli took out his cell phone from his pocket and prepared to call Gong Yuna. Qin Song raised his hand to stop him. No need. It's late at night. We won't disturb the young people's rest. We should also leave. As he spoke, Nangon Lai waved his hand, and a circle of extremely complex array patterns appeared on the ground. A moment later, the two disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Shaoli sighed. Forming a formation in an instant. Senior Nangong's attainments in formations are truly astounding. The next morning, Gong Yuna was awakened by a gentle shaking. Xiao Rongyu's voice was lazily like someone who had just woken up. Yunza, it's already 9 o'clock, and the auction is about to start. We have to rush over after breakfast. Gong Yuna rubbed his eyes, looked at Xiao Rongyu who was shaking him constantly, and responded. Okay, I'll just put on some clothes and come. Arriving at the restaurant, Gong Yuna was stunned when he saw the dry 8 treasure porridge and the burnt egg in front of him. He thought. This breakfast is a bit unique. It's my first time cooking. Xiao Rongyu twisted her fingers nervously. If it doesn't suit your taste, shall we go out to eat? Hearing that Xiao Rongyu personally prepared breakfast for him, Gong Yuna immediately picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Delicious. This 8 treasure porridge and eggs are a perfect combination. Seeing Gong Yuna enjoying his meal, Xiao Rongyu's eyebrows curved into crescents instantly. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day. How can I let you suffer? Gong Yuna hurriedly swallowed the porridge in his mouth. Tomorrow I will show you my skills. Xiao Rongyu said happily, okay. I also want to try my husband's cooking. After dinner, Shaoli took Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu and drove to Yangzhou auction house. The three of them passed through layers of security checks and entered the auction venue. The decoration inside the auction venue was very luxurious, even the ordinary auction chairs were made of one wally wood. Not to mention the VIP-only private rooms on the second floor. The three of them were led by the receptionist into box number 1 on the second floor. Gong Yuna leaned on the balcony railing and looked out. When I glanced at box number 2 on the right, I saw a familiar figure. Isn't that Yang Tianjie? Gong Yunza thought to himself. Almost at the same time, Yang Tianjie also noticed his gaze and turned to look. The two looked at each other. Yang Tianjie's eyes flashed with resentment, and he said coldly, Gong Yunza? Are you, a lowly person, qualified to attend such a high-level auction? Security. Get this scum who snuck in here out. Chapter 37, War of Words. Chief Auctioneer? Before Gong Yunza could reply, Xiao Rongyu stepped forward and scolded him coldly. Yang Tianjie. Keep your mouth shut. Gong Yunza belongs to my Xiao family. Do you dare to touch him? Yang Tianjie glanced at Xiao Rongyu, and his eyes softened instantly, but he quickly turned to Gong Yunza, sneering with disgust on his face. Gong Yunza, is this all you have? You only know how to hide behind a woman and eat her gigolo? Gong Yunza did not show any anger upon hearing this, but instead said jokingly. What's wrong with being a gigolo? Is it against the law? If you have the guts, then do it. Let me tell you, I not only want to be a gigolo, but I want to be a gigolo with my strength. Come on, my dear wife, give me a kiss. As he spoke, Gong Yunza pointed to his cheek. Although Xiao Rongyu was embarrassed, she didn't want to embarrass him. Baji, she kissed him on the cheek. Seeing this, Yang Tianjie became so angry that his blood pressure soared and he felt dizzy. You too, the adulterer and whore. You shall not die a happier death. Shaoli, who was watching the excitement from the side, heard this and his eyes suddenly became stern. He walked to the terrace and said coldly. Young man from the Yang family, for your father's sake, I will spare you this time. But if you dare to insult my daughter and son-in-law again, you will be punished. When Yang Tianjie saw Shaoli supporting Gong Yunza, he was speechless. At the same time, a contemptuous voice came from behind Yang Tianjie. Master Xiao is so arrogant. I want to see how you are going to make my son suffer the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked out from behind Yang Tianjie. The man wore a pair of gold-rimmed round glasses, squinted his eyes, and looked very gentle. This person is Yang Tianjie's father, Yang Wei, who is the deputy director of the Kyoto City Supernatural Bureau. Shaoli and Yang Wei had only met a few times and were just nodding acquaintances. Shaoli had heard others talk about Yang Wei's character. Smiling tiger and cruel and ruthless are the labels that Xiao Lighting and the people who work with Yang Wei give him. But Shaoli is not afraid of him. After all, he has the strength of a peak 5th order alien king, which is 2 small realms higher than Yang Wei. Oh, Deputy Director Yang is busy with official business in Kyoto. How come you have time to come to Yangzhou to attend the auction today? Shaoli said lightly. Yang Wei's face changed when he heard this. He skipped work today to attend the auction. Normally, no one would bother him, so it would be harmless. But now that Shaoli is present, if his absence from his post is exposed, he will inevitably be punished. He smiled and responded. It's less than a month away from the college entrance examination for supernatural powers. I've taken a special leave to help my son Tianjie by purchasing rare treasures for him. I see. Deputy Director Yang really put a lot of thought into your son. Shaoli changed the subject and said, I heard that your son has awakened an SS-level ability. That's great news. Yang Wei's face froze, then he forced a smile and said, SS-level supernatural powers, as long as I cultivate them carefully, they will be enough to gain a foothold in Dragon Country. Shaoli nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as your son works hard enough, maybe one day he will be able to help my son-in-law Yunza who has SSS-level supernatural powers. Yang Wei's face darkened, and he said meaningfully. It's good to have talent, but if you can't stand the test, aren't there many examples of geniuses falling midway? Shaoli heard the threat in Yang Wei's words, so he stopped being polite and said sarcastically. I think Deputy Director Yang should hurry back to work. Instead of bidding for rare treasures here, why not take some time to go to the temple to burn incense and pray that your son will not run into my Yunza in the college entrance examination? Yang Wei smiled wryly when he heard this. SSS-level abilities are not invincible. If they are restrained by attributes, an S-level ability can fight against an SSS-level ability alone. Don't let this happen. Shaoli thought of Gong Yunza's terrifying domain ability and said with disdain. Then let's see the result in the supernatural exam. Before Yang Wei could say something, a beautiful woman in a light blue cheongsam slowly rose from below the center of the auction table. This beautiful woman is the chief auctioneer of Yangzhou Auction House, Lu Yanting. The moment Lu Yanting appeared on the auction stage, all the men in the audience were immediately captivated by her enchanting and charming figure. Oh my god! Today's auctioneer is actually Lu Yanting. Whenever she appears at an auction, there will definitely be rare treasures unveiled. Lu Yanting is only 20 years old, but she has become the most outstanding auctioneer in the entire Dragon Country auction industry. All the rare treasures auctioned by her are sold at high prices, and not a single one is left unsold. Putting aside her auction ability, her stunning beauty and devilish figure will definitely set off a star-chasing craze if she enters the entertainment industry. While everyone was discussing, Lu Yanting tapped the microphone and said softly, "Welcome all guests to participate in this Yangzhou auction. This is not only a blessing for Yangzhou auction, but also a blessing for all the distinguished guests present. This is because today's finale lot is extremely precious. It is rare to see it once in a century." Hearing this, some anxious bidders asked curiously, "May I ask what exactly is today's grand finale?" Lu Yanting smiled and said, "This is a secret that cannot be told for the time being." Many people were mesmerized by Lu Yanting's smile, and many young people called her mom on the spot. Gong Yuna looked at the people in the audience who were bewildered like junior brother Hua, and was speechless for a moment. These people must have never seen a beautiful woman. Our Rongyu is 10 times prettier than this Lu Yanting. She is even more beautiful when she smiles. They are really a bunch of people who have never seen the world. So Yunza has left such a good impression on me. Xiao Rongyu felt as sweet as if a honey pot had been overturned when she heard that. Yang Tianjie, who was standing by, also secretly complained. How dare such a person show off his charm? His coquettish behavior disgusts me. He is a million miles away from Rongyu. Thinking of this, Yang Tianjie hated Gong Yuna even more for stealing his woman. Gong, go. I will kill you sooner or later. Let Rongyu come back to me. Yang Tianjie made up his mind. Chapter 38, Shouting? Insufficient balance? Please add it to the bookshelf. Quiet. Lu Yanting opened her red lips, and her clear voice pierced through the noise. As she raised her white hand slightly, a faint light flashed from the storage ring, and the first item fell steadily in the center of the auction table. The first lot, the top-grade 3rd-level Heaven and Earth Energy Crystal Core. She tapped the crystal core with her jade finger. This item can be directly absorbed by a 3rd-level Awakener. After refining, it will at least advance 1 to 2 levels. The starting price is 2 million Dragon People's RMB, or an equivalent item can be exchanged. Each bid increase must not be less than 50,000. What? Gong Yuna sat up straight with disbelief in his eyes. An ordinary cow or horse works so hard that they only earn 3,000 yuan a month, and you dare to ask for 2 million yuan for this 3rd-level crystal core? Shaoli raised a faint smile. Only 2 million. Yunza, your budget today is 100 million Dragon People's dollars. Just bid for whatever you like. Don't be stingy. 100 million? Gong Yuna took a deep breath, feeling that the number was as unreal as a dream. Dad, how much money do we have? Is it really okay to spend it this way? Shaoli waved his hand nonchalantly. 100 million is just Xiao Jiayue's revenue. Gong Yuna smiled bitterly and shook his head. So cultivation is such a money-burning thing. You said earlier that the wealth left by Grandpa is enough for us to cultivate to the 5th level of Alien King, so doesn't it cost tens of billions? Shaoli shook his head, raised 5 fingers and said, That's too small. It's 50 billion. Seeing Gong Yuna was so frightened that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, Shaoli added, 50 billion is just an estimate. When you reach a high level of cultivation, money has little purchasing power. High-level cultivation resources are mostly bartered. For example, this 3rd-level Heaven and Earth Energy Crystal Core can also be used as a currency for circulation and trading. Gong Yuna nodded and said, I have heard of this. There is a saying that goes, before the 3rd level, you rely on money, after the 3rd level, you rely on fate. Shaoli praised, you know a lot. Do you know what the second half of the sentence, after the 3rd stage, you have to rely on your life means? Gong Yuna said without hesitation. The word Ming is a double entendre. One is destiny, and the other is life. It means that promotion after the 3rd level depends not only on luck, but also on risking one's life for the treasure. Shaoli nodded with satisfaction, and his tone suddenly became serious. The path of cultivation for an awakener is extremely cruel. Risking one's life for scarce resources is commonplace. Since you and Rongyu have embarked on the path of an awakener, you must be extremely cautious in facing the temptations of the outside world. It is the best strategy to eliminate the false and retain the true. I understand. I will be careful and cautious when I go out with Rongyu in the future. At this time, the bid for the top-grade third-level Heaven and Earth Energy Crystal Core has reached a staggering 8 million Longmin RMB. The person bidding the price was Yang Wei, who glanced proudly towards the box where Shaoli was. 8.5 million. Shaoli spoke calmly, without any emotion in his tone. Yang Wei immediately raised the price with obvious provocation. 9 million. Shaoli, 9.5 million. The bidders on the first floor felt their scalps tingling when they heard the bidding from the VIP box on the second floor. The two people above raised the price by 500,000 yuan at a time. How can we small families compete? 10 million. Yang Wei's voice was filled with arrogance, as if he was determined to win. Shaoli was too lazy to bargain with Yang Wei and just shouted. 15 million. When Yang Wei saw Shaoli directly at 5 million, he immediately felt that his momentum was weakened, and then followed up closely and said, 20 million. At this time, Shaoli stopped bidding and said to Gong Yuna, this top-grade third-level crystal core is only worth about 15 million. The idiot next door lost 5 million in anger for the sake of face. Yuna, Rongyu, you should take this as a warning. Upon hearing this, Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu laughed in unison. Yes. Finally, the gavel fell, and this third-level Heaven and Earth Energy Crystal Core was taken by Yang Wei at a price of 20 million. As soon as he bought the first lot, Yang Tianjie shouted at the box where Gong Yuna was. Gong Yuna. How's it going? Are you angry because you can't win against us? Gong Yuna picked up the teacup and took a sip, as long as you are happy. Seeing that the other party was not moved at all, Yang Tianjie was furious and said to Yang Wei, Dad. If the Xiao family and that bastard surnamed Gong try to bid for something again, we'll beat them. Let them go home empty-handed. Yang Wei clapped his hands and laughed, as expected of my son, he is just what I want. Yang Wei accepted all the items that came in for auction, and almost all of them were sold at high prices. Seeing this, Shaoli laughed and said, after these rounds of auctions, that idiot Yang Wei probably lost at least 50 million. So in many cases, don't just focus on competing for first place, but make the most accurate judgment that best suits your own interests. Do you understand? The two people on the side nodded, but Gong Yuna was a little puzzled. Dad, didn't you tell me to bid for anything I like? If we keep cheating the Yang family, then I won't be able to bid for any rare treasure today. Xiao Rongyu also echoed. Yes, Dad. Didn't you tell Yuna to pick whatever he wants? Shaoli nodded upon hearing this and said, okay. As long as you like the items in the following auctions, no matter how much they cost, Dad will buy them for you. As the sound of the gavel struck, Gong Yuna did not look at the rare treasure he liked. The Yang family father and son bought almost all the lots. When Yang Wei used the black gold card to pay for the last lot, the card machine showed an insufficient balance prompt. Seeing this, Yang Wei took out another black gold card from his pocket calmly and said, swipe this one. When the waiter swiped the card again, the card machine reminded him that the balance was insufficient. This made Yang Wei a little confused, and he asked, how is this possible? There is 1 billion in this card, how can there be insufficient balance? However, when the waiter swiped the card again, it still showed insufficient balance. Feeling embarrassed, Yang Wei looked at Yang Tianjie gloomily and said, what did you do with the money on this card? Yang Tianjie said with a guilty conscience, Dad, I just use it to buy resources for my daily practice. Yang Wei didn't believe it, so he directly opened his phone to check the bank card usage records. After checking the accounts, Yang Wei was furious. He smashed the coffee table in front of him and asked, who is this sexy little wildcat? You transferred 10 million to her? And who is this hot Beihai girl? You transferred 30 million to her? And these? He pointed at the densely packed transfer records on the screen and read out hundreds of online names in one breath. His voice became colder and harder with each name he read. Under Yang Wei's murderous gaze, Yang Tianjie finally confessed honestly. I just feel sorry for these female anchors, so I give them tips and ask them to come out and play, maybe the cost is a bit high. Looking at Yang Tianjie who looked aggrieved, Yang Wei suddenly laughed out of anger. You are such a jerk, Yang Tianjie. Didn't I teach you that money is for women to see, not to use? What on earth are you doing? Spending so much money just for a little pleasure? I really want to tear your brain open and see how many perverts are inside. Yang Tianjie tried his best to excuse himself, saying, "Dad, I am under too much pressure. If you had brought Xiao Rongyu to me before, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Mad shit. Yang Wei kicked over a chair. Why did I give birth to a loser like you who thinks with your lower body? If you weren't my biological son, I would crush your head right now. Yang Tianjie hurriedly covered his crotch and changed the subject with a sad face. Dad, let's find a way to pay first. Dividing line. Dear readers, this book has started verification. Readers who like this book are requested to click to add it to the bookshelf. This is really important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 39 Crazy Bidding. Please add it to the bookshelf. How could I have any money? You prodigal son. All the money I saved over the years has been squandered by you. Yang Wei roared in anger. How is that possible? I saw that you still had more than 20 billion in your account a while ago. Yang Tianjie retorted with certainty. The word billion has not been finished yet. Yang Wei's eyes suddenly narrowed, like a hawk staring at its prey. He suddenly covered Yang Tianjie's mouth and warned him in a low voice. That money is not mine. It was given to me by a big shot above. If you still want your father to live a few more days, don't even mention it. Seeing Yang Tianjie nodding his head repeatedly to show that he understood, Yang Wei finally let go of his mouth. Yang Wei had no choice but to take out the card with 25 billion in it as a temporary emergency measure. After the payment was successful, Yang Wei took Yang Tianjie and prepared to leave. At this moment, auctioneer Lu Yanting's voice suddenly rose by 2 notes, and she said with an excitement that penetrated the whole audience. Dear guests, next up is the grand finale of this auction. The grand finale? Yang Wei paused, his curiosity piqued. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't hurt to take a look. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he took Yang Tianjie back to the box, his eyes fixed on the auction table. When Lu Yanting finished speaking, a narrow wooden box wrapped in white tiger skin and about 12 feet long slowly emerged in everyone's sight. Today's finale is made of the bones and fangs of a 5th-level white tiger, and is rated as an A-level exotic weapon, the Tiger Bone Fang Gun. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience exploded. It looks like an ordinary spear, but I didn't expect it to be a spear tempered by the 5th-level White Tiger clan. The difficulty of tempering an A-level special weapon is no less than awakening an SSS-level special ability. This special treasure that makes its final appearance is truly eye-catching. After the exclamations in the audience subsided, Lu Yanting continued to introduce. This spear was tempered by 33 weapon-casting masters over a period of 3 months. It can induce the pressure of a 5th-level alien king to intimidate the enemy. The tip of the spear is extremely sharp and cannot be stopped by any armor other than S-level or above. The power of the special weapon made by the 5th-level Tiger tribe must not be underestimated. If Tianjie can win this special weapon, his road to becoming the top scholar will be smooth. Yang Wei was thinking in his mind, and at the same time, he was secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, the auction is held in Yanzhou. If it were held in Kyoto, even if those big shots don't like A-level exotic weapons, it wouldn't be my turn to bid. It's actually an A-level alien weapon. Xiao Li's pupils shrank slightly, and he murmured. The sword in my hand is only of B grade, but it can cut through iron like mud. The power of this A-grade weapon must be even more domineering. Everyone in the audience showed great interest in this A-level spear. But they all knew that as long as the VIPs in the 2 boxes upstairs took action, they would definitely have no chance. Soon, Lu Yanting's voice resounded throughout the venue again. The finale item is the Tiger Bone Fang Spear. The reserve price is 50 million Longmin RMB. Each bid cannot be less than 500,000. As soon as the voice fell, many people in the audience who originally wanted to shout to join in the fun were stunned. What? The starting price is 50 million? That's too expensive. The reserve price is 50 million, and I don't know how many times the final auction price will be. I'd better just watch the fun quietly. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people like us can get involved in. Just as everyone was shocked, Xiao Li took the lead in breaking the silence and said loudly, 100 million. However, just as he finished speaking, bidding sounded again from the next box. 200 million. Yang Wei said domineeringly, unwilling to be outdone. Hearing Yang Wei's offer, everyone was stunned. This pressure of raising the price by 100 million yuan at a time is staggering. I've lived for most of my life, and I've never seen a price increase of 100 million. Everyone was talking at once, discussing which of the two boxes would win the final item. Xiao Li immediately lost his temper when he heard Yang Wei's offer, 300 million. 400 million. Yang Wei followed closely behind, his tone full of unquestionable toughness. 500 million. Xiao Li did not give in, and there was a hint of gritting his teeth in his voice. Yang Wei hesitated for a moment and raised the price again, 600 million. Xiao Li glanced at Gong Yuna beside him, his eyes suddenly firm, 700 million. Seeing that the other party was pressing forward step by step, Yang Wei simply gritted his teeth and said, 1 billion. Oh my god. Is this crazy Yang Wei going to do something so outrageous? Is he going to live like this? Xiao Li's heart was shocked, but he quickly clenched his fists. But I promised Yunza, how can I go back on my word? He took a deep breath and shouted directly, 1.2 billion. Yang Wei didn't expect the other party to dare to raise the price. He was furious, but he only added 500,000 coldly. 1.2 billion and 5 million. Xiao Li stared at the quotation screen and thought to himself. B-level exotic weapons are only worth 500 to 800 million. Although A-level exotic weapons are powerful, 1.2 billion is already the limit. Dad, forget it. Gong Yuna said at the right time, I am already very touched that you can offer 1.2 billion for me. Just give this gun to them. Xiao Li looked at Gong Yuna's sensible appearance, and a sense of heroism suddenly rose in his heart. Since I promised you, I must help you get it. He then said loudly. 1.25 billion. At this time, beads of sweat had already seeped out of Yang Wei's forehead. The money in this card was not his own. If he overspent and was unable to make up the gap, not only would his future be ruined, he might even lose his life. But if Yang Tianjie can get the top score in the supernatural college entrance examination with this A-level spear, then things will take a huge turn for the better. Not only will Yang Tianjie be rewarded by the country, but the 4 major foreign schools will also compete to admit Tianjie. If this is true, then any number of holes can be easily filled, let alone billions. 1.3 billion. Yang Wei waved his hand to place the bet again, his voice filled with the heroic spirit of going all out. Xiao Li frowned and thought to himself, this old guy added 500,000 before, and now he's adding 50 million in one go. What's he up to? Xiao Li frowned, but still followed with gritted teeth. 1.35 billion. 1.4 billion. Yang Wei raised the price again by 50 million, shocking everyone present. Everyone exclaimed. I thought Box 2 had run out of supplies, but I didn't expect that he still had some food left. I think Box 1 doesn't seem to be strong enough. I'm afraid it will lose to Box 2. I don't think so. The price has already reached 1.4 billion, and the average price of an A-level exotic weapon is around 1.2 billion. They should be considering whether the price increase is worth it. A-level exotic weapons are hard to come by. They are truly priceless. A mere 1.4 billion, what's the point? The people around him looked at the person who said this as if he were an idiot and said, you are a funny guy hired by Monkey. What does 1.4 billion mean? Don't you have any idea? It's enough to buy 100 lives. Hearing this, the arrogant man was horrified and asked, what? How did he know my bounty is 14 million? Thinking of this, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He stood up suddenly, hunched over, and quickly slipped out of the auction. Seeing that box number 1 had fallen silent, Lu Yanting shouted. Box number 2, 1.4 billion first time. Box number 2, 1.4 billion for the second time. After hearing the second offer, Yang Wei thought. It's stable. Yang Wei's tense nerves finally relaxed. Just as Lu Yanting was about to bid for the third time, Xiao Li suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his eyes burning with a determined flame. Isn't it just money? You can earn it again if you lose it. But I will never go back on my promise to you. Yunza, watch out for me. 1.45 billion. Chapter 40, Sky High Price Deal, Unexpected Call. Please add to the bookshelf. Gong Yuna was somewhat moved when he heard Xiao Li's offer and said, oh my. This old man is capable. I won't remove your oxygen tube from now on. Hearing Xiao Li's second offer, Yang Wei's face suddenly lost its usual calmness. Xiao Li, this is how you want to play, right? I'll stick with you till the end. 1.5 billion. When the 1.5 billion offer came out, everyone was shocked. Thank you for the generous gift. Is the person in box 2 crazy? Boss, you are so confused. If you spend 1.3 billion at the Kyoto auction and wait for a few months, you will most likely be able to buy an A-level exotic weapon. Why waste an extra 200 million? Hey! We should stay out of the rich people's business. How can these big shots not know what we know? Yang Wei listened to the discussions of the people downstairs and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Ah, a bunch of idiots. In Kyoto, as long as they want something, it's no longer a matter of price. If you dare to bid against those dignitaries, I guarantee you will disappear from the face of the earth within 5 minutes after leaving the auction house. This is why I came all the way from Kyoto. Xiao Li's mouth twitched suddenly, and he gritted his teeth and said, 1.55 billion. 1.6 billion. Yang Wei's voice followed closely, and bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes. He had only one thought at this moment, that he must help young Tianjie get this A-level exotic weapon no matter what. When the price soared to 1.6 billion, Xiao Li's palms were already soaked with cold sweat, and his heartbeat soared uncontrollably to 120. But in order to make up for Gong Yuna, he took a deep breath and spoke again. 1.65 billion. Before he finished speaking, Yang Wei's offer was already here. 1.7 billion. At this time, not only the audience, but also Lu Yanting on the auction stage had her eyes wide open, thinking. 1.7 billion is already far more than the estimated value of this A-class spear. I'm afraid the two VIPs in the second floor box are going to argue with me. We must give them some more fuel. This way, my commission may double. Thinking of this, she tapped the microphone, her tone sounding like an admonition but actually fanning the flames. Please be reasonable with the two distinguished guests on the second floor. If you can't make ends meet, you can choose to give up. Hearing this, Xiao Li felt a chill down his spine. You are worthy of being a top auctioneer. You retreated to advance. It seemed like you gave me a way out, but in fact, you made me give up at the most intense moment of bidding. You want me to give in to that villain Yang Wei? Absolutely impossible. Xiao Li's mind raced, and he decided to directly bid a high price to end the battle. He said loudly, 2 billion. Seeing that her plan had succeeded, Lu Yanting's eyes flashed with cunning, and then she raised her voice and announced passionately. Box number 1 bids 2 billion. What an amazing number. We can get this A-level weapon back in our hands again. Is there anyone willing to raise the price further? Yang Wei broke out in cold sweat when he heard Xiao Li's offer. He never thought that Xiao Li would go to such lengths for an A-level exotic weapon. Not only did he spend a lot of money to buy the special weapon, but he also offended a high-ranking official of the Kyoto Special Ability Bureau. In Yang Wei's eyes, Xiao Li's approach was an extremely unwise choice. But Xiao Li's sword had already been unsheathed, and Yang Wei had no choice but to take an unconventional approach. Today, I will fight for this A-level exotic weapon for Tianjie. 2.5 billion. The operation of increasing the price by 500 million in one breath made the whole audience suffocate again. The audience stared with wide eyes, looking in the direction of the second floor box, as if they were watching two crazy gods of wealth fighting each other. Two crazy people. This is absolutely crazy. Damn it. Are they shouting Dragon People's currency? If you don't know, you would think they are shouting the banknotes of Tiandi Bank. Xiao Li's heart trembled when he heard this. Even he had to think twice before spending 2.5 billion Longmin RMB. After all, this is equivalent to the Xiao family's income for 2 years. Xiao Li took out the handkerchief from his chest and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect Yang Wei to pay such a high price for this A-level exotic spear. But for Xiao Li, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. When Xiao Li stood up and prepared to bid, Gong Yuna stopped Xiao Li and said, Dad, forget it. Instead of spending 2.5 billion on A-level exotic weapons, it's better to spend the money on training resources. As long as I can quickly improve my strength, the difference in weapons won't be worth mentioning. Xiao Li decisively refused. No. Yunza, I have my own insistence. If I say I will get you, you must do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li spoke again. 2.6 billion. Before Xiao Li finished his offer, the offer from box number 2 came again. 2.8 billion. Yang Wei was completely crazy at this moment. His eyes were red, and he sneered almost crazily. Come on. You want to play with me? I have 25 billion in my hand. Anyway, that big shot won't use the money so quickly, I'll just make it up slowly. Today I'll accompany you to the end. Xiaoli was overwhelmed when he heard Yang Wei's unstoppable bid, but he still gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 2.81 billion. Seeing that Xiaoli was still holding on tightly, Yang Wei became completely angry and thought, "You bastard! Why are you like a dogskin plaster? I can't get rid of it." Then quote again. 3 billion. When the 3 billion export was announced, the whole place was silent. Everyone was silent, just watching the two gods fighting on the second floor. Xiaoli also got angry when he heard this. "You are so good, Yang Wei. You are deliberately making things difficult for me, right?" 3.1 billion. Yang Wei was stunned when he saw Xiaoli still bidding the price. What? He's adding more? Fine, then I'll follow him to the end. 3.2 billion. Xiaoli was about to continue bidding, but was stopped by Gong Yuna again. "Dad. That's enough. If you really spend 3.2 billion to buy this weapon, I will feel bad. Even if you want to give it to me, I won't take it." Xiao Rongyu also spoke at the right time. "Yes, Dad. This price is far beyond the value of an A-level weapon. You can even buy an S-level weapon with a little more money. It's really not worth it." Xiaoli was very conflicted when he heard this. He didn't want to go back on his word. Gong Yuna saw his concerns and took the initiative to speak. "Dad. There's a lot of time to come. Just take a picture of a more suitable exotic weapon for me later." Hearing this, Xiaoli gave up the idea of raising the price further and said, "Okay. Yuna, don't worry, Dad will buy you better ones in the future." Xiaoli then stopped bidding. Auctioneer Lu Yanting saw that there had been no movement in box number 1 for a long time, so she started calling out prices. Box number 2, 3.2 billion per time. Box number 2, 3.2 billion twice. Box number 2, 3.2 billion 3 times. Deal. As the hammer struck, the whole audience burst into loud applause, and all the applause went to the young father and son in box number 2. Many people exclaimed, "The boss of room 2 is so rich and inhumane. He actually spent such a huge amount of money to buy an A-level exotic weapon. Although A-level exotic weapons are rare, one is produced every few months. If it were me, I would definitely wait for the next one. You both understand and don't understand what I said before. Don't you know the principle of buying early and enjoying early? If this A-level special weapon is used in the Special Ability College entrance examination, it will be a harvester of the top scorers in various provinces. Ah, the world of the rich, us ordinary people can never see through it. Yang Wei spent 3.2 billion yuan to buy this A-level weapon. I didn't feel happy at all, and even started to feel a little regretful. I thought, I spent 3.2 billion and only got an A-level exotic weapon. Alas. For Tianjie's future, everything is worth it." Soon, Yang Wei completed the transaction with the auction house staff. The moment the transaction was completed, Yang Wei's cell phone suddenly vibrated rapidly. When Yang Wei saw the note on the caller ID, his heart skipped a beat. He pressed the answer button tremblingly, his voice filled with undisguised panic. "Mayor Huang, what do you want?" The other party's tone was urgent, but unquestionable. "Tell your people to take all the money to the Kyoto auction house. I need it urgently." Chapter 41, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Bargaining. Please add it to the bookshelf. When Yang Wei heard the money mentioned by the other party, he felt his scalp tingling and cursed in his heart. Damn it! Why didn't he tell me earlier or later, but he had to ask for money after I successfully paid? How can I pay him so much money now? But there was a timid smile on his face. Okay, I'll arrange it for you now. Okay, hurry up. I want to see the money within half an hour. The other party's tone was serious and did not allow for any argument. Without waiting for Yang Wei to say another word, the other party hung up the phone. Not long after the auction ended, Yang Wei had a flash of thought in his mind. He suddenly snatched the priceless A-level exotic weapon from Yang Tianjie's hand, and rushed towards Xiaoli's box with the spear in hand. At this time, Xiaoli was walking out of the box with Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu, and happened to run into Yang Wei coming with a gun. Xiaoli frowned slightly when he saw this, and immediately lowered his waist and took a fighting stance, shouting, Yang Wei, what do you want to do? If you take action at the Yangzhou auction, even a 6th rank expert may not be able to escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei quickly raised his hands to show that he had no ill intentions. He forced a smile on his face that was uglier than if he had eaten shit. Brother Xiao, what do you think of this A-level exotic weapon? Xiao Li's face darkened, full of displeasure. What are you doing? You want to act smart in front of me? I'm telling you, if my son-in-law hadn't stopped me, I would have fought you to the end even if I had to sacrifice all my savings today. Seeing Xiao Li's misunderstanding, Yang Wei waved his hands hurriedly and explained. No. Brother Xiao, you misunderstood. I came here mainly to discuss a deal with you, Brother Xiao. I have nothing to talk to you about. Before Yang Wei could speak, Xiao Li had already flatly refused. Yang Wei felt a moment of displeasure in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and there was no trace of emotion on his face. Brother Xiao, I was too excited when I was bidding the price before, and I think I made you unhappy. We are both in the system, and we will meet each other sooner or later. To express my apology, I am now willing to transfer this A-level exotic weapon to you, Brother Xiao, for 3 billion. What do you think? Xiao Li's heart immediately went into a state of alarm when he heard this. This Yang Wei is a man who will not leave any bones unturned. Now he is willing to bow to me. There must be something fishy going on. Thinking of this, Xiao Li laughed heartily and said, to be honest, Brother Yang, now that I think about it, I was a little too excited when I was bidding. Please forgive me, brother. Seeing that Xiao Li did not mention taking over the A-level exotic weapon, Yang Wei had to find an opportunity to speak again. Brother Xiao, that's not right. We are strangers who have never known each other before. This spear is exquisitely crafted and extremely sharp. I think only a man like Brother Xiao is worthy of being its owner. Xiao Li waved his hands and continued to pretend that he didn't understand. Ah. I'm used to using a knife, and I'm really not used to using a spear. I heard that your son is proficient in spearmanship, so it's most appropriate for him to use it. Yang Wei didn't have time to talk nonsense with Xiao Li, so he just said, Brother Xiao, I really want to make friends with you. So, I am willing to transfer this A-level weapon to you for 2.5 billion. How about it? Xiao Li saw that Yang Wei actually cut his own price. Although Yang Wei did not mention any troubles. But just based on the difference in attitude before and after the auction, it is enough to guess that he is now in trouble and urgently needs money. After thinking it through, Xiao Li's mouth curled up into a playful arc. He touched his chin and pretended to be embarrassed. I appreciate Brother Yang's kindness, but I suddenly encountered an urgent need for money, and I may not have any extra money. When Yang Wei heard this, he suddenly became anxious and thought. If it weren't for you, would I have spent so much money to buy an A-level exotic weapon? If I can't get the money together for Mayor Huang within half an hour, not to mention the matter of raising the bureau this year, I might even lose my life. The only person who can pay 3.2 billion in half an hour is Xiao Li. Helplessly, Yang Wei had to lower the price of the weapon again. But his facial expressions were excellent, and he pretended to be very generous and said to Xiao Li, how about this, Brother Xiao, 2 billion? It doesn't matter if I lose a little. As long as Brother Xiao can recognize me as a friend, everything will be worth it. Xiao Li still shook his head after hearing this. Hey, Brother Yang, I really can't help you. He had already lowered the price to 2 billion, but Xiao Li still refused to buy it. Although Yang Wei was filled with hatred, he showed an expression of a hero respecting another hero and said, I understand Brother Xiao's difficulties. In that case, why don't you tell me the number? Xiao Li sneered in his heart when he heard this. Little guy, where is the arrogance you had when you were bidding before? Now you are begging me, so of course I will take advantage of your weakness to kill you. After clearing his throat, Xiao Li said slowly. A-level exotic weapons usually cost around 1 billion. If Brother Yang can sell them to me at this price, I should be able to squeeze some money out of my pocket. Xiao Li's words were like a dragon-slaying sword, cutting straight into Yang Wei's aorta. He cursed Xiao Li 1,000 times in his heart. You old bastard. I spent 3.2 billion to buy something and you want to get a bargain for 1 billion? You are taking advantage of others. Although he felt good about scolding Xiao Li in his heart, Yang Wei still had to face reality. He said with a bitter face, Brother Xiao, you are really a forgetful person. The market value of this A-level exotic weapon is about 1.2 billion. You can't buy such a good A-level exotic weapon with 1 billion. Since you said so, brother, I can only say sorry. Xiao Li shook his head inside. Seeing that Xiao Li refused to give in, Yang Wei sighed deeply and said, Okay. 1 billion is 1 billion. Yang Wei handed the A-level alien spear in his hand to Xiao Li and said, Brother Xiao, from now on, it's yours. After receiving the weapon, Xiaoli picked up his phone and directly transferred 1 billion to Yang Wei, smiling and patting him on the shoulder. Brother Yang is indeed a man of character. He is very generous and magnanimous. I, Xiao, will make friends with you. Yang Wei pulled the corners of his mouth, forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying, and continued. I wonder if Brother Xiao is interested in the rare treasures I bought before. I will transfer them to you in a package. Xiao Li's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he sighed. Hey, Brother Yang, you know, my family is in urgent need of money. The treasures you bid for before must be worth at least 3 billion. I don't have that much money on hand. Yang Wei knew that Xiaoli wanted to bargain, but he was at the mercy of others, so he had no choice but to let Xiaoli do as he pleased. Brother Xiao, you are being too polite. Given our friendship, I have to give you an 80% discount. How about 2.4 billion? Xiaoli hesitated and was about to speak, but Yang Wei raised his hand and answered in a very tactful way. Brother Xiao. I understand. 2.2 billion. It really can't be any lower. Chapter 42, I'm totally losing money. Please add it to the bookshelf. Yang Wei once again sacrificed 200 million yuan, but Xiaoli still looked worried. Brother Yang. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm really short of money and can't make ends meet. Yang Wei's back teeth almost broke after hearing this. He was heartbroken, but he managed to speak. Brother Xiao, please name a price. As long as it's suitable, I will reluctantly give it up today. Xiaoli pretended to be embarrassed and waved his hand. This is not good. I'm afraid that Brother Yang won't be able to accept the price I offer. Brother Xiao, you are wrong. As long as you open your mouth, I will accept it even if I suffer a huge loss. Xiaoli said helplessly. Okay then. I'll just give you a number. If you don't think it's appropriate, you can ask someone else. Yang Wei was prepared to be slaughtered, and said in a deep voice. Brother Xiao, please speak. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoli slowly stretched out his right hand and raised a finger. 1 billion, what do you think, brother? Hearing that Xiaoli was only willing to pay 1 billion for the purchase, Yang Wei's emotions broke down and he said. Brother Xiao, are you kidding me? Xiaoli shook his head and sighed when he heard this. Brother Yang, you know that my family is in urgent need of money and is tight on cash. If you feel it's not appropriate, just find someone else. Yang Wei suppressed his anger and patiently discussed. Brother Xiao, how about this? How about 1.8 billion? In addition to the items in the auction, how about I tell you another piece of news worth at least 1 billion? Xiaoli was not moved at all when he heard this. Brother Yang, if I knew such valuable information, I would be in a lot of trouble. Brother Xiao. This is information about an S-level supernatural secret realm. As long as Brother Xiao agrees to buy the treasure in my hand for 2.2 billion, I will tell you the location of the supernatural secret realm. Hearing this, Xiaoli was startled and said. What? S-level supernatural secret realm? Are you serious? Yang Wei nodded, it's absolutely true. This secret realm of supernatural powers was discovered by my man by accident, and its location is very hidden. Then you and I will join forces to explore the secret realm of supernatural powers together. We will split the proceeds from the secret realm of supernatural powers 50-50. Xiaoli was very moved when he heard this, and thought in his mind. Although the probability of an S-level supernatural realm appearing is not as high as that of an SS-level or SSS-level supernatural realm, the exotic herbs and beasts that grow in the supernatural realm are all valuable materials for alchemy and refining. The output value of an S-level secret realm is at least between 5 billion and 10 billion. Thinking of this, Xiaoli nodded and said. Okay. There's no need to say more between you and me as friends. 2.2 billion is 2.2 billion. Here. I'll scan it for you now. After completing the transaction and informing Xiaoli of the opening time of the supernatural secret realm, Yang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn you, Xiao Go. How dare you take advantage of my misfortune? This time I lost at least 3 billion Longmin RMB. This doesn't even include the news about the secret realm and future dividends. Damn it. I lost so much money this time. At this moment, Yang Wei's phone vibrated violently again. Yang Wei glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone immediately. The other party's voice was filled with anger as he asked. Yang Wei. Why haven't your people arrived yet? Mayor Huang, please be patient. I have already given the order, they should be here soon. Hurry him up. Yes. Mayor Huang. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wei transferred the newly collected 25 billion to different accounts in batches. Finally, his confidant Wang Kai brought 30 mobile phones to the place designated by Huang Sheng to make the transaction and payment. After doing all this, Yang Wei collapsed to the ground like a withered flower. MD. How could this happen? All the money I have worked so hard to accumulate over the years just evaporated in an instant? I cannot accept this. Shall go. I will remember this grudge. Sooner or later, I will get back everything I lost from you. Before Yang Wei could catch his breath, another call came in, and the caller ID showed it was still Huang Sheng's number. Yang Wei thought the other party was going to praise him for being efficient, so he relaxed his brows and answered with a bit of pleasure. Unexpectedly, a raging rage exploded in the receiver. Mr. Yang. Are you tired of living? How dare you steal my money? Yang Wei was confused when he heard this. Mayor Huang. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Where is the person you sent? Why can't I get through on the phone? And the phone was turned off in the end. Yang Wei's heart trembled, and he quickly comforted Huang Sheng. Don't worry. I'll call and ask what's going on. This is your last chance. If you mess up again, you know what I'm going to do. The harsh words were like an ice spike piercing his heart, and Yang Wei's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. After hanging up the phone, he called his confidant, but the phone was always turned off. At this point, anyone can figure out the twists and turns. The trusted Wang Kai ran away with the money. Yang Wei, who found it difficult to accept his own guess, kept calling Wang Kai. However, what he got in response was always a cold shutdown reminder. Hello, the user you dialed is powered off, sorry. Yang Wei realized that something was wrong and immediately asked someone to check the balances of various accounts. When I learned that all the money had been transferred away, Yang Wei threw his phone to the ground, stomped it hard and smashed it to pieces, and cursed. Wang Kai. I trusted you so much. But you actually stabbed me in the back. Thinking of this, Yang Wei took out a spare phone from his pocket and called Huang Sheng to explain to him that the money had been taken away. There was an unexpected exclamation from the other end of the receiver. You said that the money was run away by your men? Yes, I don't know people well. Huang Sheng suddenly interrupted him, and said with excitement after surviving a disaster. Yang Wei, thanks to you, my subordinate. Just now, the supervisory office suddenly broke into the transaction site and caught me off guard. Fortunately, I didn't get the money to trade, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Yang Wei heaved a sigh of relief and said. Mayor Huang, I have sent people to look for Wang Kai. I believe he will be caught in no time. Okay. I suspect this Wang Kai is a traitor, we must catch him. Money is secondary, we must find out who is behind him. Yes. Mayor Huang. After hanging up the phone again, Yang Wei felt his heart going up and down like a roller coaster. Fortunately, I did not lose Huang Sheng's trust, otherwise my career would be in bleak turmoil. Without taking care of anything else, Yang Wei immediately set out to return to Kyoto to look for Wang Kai. Yang Tianjie looked at his father's resolute back and had to leave in disappointment. On the other hand, Gong Yuna and the other two were delighted. Shaoli handed the A-level weapon to Gong Yuna and said with a smile. It's a matter of time. What's yours will eventually be yours. Come. Good son-in-law, take it. As soon as Gong Yuna took the spear, he felt it was heavy in his hand. The fierce pressure emanating from the spear made his heart tense, and he couldn't help but admire. This gun is very handy. The pressure it exudes is truly intimidating. I didn't expect an A-level alien weapon to be so overbearing. I can't imagine how powerful an alien weapon above this must be. Shaoli smiled when he heard this and said, B-level and above alien weapons can resonate with other powers. Yunza, you might as well give it a try. Chapter 43, Amazing Discovery, written into the family tree? Please add it to the bookshelf. Supernatural resonance? What is this? A hint of curiosity flashed in Gong Yunza's eyes. The so-called supernatural resonance refers to the resonance between the attributes of the supernatural weapon and the supernatural power of the user. Shaoli explained in a deep voice. After resonance, the power of the alien weapon can be increased by at least 20%, and even doubled at the limit. Gong Yunza immediately became interested and tried to establish resonance with the spear under Shaoli's guidance. Inject your own supernatural power into the supernatural weapon. If it can resonate with your supernatural power, then it means that the resonance is successful. As Xiaoli finished speaking, Gong Yunza's mind moved, and he first resonated the clone's supernatural power with the spear. Soon, a faint golden glow slowly appeared on the gun. But after a moment, the spear suddenly hummed and vibrated. The tip of the spear emitted a golden light that originated from his supernatural power. Resonance was successful. Gong Yunza said in surprise. It's done. The moment Gong Yunza was surprised and delighted. The spear was like a flower shadow in a mirror, split into two, and then two into four. For gun shadows were suspended side by side, and even the patterns on the gun bodies were exactly the same. Gong Yunza stared at the four spears in front of him and laughed loudly. This is a perfect solution to the embarrassing situation of my clone not having a weapon. Otherwise, I would have a weapon in my hand, but my clone would be empty-handed. Wouldn't it be seen through at a glance? Wow! My husband is so awesome. Xiao Ronyu clapped her hands and laughed, her eyes full of admiration. Gong Yunza had an idea and tried to resonate the sacred realm with the spear. With previous experience, Gong Yunza quickly achieved resonance. But he found that the effect of the field after resonance was no different from before. To put it simply, it's a resonance of loneliness. He frowned slightly and turned to look at Xiaoli. Dad, what's going on? Xiaoli stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, his face gradually darkened as he said. It seems that you, like us, are trapped by the peculiarity of domain power. Although the domain power is strong, after resonating with the alien weapon, it does not form an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Instead, 1 + 1 = 1. This is the biggest shortcoming of my Xiao family's domain power. The fact that resonance can be successful shows that domain resonance is effective. Gong Yunza thought for a moment, then why not try a different approach? After that, Gong Yunza began to try. Since the resonance is successful, then we just need to throw out the alien weapon after the resonance. Just do it. Gong Yunza threw the tiger bone fang spear that resonated with the divine realm's supernatural power directly forward. In an instant, a circle of translucent light film suddenly bloomed around the gun body, which was an energy field of the same nature as his sacred domain. Gong Yunza said to Xiaoli, Dad, please try the tiger bone fang gun within 40 meters. Xiaoli walked towards the tiger bone fang gun with a puzzled look on his face. As soon as he stepped into the range of the light film, he suddenly stopped, his pupils shrank suddenly with shock, and said, Yunze? What on earth is going on? After Gong Yunza explained the principle to Xiaoli, Xiaoli was shocked. I see. It turns out that the resonance ranges overlap. This leads to a waste of effect. We have been blocked by this layer of window paper for so many years. He grabbed Gong Yunza's arm and shook it hard, his voice trembling. You are such a genius. Why haven't we thought of this method? In the midst of ecstasy, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and Xiaoli's breathing suddenly became rapid. Yunze, plus his clones and weapons, covers a total of 8 areas. If they are deployed at the same time, the battlefield coverage is enough to suppress a battalion of enemy troops. If they fight in this specific terrain, they can even suppress a regiment of troops. This is simply a mobile meat grinder. He immediately took out his own sword and imitated it, attaching the absolute domain to the blade and throwing it out. Sure enough, a barrier of the same domain as his own instantly opened up around the blade. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoli clapped his hands and laughed. With this move, the strength of my Xiao family will surely reach a new level. Yunza, you are really the lucky star of my Xiao family. Xiaoli then immediately brought the couple and today's spoils back to the Xiao family. As soon as he returned to the Xiao family, Xiaoli immediately convened an emergency family meeting. At the meeting, Xiaoli gave an impassioned speech, describing and demonstrating Gong Yunza's discovery. Upon seeing this, the Xiao family members immediately looked at Gong Yunza with admiration and said, What's wrong with Yunza's brain? Zhuge Liang would have been no more than this if he were alive. Why didn't we old guys think of such a simple truth? In fact, this cannot be blamed on the Xiao family. The Xiao family's weapons are mainly swords. Once a sword or knife leaves your hand, it is like having your arms cut off, so no one dares to try it. It was because Gong Yunza obtained the spear and had the mentality of giving it a try that he made such a huge discovery. Xiao Ronyu thought deeply based on Gong Yunza's theoretical foundation and proposed. Dad, can our Xiao family train some young people to be archers? When Xiao Ronyu said this, Xiao Li's eyes lit up and he said, Yes. If the arrow is made into a B-level alien weapon, as long as it resonates with the arrow, wouldn't it be possible to cover the entire battlefield in an instant and weaken the enemy's strength as a whole? Then, wouldn't our Shao family be able to reproduce the glory that your grandfather brought to the Shao family? Shaoli patted Gong Yun's shoulder heavily and said, Yunze. On behalf of the Shao family, I would like to thank you for discovering such an important method of using different martial arts resonance for the Shao family. If the Shao family can become one of the top families in Longwei in the future, I will definitely open a separate page for your name and my Shao family's genealogy. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was in an uproar. The Shao family members all looked discolored upon hearing this. Shao Li's younger brother Shao Su objected. Open a separate page in the family tree? This is the highest honor in the family. Yunze is an outsider, so it's probably not appropriate to do this. Many members of the Shao family nodded repeatedly. That's right. Although Yunze has indeed made contributions, it's a big deal to open a separate page in the family tree, so we have to discuss it with everyone. Shaoli heard this and said coldly. What? Doesn't what I said work? You are so capable, how come you haven't discovered such a wonderful use in all these years? If any of you finds it, I will open a separate page for you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Shao family fell silent. They lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look at Shaoli. Shaoli is a 5th-level peak alien king. His strength is unparalleled in the Shao family, and no one dares to disobey him in person. No one noticed that Shao Su's clenched fists were shaking slightly due to the force, and he was very dissatisfied with Shaoli. Why do you get all the good things? Not only is he the eldest son, he has been trained as the heir of the family since he was a child, his wife is also a beauty picked out of thousands, his daughter is both beautiful and has SSS-level abilities, and now his son-in-law wants a separate page in the family tree. Why? Why can't my father ever see my efforts? Even before he died, he only asked my eldest brother's family to enter the room. Why? Thinking of this, Shao Su became more and more unhappy, and an evil plan quietly sprouted in his mind. Chapter 44 Dual Cultivation? System Recovery. Please add it to the bookshelf. After the family meeting, Shaoli spoke to Gong Yuna and his wife alone. The secret realm of supernatural powers that Yang Wei mentioned will open tomorrow. You will come with me. Okay. Gong Yuna and Shao Rongyu said in unison. Shaoli nodded and continued. When the time comes, you must follow me closely. Don't be fooled by Yang Weisheng's humble appearance. He is actually a ruthless character with a smiling face. You must be on guard at all times. Gong Yuna agreed and said. That's true. His 2 different expressions before and after the auction show how cunning he is. He's a very troublesome guy. Okay, get ready. I have something else to do outside. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. After saying that, Shaoli left in a leisurely manner. After Shaoli walked away, Gong Yuna suddenly looked at Shao Rongyu. Rongyu, how about we try dual cultivation? Shao Rongyu's eyes widened in shock when she heard this, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Yunze, it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and... Oh, it's okay. We can just try it here. It will be quick. Gong Yuna assured, patting his chest. Shao Rongyu glanced around shyly and said awkwardly. This is not good, it would be so embarrassing if someone saw it. Gong Yuna said seriously. How could that be? Not only do I want others to see it, I also want to call more people. Shao Rongyu's brain suddenly froze when she heard that. She clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, totally at a loss as to what to do. Seeing that Shao Rongyu didn't react, Gong Yuna gently took Shao Rongyu's hand and said. Rongyu, don't hesitate, release your domain quickly and see if my domain and yours can have a combined effect. After hearing this, Shao Rongyu finally understood what Bai Yunze meant by dual cultivation. Suddenly, I felt so embarrassed that my ears were burning, and I said in embarrassment. Oh. So it's this dual cultivation. Ha ha ha. After that, Shao Rongyu called a 2nd level, 5th stage maid nearby to come over as a test subject. Gong Yuna took the lead in expanding his domain, and immediately the maid's heart was filled with shock. What? My attributes were instantly weakened by half? She looked at Gong Yuna in surprise, her eyes full of shock. Shao Rongyu's domain was launched at the same time as Gong Yuna's, and the situation that surprised the maid happened again. What? My strength has been weakened by 3/4, the maid exclaimed. Gong Yuna raised his lips and said. It seems that our fields can be used in combination. Xiao Rongyu's intuition was overturned after hearing the maid's words, and she said in surprise, "What? Domains can actually be superimposed to produce effects?" After a pause, Xiao Rongyu continued. The Xiao family has tried to stack domains before, but no matter how many layers of domains are stacked, the effect is exactly the same. But Yunza, your domain can be stacked with the effect of my domain. If my dad knew about this, I don't know how shocked he would be. When Gong Yunza heard this, a thought suddenly came to his mind. If I stack my fields together, will the effects stack? Xiao Rongyu's eyes flashed with gold when she heard this, and she said expectantly, "Try it now. If this trick works, you only need to release 2 fields and the opponent will become a helpless ordinary person." Then, Gong Yunza resonated with the strange weapon in his hand, and then released his own domain. "Rongyu, come in and try." Xiao Rongyu stepped into Gong Yunza's territory. But she did not feel the weakness of having all her strength gone. Xiao Rongyu shook her head inside. It still doesn't work. If the effects of the same field can be stacked, it would be too scary. Gong Yunza thought of the system at this time, thinking, "Hey, if the system can wake up, maybe it can really make the domain effects stack up." With this in mind, Gong Yunza tried to wake up the system in his mind. "System? Are you okay? How's the recovery going?" Immediately, a sweet female voice appeared intermittently in Gong Yunza's mind. "The system is .dormant, needs a .unique .treasure to .repair." Gong Yunza heard the system reply and asked quickly, "System, what kind of treasure do you need? I'll find it for you right now." "A rare treasure that contains the energy of heaven and earth. Currently being repaired. Progress 0%. Yunze? Yunze? What's wrong with you?" Xiao Rongyu patted Gong Yunza's shoulder and called out. Gong Yunza came back to his senses, looked at Xiao Rongyu with a concerned look on his face and said, "I'm fine. Rongyu, is there a training room at home? I want to try to practice." "Of course. Follow me." After a while, Xiao Rongyu brought Gong Yunza into a quiet little attic. "Yunze, this is the Jingxin pavilion that my Xiao family uses for cultivation." Gong Yunza stepped into the Jingxin pavilion and asked curiously, "The energy of heaven and earth here is so rich. It is more than 3 times stronger than usual." Xiao Rongyu said proudly, "Hee, I heard from my family that there is an S-level ground vein under this attic. So the energy of heaven and earth is very rich. This can only be used by the head of the Xiao family." Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza immediately raised his foot back and said speechlessly, "I'm not the head of the Xiao family, why did you bring me here?" Xiao Rongyu said softly, "You have to open a page in my Xiao family's family tree. You can definitely use it." "Well, I'll just stay for a while anyway, so I'll bother you now." "Don't worry, you can stay as long as you want," Xiao Rongyu said with a smile. "Okay, I'll go in first." After Gong Yunza entered the Jingxin pavilion, Xiao Rongyu had nothing to do, so she sat outside the attic and tried to practice. He glanced at the storage ring Xiao Li gave him. Gong Yunza then took out all the treasures that contained the energy of heaven and earth from the ring. He looked at the dazzling array of 6th-level exotic medicines, 5th-level exotic pills, 5th-level exotic beast corpses, and other exotic treasures in front of him, and exclaimed in his heart, "My father-in-law has quite a few treasures. With these things, repairing the system shouldn't be a difficult task." Before Gong Yunza could react, all these treasures turned into energy of heaven and earth and injected into Gong Yunza's brain. The system is absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Absorption completed, current repair progress 5%. Gong Yunza was shocked when he saw this and said, "What? You only recovered 5% after eating so much of my food? System, this is too bad." Suddenly, the sweet female voice sounded again. "The system is absorbing energy from heaven and earth. Why did it start absorbing again?" Although Gong Yunza was puzzled, he was also happy to see it happen. As long as it can be revived, it's good. Half an hour later, the system actually restored its original sweet voice and said, "Absorption completed, current repair progress 100%. System restarting. Congratulations to the host for successfully restarting the system. All functions have been restored." It is detected that Xiao Rongyu's favorability towards the host has increased. Name, Xiao Rongyu wife. Age, 18. Level, first level awakening level 3. Favorability, 100. I want to give birth to a baby for the host. Physical fitness, SSS level. Superpower, SSS level superpower absolute domain. Congratulations to the host for completing Xiao Rongyu's 100 points of favorability. Unlock the Hongyan Mall. Reward 10,000 Hongyan Mall gold. Tip: the items redeemed in the Hongyan Mall can only be used by Hongyan. Current Hongyan Mall gold, 10,000. How to obtain funds: let the beauty generate various emotions for you. The higher the level of the beauty and the stronger the emotion, the higher the fund income. Just as I learned about the situation of Hongyan Mall, Xiao Rongyu's urgent shout came from outside the attic. Yun Zhe. Something terrible has happened. Chapter 45. Xiao Su and the dog are not allowed to enter. Please add it to the bookshelf. Suddenly, Xiao Rongyu's urgent shout came from outside the attic. Yun Zhe. It's bad. The ground veins seem to be dry. Gong Yun's heart sank suddenly. The energy of heaven and earth around him, which was originally as dense as substance, suddenly became as thin as a vacuum. The changes are so fast that it makes my scalp tingle. An ominous premonition was like a thorn in his flesh, and he cursed into the void. Fuck. System. You didn't suck the earth veins dry. The system didn't respond, but Gong Yunza knew with his toes that it was this guy's doing. Previously, I devoured so many rare treasures to restore 5% of the progress. Now the progress bar is advancing by leaps and bounds, and there is no other possibility except to drain the entire earth vein. Thinking of this, he held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Hey! Can you at least make a sound before you suck? That way I can be mentally prepared and come up with a countermeasure? At this moment, the system's sweet electronic voice suddenly sounded. Feeling my wife Xiao Rongyu's strong uneasiness, I reward the host with 500 Hongyan gold. The balance is 15,000. System. It's already this late and you're still doing this. You've completely destroyed my father-in-law's family's land veins. How can I stay in the Xiao family in the future? S-level ground veins are available for sale in the system mall, and 100,000 Hongyan gold is required to purchase. 100,000? How can I get you 100,000 in such a short time? You can't treat Rongyu as a Japanese. Even if you do, you can't get 100,000 in such a short time. The host can make more friends and earn money quickly. Don't try that on me. Gong Yunza waved his hands impatiently. Either give me a 10% discount, or give me the Xiao family's land vein. Or I'll find another family's land vein for you to exploit. The system was silent for a moment, and then the sweet voice sounded again, compromising. System recovery big sale. 10% off for the first item for a limited time. Gong Yunza nodded with satisfaction and said, "This is my kind of good system. Other people's systems are just cheats, but yours is so versatile, with favorability on the left and beauty gold on the right. Who knows what tricks you'll play on me in the future?" The system said nothing, but silently gave a 10% discount on the S-level land veins in the mall. After sorting out the clues, Gong Yunza rushed out following Xiao Rongyu's voice. Seeing Xiao Rongyu's panicked expression, Gong Yunza turned into an actor, pretending to be clueless and said, "Rongyu. What happened?" "The ground veins." The ground veins seemed to be dry. Xiao Rongyu's voice trembled. "I can't feel the fluctuations of the energy of heaven and earth at all." Gong Yunza pretended to be shocked and widened his eyes. "What? No wonder I felt that the energy of the heaven and earth around me suddenly disappeared. Is there something wrong with the earth veins?" Xiao Rongyu was a little overwhelmed by the depletion of the earth veins. She looked at Gong Yunza for help and said, "Yunze, this ground vein is the cornerstone of my Xiao family's cultivation. Now it has suddenly dried up without any signs. What should we do?" Gong Yunza patted Xiao Rongyu on the shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry. I'm here. I can definitely solve it." Xiao Rongyu felt relieved a little after hearing this, and said expectantly, "Yunze, do you have a solution?" "Of course. I've read a book about ley lines before, and it talked about how to solve the problem of ley line depletion." Xiao Rongyu looked at Gong Yunza with admiration and said, "Wow. Yunza, you know so much." Detected Xiao Rongyu's admiration for the host, reward 500 Hongyan gold. Balance 11,000. At the same time, Xiao Su, who noticed the abnormal changes in the energy of heaven and earth, hurried towards Jingxing Pavilion. Just as Gong Yunza was about to exchange for the S-level land vein, Xiao Su asked in a cold voice. Gong Yuna? Why are you here? What the hell is going on? Gong Yuna explained. It should be that the earth veins are exhausted. I am trying to find a solution. Xiao Su was horrified and ignored Gong Yuna and rushed into Jingxin Pavilion. When he discovered that the energy of heaven and earth in the Jingxin Pavilion had completely dissipated, he went into a state of rampage. He shouted at the top of his lungs. What on earth did you two do to the earth veins? These 2 days are the critical period for me to break through to the 4th stage and 4th stage. Now that the earth veins are exhausted, how can I break through? Without waiting for Gong Yuna to continue explaining, Xiao Su glanced at Xiao Rongyu, then pointed at Gong Yuna and said sternly. Gong Yuna! You trespassed into the Xiao family's training ground and caused the ground veins to dry up. The circumstances are extremely serious and you should be punished according to the family rules. Kneel down immediately. Uncle! Xiao Rongyu immediately stood in front of Gong Yuna. Yuna has just awakened his first-level supernatural power. How could he possibly drain the earth veins in half an hour? As an elder, you want to use family rules without knowing the truth. I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince everyone. Xiao Su snorted coldly. If it wasn't him, why would the ground veins dry up out of nowhere? Why did he happen to appear here when the ground veins dried up? Gong Yuna was too lazy to talk nonsense and said directly. Uncle, please don't worry about why the earth veins are dry. You just need to know that I have a way to bring it back to life. Ha! Xiao Su said sarcastically. Gong Yuna, you don't think you can do anything just because you've awakened an SSS-level ability, do you? You can bring the earth veins back to life? This kind of nonsense can only come from someone like you who is ignorant of the world and married into the family. Who are you saying is the one who married into the family? Gong Yuna's eyes suddenly turned cold. Ha, you want to open a page in my Xiao family tree, and you still say that you are not a son-in-law? Xiao Su said sarcastically. Okay. In that case, what will you do if I bring the Xiao family's land veins back to life? Gong Yuna asked. If you can revive the earth veins, I will pretend that this incident never happened and will not hold you responsible. Gong Yuna thought to himself after hearing this. He is such a sly old fellow, he doesn't play by the rules. Normally, shouldn't he say something cruel like, if I can do it, I will wash my hair upside down? Seeing Xiao Su being so cunning, Gong Yuna naturally could not lose his momentum, so he said in a righteous tone. Second uncle is really good at putting accusations on others. The drying up of the spiritual vein has nothing to do with me. How can I be held responsible? According to your logic, everyone in the Xiao family is a suspect, including you. Xiao Su concluded that Gong Yuna could not repair the earth veins and sneered. So what do you want? Gong Yuna cleared his throat and said loudly. After I repair the earth veins, I will establish a rule in Jingxin Pavilion. No one is allowed to violate it. Xiao Su sneered and said. Oh? What rules? Xiao Su and the dog are not allowed to enter. These words were like thunder from a clear sky, and Xiao Su's face instantly froze into a lump of ice. Boy, how dare you humiliate me? Don't think I won't touch you just because you are Xiao Li's son-in-law. As soon as the words fell, a cold voice appeared behind Xiao Su. Why don't you try to move one? Xiao Su looked back and was instantly shocked into a cold sweat, with his hair standing on end. Brother, why are you back? Chapter 46 Repairing the Earth Veins. Please add it to the bookshelf. Brother, why are you back? Xiao Su's voice trembled, his pupils suddenly shrank like needles, and the veins on his forehead throbbed with his rapid breathing. If I don't come back, you will have to deal with my beloved son-in-law. There was a hint of sarcasm in Xiao Li's cold words. A drop of cold sweat slid down Xiao Su's forehead, and he hurriedly explained. Brother, you misunderstood. Yuna first destroyed the earth veins passed down by the Xiao family's ancestors. Then he spoke rudely to me, so I planned to teach him a lesson so that he would know the rules of our Xiao family. It's not your turn to teach my son-in-law a lesson. As his father-in-law, I will discipline him if he makes any mistakes. Xiao Li's eyes were sharp and did not allow for any doubt. The majesty of a person who had been in a high position for a long time was fully displayed at this moment. Xiao Su was originally afraid of this elder brother. At this moment, he didn't even dare to breathe. He could only retreat back in embarrassment, ready to slip away. Just as Xiao Su was about to put oil on his feet, Gong Yuna stopped Xiao Su and said, Uncle, please stay. Our bet is not over yet. How about letting the head of the family make a fair judgment? Although Xiao Su was afraid of Xiao Li, he was not afraid of Gong Yuna at all. Seeing that he was about to extend his face to be hit by him, he stopped and said, "Okay. Since Yunza wants to play, second uncle will accompany you. I only told you your bet before, now it's my turn to set the conditions, right?" "Of course, please go ahead, uncle." "Okay. Then I'll make my conditions clear. If you fail to repair the ley line, I want you to kneel down and apologize to me and kowtow 3 times." Hearing this, Xiao Li narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xiao Su with an unfriendly expression. Xiao Su ignored him, stared at Gong Yuna and asked, "Yunze, I wonder if you dare to accept it." "Why not?" Gong Yuna sneered, "If I win, you will never be allowed to step into Jingxin Pavilion in your life, let alone approach it under any pretext. There will also be a stone tablet at the door with the inscription, 'Xiao Su and dogs are not allowed to enter.'" Xiao Li's mouth twitched when he heard this. He had thought that Xiao Su's conditions were already harsh enough, but now he realized what it meant to be a dwarf meeting a giant. Xiao Li reminded and helped Gong Yuna out. "Yunze, no one has ever been able to successfully repair a depleted earth vein. If you are joking, just give your uncle a verbal apology." Gong Yuna waved his hand, his tone firm. "I said I can repair it and I will never break my promise. Please, master, be a witness to the bet between me and my second uncle." Xiao Li believed in Gong Yuna. After all, too many miracles had happened to him. Even if he was told that he could ascend to heaven and become an immortal, he would probably only believe it halfway. "Okay. In that case, I will be your witness. Whoever breaks the bet will be expelled from the Xiao family." Hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Su was overjoyed and thought, "A first-level awakener dares to talk about repairing the earth veins? Gong Yuna, today you either kowtow and apologize to me, or get out of the Xiao family." "Yunze, are you sure?" Xiao Rongyu clenched his hand, with sweat oozing out of her fingertips. "Don't worry. I'm 100% sure." Seeing his calm eyes, Xiao Rongyu's heart was relieved a little. He walked into the Jingxin Pavilion and closed all the doors and windows with his backhand. Xiao Su looked at the closed door and sneered. Mystification. Inside the pavilion, Gong Yuna immediately called the system in his mind. "System. Exchange it for me at S-level." Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 Hongyan gold and successfully exchanging for an S-level ground vein. System, help me replace the Xiao family's depleted earth veins with the exchanged S-level earth veins. S-level ground veins have been replaced. The ground veins are rapidly developing. Please wait for 5 minutes. Everything was done. Gong Yuna pushed the door open and walked out. Nailed it. Xiao Su seemed to have heard a huge joke and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Gong Yuna. I didn't expect you to play such a childish trick. You said it's fixed and it's fixed? I didn't feel any energy from heaven and earth at all. He turned to look at Xiao Li, his face full of pride. Brother, have you felt any energy from the heaven and earth? He is simply lying. Seeing Xiao Li remain silent, Xiao Su became even more arrogant and continued to attack Gong Yuna. Brother, if you don't say anything, are you relying on your status as the head of the family to favor your son-in-law and bully your own brother? Xiao Li had learned his lesson after misunderstanding Gong Yuna last time. He asked solemnly. Yunze, what's going on? Why is it that after the ground veins were repaired, there is no fluctuation of the energy of heaven and earth? Wait 5 minutes. Gong Yuna said calmly, then we will see the result. Xiao Su felt that Gong Yuna was struggling to death, so with the intention of giving the fallen dog a beating, Xiao Su continued to taunt. Some people, relying on their talent and luck, are so arrogant that they don't even know their own last names. You have to know that there are always people who are better than you and there are always better things. Gong Yuna chuckled, don't be impatient, can't you even wait for 5 minutes? Okay, then I'll wait for you for 5 minutes. Let's see what tricks you can come up with in 5 minutes. Time passes by second by second. Suddenly, Xiao Li's pupils shrank, and an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. I can feel the energy of heaven and earth, just like a newborn baby being born. The concentration of the energy of heaven and earth is increasing rapidly. However, Xiao Su, who was a fourth order, third stage awakener, did not feel anything at this moment, and cursed in his heart. Xiao Li, just brag. You're even sacrificing your dignity to help your good son-in-law. However, the next moment, the disdain on his face suddenly froze, and was immediately replaced by extreme horror. How is this possible? He actually has a way to repair the earth veins? This is impossible. However, as time went by, Xiaosu had to face the fact he lost the bet. 5 minutes passed in a flash. The tremendous energy of the S-level earth vein swept through the entire Xiao family like a tsunami, and it was so dense around the Jingxin pavilion that it almost condensed into substance. Xiaoli, Xiaosu, and Xiao Rongyu all changed color, their minds were horrified. Xiaoli felt the energy that was several times more dense than the level ground veins of the past, and his voice was trembling. Yun Zhe. What on earth is going on? How did you do it? Gong Yuna smiled mysteriously and said, "This is a secret that cannot be told." Seeing that Gong Yuna didn't say anything, Xiaoli didn't continue to ask, but said in surprise, "Based on the concentration of this kind of heaven and earth energy, this should be an S-level ground vein. It is much stronger than the A-level ground vein we had before. With this ground vein, I can break through to the 6th level in a short time." Xiaosu was also horrified when he felt such a rich energy of heaven and earth. When he thought that such a heaven-defying land vein could not be used by him, he immediately walked up to Gong Yuna with an embarrassed look on his face. "My nephew-in-law. It was my uncle's fault before. I hope you can stop holding it against me. I apologize to you, and I only ask that you forgive me and allow me to use Jingxin Pavilion for my training." Gong Yuna sneered, "Huh? Do you think I will agree? Dad, please have someone carve a stone tablet that says Xiaosu and dogs are not allowed to enter." Chapter 47, The Scream in the Interrogation Room. Please add it to the bookshelf. Upon hearing this, Xiaosu was filled with murderous intent, and he wished he could grind Gong Yuna to dust on the spot. But due to Xiao Li's presence, he couldn't do anything to the other party. He could only suppress his rage and put on a flattering face to beg. "Good nephew-in-law. Second uncle is wrong. Second uncle is blind and misunderstood you. Please be magnanimous and forgive second uncle this time." Gong Yuna's eyes were cold and he said coldly, "Uncle, remember this, you are not allowed to step into Jingxin Pavilion even a single step." After saying that, Gong Yuna turned to Xiaoli and said, "Dad, please seal the energy of the earth veins in Jingxin Pavilion to prevent any random people from taking advantage of the situation." Xiaoli nodded upon hearing this and said, "Okay. Don't worry. From now on, this Jingxin Pavilion will be entirely up to you." After hearing this, Xiaosu jumped up and down anxiously. "Brother! Jingxin Pavilion is the foundation passed down by our Xiao family's ancestors. How can we let outsiders dictate our affairs? Yun Zhe is the son-in-law of my Xiao family, how can he be an outsider?" Xiaoli frowned. "Xiaosu, if you dare to break the bet and step into Jingxin Pavilion without permission, don't blame me for turning my back on you." Seeing that Xiaoli was determined to protect Gong Yuna, Xiaosu's eyes turned and he played the family card instead, forcing a sad look towards Gong Yuna. "Yun Zhe, second uncle is about to break through to the 4th stage, 4th level. Without the blessing of the earth veins at this critical juncture, I'm afraid it will be difficult to make any further progress. We are all family, why do you have to do such a drastic thing?" Gong Yuna sneered, his eyes full of mockery. "Now you think of us as a family? Why didn't you think of this relationship when you came to question me just now? No need to say more, goodbye." Xiaosu looked at Gong Yuna's resolute eyes, and then caught a glimpse of Xiao Li's impartial appearance. He suddenly sneered at the sky. Okay. You are so cruel. I admit defeat. It's just an S-level ground vein. Xiaosu, don't even bother to use it." After saying that, Xiaosu flicked his sleeves and left. His figure quickly disappeared in the Xiao family mansion and his whereabouts were unknown. Detecting Xiao Rongyu's joy, reward 50 Hongyan gold. 1050 remaining. Xiaoli looked at Xiaosu who was leaving, feeling mixed emotions in his heart, and sighed silently. Hey! He wasn't originally like this, how did he become like this? Thinking of the revival of the earth veins, he became delighted again. He immediately took Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu to the Jingxin Pavilion and personally taught them the cultivation methods and basic combat skills. Half an hour later, Xiaoli nodded and praised. "I only demonstrated the dragon body fist once and you were able to master it. This level of understanding is truly rare. Thanks to Dad's good teaching." Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu smiled at each other and said in unison. A relieved smile appeared on Xiao Li's face. "Good. I am now looking forward to your performance in the Supernatural College Entrance Examination and the College Supernatural Competition. After saying that, Shelley continued to guide the two in training. At the same time, the imperial capital Yang family. Yang Wei was pressing a middle-aged man's head into a water tank full of water. No matter how the other party struggled, he had no intention of letting go. Only when the man's movements gradually slowed down did he suddenly pull him out of the water. The man who was pulled out of the water was coughing violently and greedily sucking in the air. Wang Kai, you are so bold that you even dare to touch Mayor Huang's money? Yang Wei's eyes were as sinister as a snake. Do you think your life is too long? Before Wang Kai could recover, Yang Wei pushed his head into the water again. Gurgle. Bubbles swell in the water tank. The oxygen in Wang Kai's lungs was quickly depleted, and he struggled with all his might but to no avail. Just when he was on the verge of suffocation, Yang Wei grabbed his hair and pulled him up. Tell me. Where did the money go? Who instructed you to steal my money? Yang Wei asked viciously. After a full half-minute, Wang Kai spoke hoarsely. No one instructed me to do that. I was obsessed with money, that's 25 billion. I wanted to use the money to buy medicine on the black market to treat my mother's illness. What does your mother's life or death have to do with me? Yang Wei interrupted harshly, I'm asking you for money? Wang Kai shook his head and said with a painful look. I took the money to the black market and bought a top-grade healing pill. Not long after, I was followed and kidnapped. After they forced me to reveal the transfer key, they knocked me out. When I woke up, you found me. Yang Wei said with a look of disbelief. What did you say? There was another group of people who robbed the money? Wang Kai, if you dare to lie to me, you know my methods. Wang Kai's expression changed drastically, and he said hurriedly. Director Yang, everything I said is the truth. There is absolutely no lie. Yang Wei was about to believe it and asked. Then do you know who stole the money? Wang Kai shook his head blankly, I don't know. Yang Wei snorted coldly and ordered his men beside him. Catch all his family members here. I don't believe he won't tell the truth. Hearing this, Wang Kai knelt down and begged for mercy. Director Yang. Please let my family go. I really don't know anything. Yang Wei ignored Wang Kai's pleas for mercy and kicked him 3 meters away, saying in a cold tone. Don't worry, wait until your family is here, you might suddenly remember it. In just half an hour, 4 of Yang Wei's 5 members gathered in the interrogation room of the Yang family. Yang Wei looked at Wang Kai's family and said. Wang Kai, I didn't expect your wife and daughter to be so pretty. I don't think you want anything to happen to them. Wang Kai begged repeatedly with a trembling voice. Director Yang. Director Yang. I beg you. Let them go. I am willing to recover all the money for you. How are you going to find them? Where are you going to find them? Yang Wei asked harshly, if I let them go, who will let me go? I don't know where to find them, but please believe me. As long as you let them go. Yang Wei shook his head in disappointment, then he gave the order with a grim smile. Tie up this traitor for me. Just keep his mother alive, don't kill her. As for his wife and his young daughter. He glanced at his men, find a few more brothers and serve him well in front of him. Wang Kai was struck by lightning and screamed like crazy. No. Director Yang. Don't do this. I stole the money, so you should punish me alone. No. 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 Yang Wei left without looking back, leaving only wailing and crying in the interrogation room. 3 hours later, everything returned to silence. Wang Kai looked at his mother who was beaten to death, and his wife and daughter lying on the ground in dishevel like discarded garbage. The anger in his eyes gradually died down, leaving only a dead silence, like a walking corpse. They untied Wang Kai and locked the family of 4 in the interrogation room. Snap! The guard threw a short blade to the ground and then walked away. Looking at the short blade on the ground, he looked at his wife and daughter, who were curled up in the corner and twitching. And the mother who was still tied to the rack and bleeding. Wang Kai slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already made a decision in his heart. He walked slowly towards his wife and daughter. Their spirits had collapsed and they could not recognize Wang Kai in front of them. Wang Kai took a last deep look at them, raised his hand and stabbed the short blade accurately into their hearts. After he had arranged the clothes for his wife and daughter, he came to his mother. Seeing her extremely weak and in pain, Wang Kai hesitated for a moment, but finally cruelly sent her on her final journey. After doing all this, he was about to kill himself with a knife. There was a burst of intermittent applause outside the interrogation room. Chapter 48 Confession, Go to Jianghuai City. Please add to the bookshelf. Wang Kai turned around suddenly and saw Yang Wei clapping his hands and walking towards him slowly. The dull sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground was particularly harsh in the empty interrogation room. Instantly, Wang Kai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His eyes were red as blood, and he stared at Yang Wei and roared, "Yang Wei! I'm going to kill you." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the short blade in his hand towards Yang Wei. At the moment when the cold light broke through the air, Yang Wei calmly stretched out 2 fingers and firmly clamped the short blade that was rushing towards him with incredible precision. TSK, 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 TSK. Yang Wei shook the short blade between his fingers. His tone was full of mockery. "Wang Kai, you brought all this upon yourself. If you hadn't betrayed me, how could your family have ended up like this?" Hearing this, Wang Kai's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought, he's right. 25 billion was stolen at a critical moment. If I were him, I would have been torn into pieces. Thinking of this, Wang Kai inexplicably calmed down and asked in a deep voice, "So, why do you want to keep me here? You want me to find the 25 billion for you?" Yang Wei smiled and shook his head. "I want you to tell me directly who was behind this, otherwise I will ask someone else to find it, and the effect will be the same." "You know I won't tell you, so why are you still keeping me around?" Wang Kai was puzzled. "Wang Kai, you've been with me for so many years, don't you know my habits?" Wang Kai smiled bitterly and sighed. "I see." He walked slowly to the black iron railing and spoke indifferently to Yang Wei. "Give it to me, and I'll end it myself." "So, you would rather cause your entire family to die than reveal the mastermind behind this?" Yang Wei shook his head again, his tone suddenly becoming harsher. "As long as you tell me, I can spare your life." "I said, I know nothing." Wang Kai suddenly roared excitedly, his chest heaving violently, and veins bulging on his forehead. Yang Wei nodded slowly, with a strange arc at the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, I have a surprise for you." Then he clapped his hands twice, and the door of the interrogation room opened. Soon, a pretty, tall girl was brought into the interrogation room, with her hands tied behind her back and messy hair. Wang Kai's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this, and he screamed in horror. "Shuoqing? Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to go to Teacher Lu at Kyoto Iida?" Wang Shuoqing had just stepped into the interrogation room and had no time to respond to Wang Kai's words. He was startled by the mess and blood on the ground. Looking at the miserable state of her family, her face turned pale instantly, her body went limp, and she fainted on the spot. Yang Wei smiled and said, Wang Kai, you didn't expect that, did you? Li Nang is mine. Otherwise, she would have escaped this disaster." Yang Wei. "No. Director Yang." Wang Kai's face turned pale as he heard this, and his voice was filled with pleading, "Please let her go." Yang Wei closed his eyes slightly, speaking slowly but with every word cutting through the heart. "That depends on your performance. Your little daughter is so beautiful, and she has SSS-level abilities. I'm a little reluctant to let my men take care of her. How about letting my son come in person? She's only 18 years old now, and if she gives birth to one child a year, she can give birth to at least 20 geniuses for the Yang family." Tears suddenly welled up in Wang Kai's eyes. He had already lost everything and he could not afford to lose his last little daughter. His eyes finally softened, and his tone became low and hoarse, with a hint of pleading and compromise. "No. I said. Yang Wei was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately ordered his men to untie the unconscious Wang Shuoqing and put him on an iron bed. "Okay, now you can name the person behind this." Wang Kai hesitated for a moment, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. "You must swear to heaven and earth that you will release Shuoqing before I tell you. Otherwise, even if you kill my daughter and me, I will never say a word." As long as he can find out the mastermind behind the scenes, Yang Wei doesn't care about anything else. He could agree to Wang Kai's request, but he didn't like the feeling of being threatened, so he immediately shouted with a sharp look in his eyes. "You think you are qualified to bargain now? But I can promise you that your daughter will leave safely." Wang Kai closed his eyes helplessly. When he opened them again, he was filled with despair and spoke slowly. It's the Lu family, the imperial capital Lu family." "The Lu family of the imperial capital?" Yang Wei frowned, his face full of suspicion. The Liu family is so wealthy, why would they be interested in a mere 25 billion? They are not targeting the 25 billion. They hope to use the 25 billion to make you lose the trust of Mayor Huang and lose your position as Deputy Director of the Ability Bureau so that our people can take your place. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Wang Kai with a deep gaze, as if he wanted to see through Wang Kai's thoughts. After thinking for a moment, Yang Wei said coldly, "Great. So when did you betray me?" I am originally from the Liu family." Yang Wei nodded and then waved. The subordinate at the side understood what was happening, drew out the dagger from his waist, and with a flash of cold light, killed Wang Kai on the spot. At the moment the head rolled down, there was a hint of calmness on Wang Kai's face, as if he felt relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Yang Wei looked at the unconscious Wang Zhuqing and ordered his men. Find a spiritual awakener to erase her memory of this period, and then tell her that Wang Kai was killed by the Liu family. I don't need to teach her how to forge evidence. Yes. Second Master. By the way, Yang Wei suddenly remembered something and asked, "What is my eldest brother busy with recently?" The master of the family is busy preparing Miss Yu Jie and Master Tianjie for entering the secret realm of supernatural powers. The servant replied respectfully. What? Big brother is going to the secret realm of superpowers tomorrow too? Yang Wei frowned. Yes, second master. The master of the family said that he happens to be free tomorrow and wants to accompany the eldest lady. What level of supernatural power did Yu Jie awaken? I heard it's an SSS-level fire ability. Yang Wei nodded, with a complex emotion in his heart, jealous and fortunate. TSK, the little girl is pretty lucky. Fortunately, she is a girl. Otherwise, Tianjie might not be able to compete with her for the position of the head of the family in the future. I understand. Just do as I instructed before. Remember to clean this place up. Yang Wei waved his hand casually. After saying this, he strode out of the interrogation room with a calm expression as if nothing had happened. The next morning, Yang Wei called Xiao Li and spoke warmly. Brother Xiao. How are your preparations going? Do you want me to pick you up? Xiao Li said politely on the other end of the phone. Thank you, Brother Yang. Just send me the exact location and we can teleport there from the transmission bureau. Yang Wei frowned slightly when he heard this, but still agreed. Okay. I'll send you the location right away. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wei sent the approximate destination to Xiao Li. When Xiao Li saw the location, he immediately raised his eyebrows. Zhonghuai City? I thought it was in Yangzhou. Putting away his phone, he immediately took Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu to the transmission bureau. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the transmission bureau. The teleportation array is a convenient way for Longwei to travel long distances. Created jointly by top formation masters and high-level space awakeners. But not everyone can use it, so each teleportation array will have a teleportation station or teleportation bureau. A small teleportation array is called a teleportation station, and a large teleportation array is called a teleportation bureau. The teleportation distance and number of people that can be teleported each time of the teleportation station are far inferior to those of the teleportation bureau. Xiao Li took out his military ID from his pocket and showed it to the staff. Seeing this, the staff, who were originally sitting with their legs crossed and leisurely. He immediately stood up, straightened his back, and saluted solemnly. Hello, sir. Xiao Li put away his officer certificate, waved his hand and said modestly. Don't be so restrained. I'm going to be teleported to Zhonghuai City. Please report it. After the staff completed the registration, they respectfully led the three people into the magic circle. This was Gong Yuna's first time using the teleportation array. When the teleportation array was activated, the complicated and profound array pattern flashed with purple light. Then came a sudden feeling of weightlessness that was 10 times stronger than taking an elevator. He felt dizzy and couldn't help but close his eyes. After a dozen seconds, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared. Gong Yuna slowly opened his eyes and saw a completely different scene before him. Before he could observe the surrounding environment, a majestic voice sounded from in front of the three of them. Commander Xiao? Why are you here? Chapter 49, Yang Yu Jie appears. Working together to break the barrier. Please add this to your bookshelf. Xiao Li looked up at the person who spoke, and a hint of surprise suddenly crossed his face. In front of me stood a middle-aged man with great energy. His eyes were deep, and his slightly gray hair was neatly combed. He had a resolute and confident face, and was wearing a dark suit, a white shirt, an exquisite tie, and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. This person is the head of the Yang family, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto, Yang Han. He is Yang Wei's biological brother and Yang Tianjie's uncle. Commander Yang, long time no see. Xiaoli spoke first. The last time we fought side by side was 9 years ago. Yes. Yang Han sighed lightly, a trace of solemnity flashed across his eyes. The brutality of that war still makes people's backs cold when they think about it. After a short pause, he changed the subject. Commander Xiao is visiting Jianghua City today. What's your business? Xiaoli looked at Yang Wei and asked doubtfully. Brother Yang Wei, didn't you tell your eldest brother about me? Yang Wei broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He originally wanted to secretly bring Xiaoli into the secret realm. Unexpectedly, Xiaoli's movements were so fast that he happened to collide with his own large army. Yang Han followed Xiaoli's gaze and looked at Yang Wei. His eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife, piercing Yang Wei's heart and making it tremble. Brother Yang Wei's cheeks were hot, and he stammered, I think we may not be able to break the barrier of the supernatural secret realm alone, so calling on Master Xiao will improve our efficiency. No need. Yang Han raised his hand to interrupt, turned to Xiaoli and bowed to apologize. Master Xiao, my Yang family has prepared a perfect plan for this trip to the secret realm, so there is no need to borrow help. My brother invited you without my permission, which was my negligence. I will come to apologize in the future, please forgive me. Xiaoli raised his eyebrows and glanced back at Yang Wei. I think it's better to talk it out face to face. What do you think, brother Yang Wei? Yang Wei was furious, thinking. How dare you, Xiaoli, to deceive me? I am not afraid of you when I have my elder brother here? He said with a smile. Brother Xiao, how about you go back first? My brother and I can have a drink to apologize another day? Xiaoli's face turned pale when he heard this. Yang Wei? Are you sure you want to do this? Yang Wei was afraid that Xiaoli would tell Yang Han what happened that day, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Yang Han heard the reluctance in Xiaoli's words, thinking that the conversation between Yang Wei and Xiaoli was not just a simple request for help, and thought. Xiao Wei and Xiaoli may have reached an agreement, otherwise it would be impossible for the two parties to appear in the same place at the same time. Never mind, the brother pays the brother's debt, which is also a face for Xiaoli. Thinking of this, Yang Han spoke enthusiastically. Master Xiao, since you are here, let's break the barrier together. After entering the secret realm, the treasures we find will all depend on chance. How do you think? Xiaoli originally wanted to force Yang Wei to honor the 50-50 split agreement, but in the end he gave Yang Han some face. Okay. It's settled. Commander Xiao, please. Yang Han raised his hand cheerfully. Dad. A cold female voice suddenly sounded, we have worked so hard to find this secret place, why should we let outsiders have a share of it? Yang Tianjie immediately agreed, that's right. The Xiao family and my Yang family are not related, so why should we share the benefits? Gong Yuna sneered and rebuked upon hearing this. The elders have already agreed, what are you two doing here? Seeing that Gong Yuna dared to talk back to her, Yang Yujie raised her eyebrows. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge me? Cousin, this is Gong Yuna, the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Yang Tianjie interrupted before Gong Yuna could speak, his tone full of contempt, he's just a gigolo. After hearing this, Yang Yujie's impression of Gong Yuna became even worse. She said with disgust. You useless idiot who relies on women for a living, stop being a clown. Do you think you are cool by doing this? Do you think you will be looked at with new eyes by just shouting a few words? In fact, you are nothing. Gong Yuna heard this with cold eyes and said. I'll say the same thing to you. You are nothing but a useless loser who is arrogant and domineering because of your family's strength. These words pierced Yang Yujie's heart like a needle. Yang Yujie thinks that although her appearance is not stunning, it is at least 9 out of 10. Moreover, she has awakened SSS-level supernatural powers, and her strength is incomparable to that of ordinary people. In the eyes of others, Yang Yujie can definitely be described as an all-rounder with both strength and beauty. But in Gong Yuna's words, she was described as someone who was neither good-looking nor useful. This made her, who had grown up with everyone's praise, furious, and she said angrily. You're such a gigolo. I'm going to let you know how powerful I am. After saying that, Yang Yujie was about to charge towards Gong Yuna, but was stopped by Yang Han. Yujie. What did I tell you? You should maintain your ladylike image when you are outside. Don't let others laugh at you. Hearing her father's voice, Yang Yujie calmed down instantly and stamped her feet in grievance. Dad! You heard it too. That gigolo actually said I'm ugly and useless. How can I stand this? Although the Shao family is not among the 4 major families, its prestige in Longwei is not inferior to that of my Yang family. Yang Han lowered his voice. Don't make enemies, understand? Humph. You big shots are such a nuisance. You're always worried about what's ahead and what's behind. It's not fun at all. Although Yang Yujie was not convinced, she did not get angry again. Teacher Shao, I have spoiled my daughter. I apologize for any offense. Yan Han turned to Shaoli and smiled apologetically. Shaoli also pulled Gong Yuna, who had rolled up his sleeves, and waved his hand, saying, Youngsters are naturally not very good at speaking, so they just need to gain more experience in the future. Yang Han nodded upon hearing this and laughed a soy-flavored laugh. Shaoli also let out the hearty laughter of a senior general. Then Shaoli took Gong Yuna, Xiao Rongyu, and a group of young family members to the place where the secret realm of supernatural powers was located. Shaoli was worried along the way, thinking to himself. Except for the 2 youngsters in the Young family who are at level 1, the rest of the family are all at level 4 or above. I'm afraid the gains from this trip to the secret realm will be greatly reduced. Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu were walking in front of the team, and they always felt like there were 2 gazes behind them. When I looked back, I saw everyone walking on their own, nothing unusual. Yang Wei, who was walking behind the team, had a gloomy face and was extremely unhappy. Originally, I was the leader of this trip to the secret realm. As soon as my brother came back, everything I arranged changed. Damn it! When you reach the entrance to the secret realm of supernatural powers, Gong Yuna saw an oval-shaped hole appear out of nowhere in the air, with stars seeming to be circulating inside it. There is also a light golden protective barrier outside the entrance. Yang Han took the first step and a ball of flame instantly wrapped around the barrier, but it only produced a slight crackling sound and the barrier did not move at all. Yang Wei followed up with 2 attacks. Although the barrier had ripples, it remained intact. Master Shao, stop watching the battle. Yang Han's forehead was covered with sweat. Let's attack together. Shaoli responded by summoning a B-level special weapon and slashing at the golden barrier with all his strength. There was only a loud clang. The barrier instantly shattered into a crack, but it still did not break. Seeing this, Shaoli said to Yang Han and Yang Wei, Don't hold back, both of you. This barrier is almost broken. Let's all use all our strength to break it. Yang Han heard this and said, It's not that I'm holding back, but I didn't expect the defensive power of this barrier to be so strong. I'm going to attack with all my strength now. Before Yang Han finished speaking, the fire in his palm grew another 3 points stronger. Yang Wei also exerted all his strength, and the 2 flames intertwined into a net. Shaoli also tried to unfold his own barrier to see if he could weaken its defensive power. Finally, under the combined impact of the 3 forces, the light golden barrier finally shattered like glass. It's done! Yang Wei said, unable to hide his excitement. Chapter 50 Entering the Secret Realm. Charming Yang Tianjie? Please add to the bookshelf. It's done! Yang Wei said, unable to hide his excitement. The moment the barrier suddenly shattered, Yang Wei suddenly grabbed Yang Tianjie's wrist, and the 2 of them flashed to the entrance of the secret realm like ghosts. He was anxious to seize the initiative, fearing that the rare treasure would fall into the hands of Shaoli and the others, so he lowered his head and prepared to enter the secret realm. The moment his head touched the entrance to the secret realm, bang, a crisp sound. A dull thud was heard, and Yang Wei's forehead seemed to have hit an invisible wall of steel, and he was violently flung away. However, Yang Tianjie beside him entered the entrance to the secret realm without any hindrance. Yang Han and Shaoli frowned at the same time. A trace of surprise flashed across Shaoli's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, This secret realm of supernatural powers actually restricts the level of entry. Yang Han nodded slightly when he heard this. Master Shao is indeed knowledgeable and experienced. What do you think we should do? Judging from the aura that the youngster exuded when he entered the secret realm, this should be a D-level supernatural secret realm. Although the level is low, it is still safe and can allow the youngsters to enter alone to train. Yang Han immediately called Yang Yujie to his side and solemnly instructed. After entering the secret realm, be careful and find Tianjie as soon as possible. Don't cause any trouble. Focus on finding rare treasures. If you encounter a dangerous situation and cannot fight the enemy, escape immediately. Saving your life is the most important thing, don't worry about your face. Yang Yujie nodded and said seriously. Yes. I will be careful. Just wait for my good news. Okay. Yang Han said with a smile, and then watched Yang Yujie walk into the secret realm. Shaoli patted Gong Yuna on the shoulder and said with unquestionable majesty. Go in and protect Rong Yuel. If even a hair is missing, I will hold you responsible. Don't worry, Lao Deng. I will definitely protect Rong Yu. Gong Yuna promised. Shaoli was very satisfied when he heard this. He took out 2 pieces of warm jade from his storage bag and said, This is a piece of acacia jade. The 2 pieces will attract each other. If you get separated, you can use this to find each other. After saying that, Shaoli handed the acacia jade fragments to Gong Yuna and Xiao Rongyu. In order not to delay their treasure hunt, Shaoli said nothing more and urged the couple to enter the secret realm. Yang Tianjie shuttled through the turbulent space for a while, and when his vision stabilized, there stood a huge stone tablet in front of me. The words on the stele had become blurred and mottled after years of erosion. He concentrated on reading them for a while and murmured. Yushan Holy Land? What is this place? The surroundings were lush with greenery and colorful flowers, and the energy flowing between heaven and earth was incredibly dense, comparable to an A-level earth vein. Yang Tianjie looked around but couldn't see his father, so he shouted. Dad! Where are you? However, the only responses he received were the chirping of birds in the trees and the buzzing of insects among the flowers and plants. After waiting for a while without any results, he decided to explore first. While admiring the paradise-like scenery, I suddenly saw a towering tree in front of me. When he got closer, he saw several silver foxes staring at him intently, and then they disappeared among the branches and leaves in an instant. Fuck! They turned out to be just a few foxes. They scared me so much. I thought they were strange beasts. Yang Tianjie breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking forward while cursing. After walking about 100 meters forward, Yang Tianjie was stunned by the scene before him. He rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. Oh my god, my second uncle. Such a large area of strange grass. Am I dreaming? He slapped himself hard, and the burning pain on his face clearly told him that the scene before his eyes was real, it was not a dream. Yang Tianjie was overjoyed when he saw this. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. The energy of heaven and earth contained in these exotic herbs is extremely rich. Only a few of them are high-level exotic herbs that I know of, and I have never even seen most of them. They must be extremely precious. I'm going to make a fortune this time. If we can take all these exotic herbs out, it won't be a problem to help hundreds of female anchors. With this in mind, Yang Tianjie took out his space storage bag and prepared to catch all these exotic plants and flowers in one fell swoop. As soon as his fingertips touched the first exotic herb, something strange happened. The plant, which was originally about a foot tall, suddenly grew dozens of times taller, and the vines wrapped around his left arm like a steel cable. Yang Tianjie hurriedly drew out the long sword from his waist and chopped at the roots of the strange grass. In the crisp sound of clang, the blade of the D-level alien weapon was actually dented. Oh my god! Is this a strange weed? Seeing that the strange weed could not be uprooted, he had no choice but to destroy it with ruthless hands. He gathered flames in his right hand and shouted angrily. Flame palm! Boom! The flames whizzed past and instantly enveloped the strange grass. After the strange grass came into contact with Yang Tianjie's flame, immediately, like a mimosa, it retracted the branches and leaves that were wrapped around its arms. Yang Tianjie shook his red arm and cursed. Damn it! How dare a mere exotic grass show off in front of me? I'll burn you to ashes. Flame slash! The long sword was wrapped in flames and swiftly chopped down the strange grass that had previously entangled Yang Tianjie. At this moment, a delicate cry sounded. A pretty girl with a Lolita figure instantly appeared in front of Yang Tianjie. He easily blocked Yang Tianjie's attack with just his hands. Yang Tianjie was horrified when he saw this. Who are you? The girl's eyebrows were raised. This is my territory. I haven't even asked you who you are, but you're asking me instead? Seeing that the girl in front of him was both very capable and very charming, Yang Tianjie licked his lips and said, Sister, I am the young master of the Yang family in Kyoto. I see that you are quite capable. Are you interested in being my personal bodyguard? How about I offer you 5 million Longmin RMB a month? The girl sneered when she heard this. He. I am a princess of the fox tribe, and you want me to be your bodyguard? Are you worthy of that? What? You are the fox princess? How is that possible? Yang Tianjie's face was full of doubt. The girl shook her fluffy foxtail impatiently and said coldly, "This is my Tushan Holy Land. You are lucky to meet me. If you meet other foxes, you will definitely die. Get out of here before I change my mind." Yang Tianjie stared at the furry foxtail and felt his heart tremble, but suddenly he looked proud. Ordinary demons will kill humans when they see them, but this little fox demon is much stronger than me, but she wants to let me go. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to me? Yes, I am so handsome, and my looks can easily kill a bunch of Korean idols. She must be impressed by my charm. Thinking of this, the fear on Yang Tianjie's face disappeared, replaced by calmness and a sweet smile. He shook his side bangs that were styled with Hefei silk and put on an affectionate look. "Sister, I understand your feelings. I think you must be fascinated by me, right? Please put aside your shyness and spend the wedding night with me as soon as possible." Dividing line. Dear readers who have read this far, can you give a 5-star rating? Listen to me say thank you. Because of you. It warms the author's heart. Chapter 51, Playing Hard to Get. Please add to the bookshelf. The fox princess could no longer bear it, her eyes widened, and she shouted angrily. Okay. Since you are seeking death yourself, you can't blame me. Yang Tianjie saw that her anger was not fake, and her face seemed to want to eat him alive. He was so frightened that he fled in panic, rolling and crawling. The fox princess looked at Yang Tianjie's receding back and sighed. Brother Yunza, this princess has fulfilled the promise between us. I wonder how you are doing now. Yang Yujie, who had just entered the secret realm, was randomly teleported to an ancient magic circle. The moment her feet touched the ground, the patterns on the magic circle suddenly became brilliant. Seeing this, her face suddenly changed and she cried out in shock. No way! Is he going to be killed as soon as he hits the ground? Dozens of vines as thick as arms suddenly sprang out from all directions and coiled towards her like snakes. She didn't have time to react and her limbs were tightly entangled by the vines. She was instantly tied up like a big character, and no matter how she struggled, it was useless. She stared at these strange vines, frowning and gritting her teeth. Damn it! I can't destroy these vines by myself. Moreover, the vines will continue to absorb the energy of heaven and earth that I release. I can't activate my supernatural powers at all. I can't believe that I, Yan Yujia, will be trapped and die here. I won't accept this. Just as she was on the verge of despair, a teasing voice sounded in her ears. Wow, this little style is quite unique. Miss Yang, are you playing some weird shame play? Yang Yujie heard someone nearby and hurriedly called for help. Hurry up and save. But when she saw the person coming, she immediately changed her expression to disdain. TSK. I don't want a gigolo like you to save me. Get away from me. Gong Yuna put his hands behind his head, walked over leisurely, and said with a chuckle. Oh. I was originally thinking of rescuing you, but since you are so tactless, I'm leaving now. Good luck. After saying that, he strode forward. TSK. Just go. My family will definitely send someone to rescue me. Who asked you to rescue them? This is ridiculous. Yang Yujie said arrogantly. Gong Yuna stopped and turned around when he heard this, with amusement in his eyes. Oh. So you want to wait for your family to rescue you? Then I advise you not to think about it. Yang Yujie frowned and asked coldly. What do you mean by that? Literally, bye-bye, I'm sorry, I won't accompany you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Yuna turned around and left, without any intention of staying. Seeing this, Yang Yujie said anxiously. Hey! I'll give you money. How about you rescue me? Gong Yuna raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, then waved his hand and said. Forget it. You are the Yang family's genius, and even you are trapped. I think this thing must be very difficult to deal with. I won't get involved in this mess. As he said this, Gong Yuna left even faster without looking back. Seeing that Gong Yuna was really going to leave, Yang Yujie angrily yelled. You are a gigolo who doesn't help others in need. I curse you to fall into the trap too. Don't worry about that, miss. Gong Yuna responded without turning his head. Yang Yujie gritted her teeth in anger and looked at Gong Yuna's gradually receding figure and said angrily, Gong Yuna, come back here. But Gong Yuna acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued walking on his own, ignoring Yang Yujie at all. Seeing that Gong Yuna was about to turn right and disappear from sight, the vines absorbed energy faster and faster. Yang Yujie felt weak all over and finally gave in. Gong Yuna, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you a gigolo. I beg you. Please save me. I can't hold on any longer. Gong Yuna smiled slightly when he heard this, thinking, that's right. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer. But even if you beg me, I will still teach you a lesson. Yang Yujie became increasingly weaker and watched Gong Yuna walk around the corner and completely disappear from her sight. At this moment, endless regret surged in her heart, and she blamed herself. If I had let go of my prejudice against him when we met, maybe he would have rescued me a long time ago. Alas! If time could go back, I would definitely not say rude things to him. But it's too late now. Just as Yang Yujie closed her eyes in despair, she suddenly felt the restraints on her limbs disappear without a trace in an instant. When she opened her eyes, the person standing proudly in front of her holding a spear was Gong Yuna. Gong Yuna deliberately walked out of Yang Yujie's sight at that time. It was to let her feel what despair was. This was also a small punishment Gong Yuna gave her. After all, the two of them had just had a few words, and Gong Yuna wouldn't really just stand by and watch them die. System prompt. Detected beauty information, do you want to check? Gong Yuna was delighted, as expected. As long as I can make the opposite sex like me, I can bind them to the beauty system. Check the beauty's information. Gong Yuna said in his mind. Name, Yang Yujie. Age, 18. Favorability, 20. Grateful to the host, willing to make friends. Physical fitness, SSS-level. Superpower, SSS-level firepower burning flames. Burning sky flame, the awakener shoots out a 1-meter diameter cone-shaped stream of flames from the palm of his hand, which can cause heavy damage to the target. The flame flow lasts for about 5 seconds, and any object it touches will be carbonized instantly. If it hits a biological target, it will directly cause the burning abnormal state. Can cause continuous damage to the enemy. After quantification, it is about 5% of the total health value, lasting for 3 seconds. When released, a heatwave aura is formed within 5 meters around it. Non-fire type mutants who enter will feel difficulty breathing and slow movement speed is reduced by 20%. When the favorability reaches 80, you can fuse Yang Yujie's abilities. Gong Yuna was secretly shocked after reading Yang Yujie's supernatural attributes. This eldest daughter of the Yang family is truly gifted. Is this the prodigy that a great family has nurtured? While checking Yang Yujie's information through the system, a weak voice said, thank you. Gong Yuna looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yang Yujie standing up with difficulty and walking towards him. Suddenly, she lost her balance and was about to fall to the ground. Gong Yuna took a quick step forward and hugged her into his arms. Yang Yujie fell into Gong Yuna's arms, looking at Gong Yuna's angular and exquisite profile, as if she had seen a god. She looked at Gong Yuna with an infatuated look on her face, thinking to herself, oh my god. This gigolo is actually quite handsome. System prompt, Yang Yujie's favorability has increased to 30. I like the host a little bit. Gong Yuna was quite satisfied with the hint and was secretly pleased with himself. Hey, this damn charm of mine, please don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Immersed in self-revelation, Yang Yujie spoke shyly. Gong Yuna, can you let me go first? Gong Yuna came to his senses after hearing this, and quickly helped Yang Yujie to steady herself, then took 2 steps back. You are quite weak now. This secret realm is a bit strange. Why don't you leave it first? Yang Yujie shook her head and said, no. The college entrance examination for supernatural powers will begin in 3 weeks. If I can't get the top score. Yang Yujie did not continue talking here but changed the subject and said firmly, so I must quickly improve my strength in the secret realm. Seeing that Yang Yujie was having difficulty speaking, Gong Yuna said speechlessly, you're already so weak, and you still want to improve your strength? I have a reason to become stronger. Yang Yujie lowered her eyes and whispered, her voice concealing an unknown persistence. Chapter 52, Owe someone a favor? Please give me 5-star praise. Gong Yuna looked at the weak girl in front of him. He felt a fighting spirit from her that refused to admit defeat. This fighting spirit reminded him of the time when he had no talent. I exercise hard day and night just to improve my insignificant physical condition. Thinking of this, Gong Yuna asked silently in his mind. System, there is no medicine in Hongyan Mall that can quickly restore physical strength? Top-grade energy gathering pill, can quickly replenish the energy of heaven and earth consumed by the awakener. Price, 50 Hongyan gold. Yo! That sounds good. Give me one. Host successfully consumed 50 Hongyan gold. Successfully exchanged for a top-grade energy gathering pill. After the pill exchange was completed, Gong Yuna said to Yang Yujie, your weakened state will probably take at least 10 days or half a month to recover. Do you have any method to quickly recover? No. Yang Yujie shook her head and said honestly. Gong Yuna nodded and said temptingly, I have a way to make you recover quickly, would you like to hear it? Yang Yujie's dim eyes suddenly lit up, as if ignited by sparks, and she said in surprise. Of course. Gong Yuna took out the energy gathering pill he had bought from the system and said with a smile. I have a top-grade elixir here that can help you quickly replenish the energy of heaven and earth in your body. Looking at the golden pill in Gong Yuna's hand, Yang Yujie widened her beautiful eyes and said in disbelief. This must be the energy gathering pill. Just by smelling the scent, I know it's at least a top-grade pill. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Gong Yuna raised his eyebrows, I can tell the grade of any pill I pick up at a glance. Yang Yujie's cheeks flushed slightly, and she curled her hair with her fingers and said, I usually like to read books on alchemy. I know a thing or two about these. Gong Yuna suddenly realized that since he rescued her, the vigilance in her eyes had faded a lot. He simply gave her the pill to improve her favorability, so he handed the pill over and said, Here, take it quickly. You just gave it to me like this? Yang Yujie was so shocked that she took a step back, as if she had seen something incredible. What else? Gong Yuna raised his eyebrows. Do you know how precious this top-grade energy gathering pill is? She frowned, her tone full of vigilance. Why are you so nice to me? What is your intention? Nothing. Gong Yuna shrugged nonchalantly. It's just that I feel like I can't help but help you when I think someone as talented as you is working so hard. Such a simple sentence made Yang Yujie's heart beat faster instantly. Yang Yujie thought in her heart. So that's what he thinks. It turns out to be such a happy thing to have others recognize your efforts. Yang Yujie couldn't help but curl up the corners of her lips, and a smile appeared at the corners of her eyes. Everyone else praises my talent, but you praise my hard work, Gong Yuna, your way of praising others is quite special. System prompt, Yang Yujie's high sensitivity increased to 50 full of curiosity about the host. Detected that the mood of the beauty Yang Yujie fluctuated greatly. Reward 100 beauty gold. Gong Yuna didn't care when he heard the system prompt, but smiled and said to Yang Yujie, Hurry up and take the pills. This secret realm is huge. We must improve ourselves as much as possible before it closes. Yang Yujie took the pill from Gong Yuna's hand without any pretense and said gratefully, Thank you. I owe you one. Oh? What kind of favor? Any request is acceptable? Gong Yuna deliberately dragged out his tone, with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. A serious request. I won't agree to anything too unreasonable. She glared at him, but her ears turned red. Okay, I'll tell you when I think of it. The pill melted as it entered the throat, and a warm current instantly swept through every part of the body. Yang Yujie stood up straight, her energy mostly restored. When she looked up at him, her voice became much clearer. Gong Yuna. My name is Yang Yujie. From now on, you can just call me Yujie. Oh, okay. Gong Yuna was a little confused about Yang Yujie's intention. Then can I call you Yuna? She raised her eyes and looked over. The sunlight shone into her eyes through the intertwined leaves, and her pupils shone as bright as broken diamonds. Gong Yuna felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. He scratched his nose and looked away. Whatever. Yang Yujie gently slapped Gong Yuna on the shoulder and said angrily. Ha ha. Straight guy. Detected the mood swings of the beauty Yang Yujie. Reward 5 beauty gold. After saying that, Yang Yujie walked forward quickly, leaving Gong Yuna standing there with a confused look on his face. After walking about 20 meters, seeing that Gong Yuna had not caught up, Yang Yujie said coquettishly, "He didn't even think of going with me? He's such an unpredictable guy. Well, since he's not coming, I'll just have to reluctantly invite him to go with me." Thinking of this, Yang Yujie took 2 steps back when she was shocked again. "Yang Yujie, what are you doing? Do you want to go with that gigolo? Are you in love with a married man?" Thinking of this, Yang Yujie turned around again and prepared to explore alone. However, before she could walk far, she was still thinking about Gong Yuna. She accidentally stepped on a formation trap again. Ah! In the blink of an eye, Yang Yujie's limbs were entangled by vines again. Helpless, Yang Yujie had to ask Gong Yuna for help again, shouting, "Yunze! Save me!" Gong Yuna heard Yang Yujie's cry for help and was confused. Isn't this girl's SSS-level ability very powerful? Why does she always get into danger? When Gong Yuna found Yang Yujie, she looked like she was almost drained of money. Without thinking too much, Gong Yuna rescued Yang Yujie again. The rescued Yang Yujie fell weakly into Gong Yuna's arms again and said, Thank you." Gong Yuna covered his head and said helplessly, "Miss Yang, how can a person trip over the same stone twice?" Yang Yujie blurted out, "It's because I'm thinking about you." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yujie felt a little regretful and quickly explained, I was thinking about how you saved me just now." "Yes. That's it." Gong Yuna looked at Yang Yujie suspiciously and said, "You didn't want to go on an adventure with me and get entangled in these vines on purpose, did you? If you want to go on an adventure with me, just tell me. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Yang Yujie blushed when she heard this. "Who wants to be with you? I just accidentally stepped on the trap because I was distracted." "Alright. Thank you for saving me again. Bye." Detected that the mood of the beauty Yang Yujie fluctuated greatly. Reward 10 beauty gold. Without waiting for Gong Yuna's response, she ran away with a red face, muttering, "Damn you, Gong Yuna. I want to go with you, but don't say it directly. You stinking straight man. You deserve not to be able to have a second wife." The more Yang Yujie thought about it, the more embarrassed and angry she became. She walked faster and faster. But because he was exhausted, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. When Gong Yuna caught up with her, he saw her holding her knees and breathing heavily, her face even paler than before. Without saying a word, he exchanged for the second energy pill and handed it to her. "Eat it soon." Seeing Gong Yuna offering the pills to her, Yang Yujie hesitated for a moment and shook her head to refuse. "No. This pill is too precious. You've already given me one before, I absolutely cannot take the second one." "It's okay. I have a big bottle in my pocket, you can just eat them like candy beans." Upon hearing this, Yang Yujie widened her beautiful eyes and said in disbelief, "Such a precious, top-grade energy-gathering pill, and you actually said you were going to eat it like candy? Are you kidding me?" Chapter 53 Gift of the Book of Elixir. Please give me 5-star praise. Gong Yuna waved his hand, speaking in a relaxed tone as if he was talking about an ordinary object. "It's okay. I still have a large bottle of this medicine, you can eat it as candy." "Ah?" Yang Yujie's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her pretty face was full of surprise. "This energy-gathering pill is very expensive, and you actually have a whole bottle? The Shao family is so generous that they gave you a bottle of top-grade energy-gathering pill?" Hearing that Yang Yujie misunderstood that it was a gift from the Shao family, Gong Yuna corrected her. No, this elixir was not given by the Shao family." "Where did that come from?" Yang Yujie frowned slightly, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. "You didn't steal it?" Gong Yuna heard this and suddenly 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. He thought, "I can't tell her that I got it from the system." His mind raced, he cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Ahem, to be honest, I have been obsessed with alchemy since I was young, and I have some experience in this art." "So you made these top-grade energy-gathering pills yourself?" Yang Yujie's eyes were full of suspicion. "Then who is your alchemy master?" "I don't have a master. I'm self-taught. And the pills I just gave you are all top-grade energy-gathering pills." Yang Yujie's eyes brightened up when she heard this. She put her hand on Gong Yunza's shoulder and said excitedly, "Yunze, you are actually an alchemist? Although this energy-gathering pill is only a first-grade pill, you are able to refine it to the highest quality without a mentor. Your talent in alchemy is already extremely amazing. System prompt: Yang Yujia's favorability has increased to 60. She has developed admiration for the host. I am very excited to detect the beauty Yang Yujia. Reward 100 beauty gold." Gong Yunza felt a little embarrassed to be praised by her, and waved his hands with a guilty look. No. It was just a fluke. Yang Yujia suddenly looked up and asked humbly, "Yunze, I have actually tried to refine the energy-gathering pill, but I always fail at the stage of making the pill. I wonder what the reason is." This made Gong Yunza, who had never been exposed to the Tao of alchemy, stunned instantly. He hurriedly called the system in his mind. "System, is there any book in the mall about refining energy pills?" The entry-level alchemy guide has been found in the Hongyan Mall. The price is 300 Hongyan gold. Gong Yunza was overjoyed when he heard this. Exchange now and immediately. Congratulations to the host for spending 300 Hongyan gold and obtaining the entry-level alchemy guide. Seeing that Gong Yunza ignored her for a long time, Yang Yujie thought that Gong Yunza was disgusted with her for asking her even such basic knowledge. Thinking of this, Yang Yujie suddenly felt ashamed and thought, "It's normal for Yunza to despise me. After all, he has already been able to skillfully refine the best energy-gathering pills. But I can't even make a successful pill." Just when Yang Yujie was in self-doubt, Gong Yunza slowly said, "Miss Yang, I have a guidebook on alchemy here. It details the selection of materials and the refining techniques for the energy-gathering pill. You can take a look at it." When Yang Yujie heard Gong Yunza still calling her Miss Yang, she was immediately displeased and said, "I've already told you, I'll call you Yunza and you can just call me Yujie." Gong Yunza didn't hesitate to hear this and shouted directly, "Yujie, I'll lend you this alchemy book." When Yang Yujie heard Gong Yunza calling her Yujie, she accepted the alchemy book handed to her by Gong Yunza with satisfaction. As soon as she got Gong Yunza's alchemy book, she carefully flipped through it as if it were a treasure. When she opened the book on alchemy, the first page was about the refining of the energy-gathering pill. Looking at the majestic handwriting on the entry-level alchemy guide and the lifelike depiction of exotic herbs, Yang Yujie couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Yunze, did you summarize all of this yourself? This method is completely different from the conventional alchemy method of Dragon Country, but it is extremely exquisite. You are truly an alchemy genius." Gong Yunza laughed and said, "Keep a low profile. This is my unique secret recipe. Even my wife hasn't seen it. Don't tell anyone else. Even Xiao Rongyu hasn't seen it?" Yang Yujie was surprised and happy, and a sweet feeling surged in her heart. "It turns out that I am so special in his heart." She read the book carefully, memorized the method of refining the energy pill, and then reluctantly returned it with both hands. "Thank you, Yunza, for clearing up my confusion. Don't you want to read the rest of the content?" Gong Yunza was a little surprised when he saw her handing back the book. Yang Yujie waved her hands quickly, her cheeks slightly red. "No, I only asked about the energy-gathering pill. If I rashly look at other contents, it would be like stealing someone else's knowledge." Gong Yunza smiled slightly upon hearing this and thought, "I didn't expect her to be so sensible. Well, since she likes it, I'll lend it to her for a while. I'll ask her to return it when I want to learn alchemy." Thinking of this, Gong Yunza directly stuffed the introductory alchemy guide that Yang Yujie handed back into her hands and said generously, "Take a look at it. I'll lend it to you for a while longer." The moment her fingertips touched the pages of the book, Yang Yujie felt a warm current flowing through her body. She secretly regretted. "Yang Yujie, oh Yang Yujie, how can you believe Tianjie's nonsense? How can a man as outstanding as Yunza be a gigolo? I spoke rudely to him before, but he saved me twice, gave me medicine and books. I repent. I am guilty. I suddenly feel a little envious of Xiao Rongyu. She was able to find a perfect husband who combines both good looks and talent." Thinking of this, an extremely absurd idea suddenly occurred to Yang Yujie's mind. If only I were his wife. System prompt: Yang Yujie's favorability has increased to 80. She has extremely admired the host and has developed a crush on him. Detected the extreme admiration of the beauty Yang Yujie. Reward 500 beauty gold. Gong Yuna was overjoyed when he heard the system prompt. The favorability has reached 80 so quickly? It turns out that pleasing others is the key to warming up a close relationship. At this moment, a ragged young man came from a distance. The moment he saw Yang Yujie, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time in his heart completely collapsed, and he shouted with a hint of tears in his voice. Cousin. Yang Yujie looked back, and when she saw who it was, her heart sank suddenly, and she quickly stepped forward. You are Tianjie? Yang Tianjie looked at Yang Yujie in surprise, and said incoherently, with a lisp. Cousin. You don't need to waste your memory anymore, do you? Why don't you recognize me anymore? Chapter 54, Forced? Please add this book to your bookshelf and give it a 5-star rating. Yang Tianjie in front of him had a bruised face and his clothes were torn into rags. Yang Yujie was so shocked that she covered her mouth, her voice trembling with disbelief. Tianjie? It's really you. How did you end up like this? She hurriedly took out the healing pill from her pocket, her fingertips trembling slightly with anxiety, and carefully put it into Yang Tianjie's mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his throat. A light golden halo traveled along his meridians, and the red and swollen wounds subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Tianjie finally took a breath and screamed in a crying voice. I saw a huge crystal core of heaven and earth energy in the open space in front of me. Just as I was about to put it in my bag, hundreds of fist-sized alien wasps suddenly jumped out from the trees on both sides. They stung me and made my whole body swollen. It hurt so much. Yang Yujie frowned slightly, pondered for a moment and asked. So where are those alien wasps now? Yang Tianjie scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know. I was just running away, and they stopped chasing me after I ran a certain distance. Suddenly, Yang Tianjie caught a glimpse of another figure. When he looked carefully, he met the smiling gaze of Gong Yuna behind Yang Yujie, and he immediately became furious and said. Gong Yuna. Why are you here? Great. You've come just in time. Let's settle our old and new grudges together. As he said that, Yang Tianjie prepared to take out his unique weapon and fight Gong Yuna for 300 rounds. However, when he habitually touched the hilt of the sword, he found that he touched nothing. Yang Tianjie frowned and looked towards his waist, only to see that the sword hanging on it was empty. The strange weapon that had accompanied him for many years was missing. Before he could react, the sharp tip of the tiger bone fang spear was already at his throat. You can't even touch the weapon, and you plan to settle accounts with me with your fists? Gong Yuna's laughter was somewhat teasing. Yang Tianjie's neck shrank slightly, but his tone was still cruel. You dare to touch me? My cousin is also an SSS-level psychic. You won't get any advantage from her. Oh? Really? Why don't you ask your cousin how many times I saved her just now? Gong Yuna still had a calm smile on his face. Yang Tianjie suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Yujie, his eyes full of disbelief. Cousin. You are the #1 awakener in Kyoto #1 middle school. How could you be saved by this kid? Yang Yujie did not make any excuses, but walked to Gong Yuna and asked. Yunze, can you let my cousin go? I think there must be some misunderstanding between you. I can mediate for you. Gong Yuna glanced at Yang Tianjie and slowly retracted the tiger bone fang gun. For Yujie's sake, I'll spare you this time. If you dare to provoke me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Gong Yuna took out the acacia jade fragment. Following the guidance of the jade piece, he turned and walked quickly in the same direction as the energy core that Yang Tianjie had mentioned before. Yang Tianjie looked at Gong Yuna's back and spat, whispering. Ha ha. You think you're so great because you have an A-level alien weapon. Without that gun, you're no match for me. I hope you get stung to death by alien wasps. Upon hearing this, Yang Yujie slapped Yang Tianjie. Pa! The crisp sound of slapping rang out in the woods. This slap stunned Yang Tianjie. He covered his burning cheeks, looked at Yang Yujie in astonishment and said. Cousin. Did you hit the wrong person? I'm going to hit you, the ignorant idiot. Yang Yujie said angrily. Yang Tianjie's anger instantly rose, and he asked. Cousin. You actually hit me for an outsider? I'm saving you. Yang Yujie interrupted, don't provoke Yuna again, or else I won't save you even if he wants to kill you. Yang Tianjie opened his mouth, unable to speak for a long while, his heart was in turmoil. What kind of magic potion did Gong Yuna give my cousin? How could it make her turn her elbow outward? Yang Tianjie was slapped by Yang Yujie. Although he was unhappy, but Yang Yujie had been gaining power for a long time, so he did not dare to act rashly. He just complained in a low voice. Cousin, what benefit did he give you? Why are you so protective of him? Could it be that you have a crush on him? When Yang Yujie heard this, her face turned red in an instant, and she said angrily, what did you say? How could I possibly like a married man? Yang Tianjie didn't notice Yang Yujie's embarrassment, and nodded. Phew. I was so scared. I thought that Gigolo had tricked you too. He's not a gigolo. Yang Yujie said coldly, he's a very good person. In some aspects, he's even better than me. Yang Tianjie was shocked and thought. What? My cousin who looks down upon all the geniuses actually said that Gongo is stronger than her? How is this possible? Cousin, stop kidding me. How could Gong Yuna surpass you, a mere gigolo? Yang Yujie ignored Yang Tianjie and chased in the direction Gong Yuna left. Yang Tianjie said in fear. Sister! Don't go. There are strange wasps there. Yang Yujie said as she ran, somewhat impatiently. I know. If you're afraid, don't follow me. Yang Tianjie knew that it would be extremely difficult to get an opportunity by fighting alone in this secret realm with his own strength. So he had to catch up with Yang Yujie and shouted. Sister! Wait for me. Seeing the three people walking away, a delicate figure in the distance was extremely excited. Brother Yunza! Is it really you? Gong Yuna followed the instructions of the acacia jade fragment and traveled for 10 minutes. When they reached the edge of a bush, the light of the acacia jade fragments became brighter. Gong Yuna looked around but did not see Xiao Rongyu, wondering. Is this acacia jade fragment broken? Where is the Rongyu people? Just as Gong Yuna fell into deep thought, the sound of metal fighting suddenly came from nearby. With the mentality of watching the fun, Gong Yuna followed the sound of fighting and prepared to observe secretly. Arriving near the battlefield, Gong Yuna hid behind a bush to observe the fighting situation. He found that there was a handsome young man with silver hair and tail standing in front of him, fighting with someone. Because the smoke produced during the battle was so heavy, Gong Yuna could not see clearly who was fighting with him. Suddenly, the young humanoid beast sneered at the smoke. My little beauty. As long as you obey me, I will guarantee you wealth and glory. Upgrading your rank will be as easy as drinking water. But if you continue to resist, I will have to use all my strength and force you to take advantage of me. Oh, can I watch this without paying? Judging from the aura of this strange beast, it has reached at least the 3rd level. It's better not to meddle in its business. Gong Yuna said cautiously. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, a soft and beautiful outline appeared vaguely in front of Gong Yuna. Hiss, this figure looks familiar. At this moment, the woman in the smoke spoke coldly. I'm already married. Even if I wasn't, I would never give myself to a beast. Look at the sword, beast. Instantly, a cold light pierced through the thick smoke, and a beautiful figure rushed out of the smoke. When Gong Yuna saw the face of the fighting woman clearly, he was immediately shocked. What the hell? Rongyu?